Right now.
Pleasant good morning to everyone. The session of October 16, 2024 is hereby called to order. First of all, we'll have the invocation by the Reverend Charles L. Brown Jr., chaplain of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and then the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March. Please rise.
Let every heart pray. El Shaddai, we stand humbly before you in awe of your power and majesty. You've privileged us with the honor of waking up this morning and motivated us to gather to do the work of the people's business, and for that we say thank you. Now that we have gathered here in these hallowed chambers, lead us, guide us, O thou great Jehovah, in ways that will help us demonstrate how much we appreciate the blessing of our calling. Touch the technicians and the support staff behind the scenes territory-wide, all of whom help make what people see on the screen or hear on the radio worthy of their attention. Anoint these elected leaders as they discern how best to consider the legislation they will deliberate over today. Give them divine clarity to differentiate between authenticity and political spin, sincerity versus hypocrisy, and righteousness versus political expediency. Speak to them, Lord, in ways that cut through the noise and the clutter. And in the season of voting, compel them, Eternal King, to make choices that not just benefit their electability, but most importantly, address the state of emergency among the homeless, those challenged with mental health issues, victims of gun violence and domestic violence, the unemployed, those who are on the brink of giving up hope, and all other vulnerable sectors of our communities, agonizing in these difficult times. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you to our chaplain, Chaplain Brown, for his invocation. I want to say good morning once again to all present, viewing and listening. Today, the 35th Legislature is convened to consider and act upon various leases and bills. However, our first order of business today is to receive testimony on two matters submitted to the Senate by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., specifically the requested extension of the state of emergency and the proposal that would allow for cruise ship dock in St. Croix to operate their casinos. At the conclusion of the Committee of the Whole, the body will return to legislative session to take appropriate action on all measures before the body today. I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Committee on another successful celebration as they recognize their 60th anniversary of the Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship and also the Hispanic Heritage Month. And I want to recognize those of my colleagues with the Hispanic heritage. Of course, we have Senator Maurice C. James, Senator Diane T. Capehart, and Senator Angel Borges Jr., and of course, Senator Samuel Carrion. The successful celebration of the recognition of our social and cultural relationship on St. Croix, the committee hosted the village, where we all enjoy the top-notch food and entertainment. Thank you to the organizers and participants who made this year's VI Puerto Rico commemoration a special, fun-filled event for the entire family. At this time, I'd like to remind all present to turn their cell phones off or put them on silent as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to call the roll. Madam Secretary to call the roll call.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. A pleasant good morning. And the roll call will proceed. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Senator Borges, present. Senator Diane Capehart. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Duane M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. I'm here. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Here. Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph, present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter, present. Mr. President, we have 14 members present and 1 member absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, we do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. President.
Very well. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The 35th Legislature will dissolve from legislative session and convene in the Committee of the Whole to discuss the following: Bill number 35-0340, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the power and energy crisis for an additional 60 days from September 20th, 2024 through November 19th, 2024. Invited testifiers, Carl Knight, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority. Herbert Turnbull, Chairman, VI Water and Power Authority Governing Board. Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance. BR number 24-1293, an act to allow the operation of casinos on cruise ships while docked in St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Honorable Joseph B. Bushelty, Commissioner, VI Department of Tourism. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Port Authority. Marvin Pickering, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, VI Casino Control Commission. The 35th Legislature will dissolve from the Committee of the Whole and reconvene into legislative session to consider the following. Consideration of leases, Bill number 35-0300, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and Advanced Power, LLC, for 3 portions of Parcel 1-A, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 2 parcels of Parcel number 1A-8, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, a portion of parcel number 1A-7, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, a portion of parcel number 1-21, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 2 portions of remainder parcel 1-19, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and a portion of parcel number 1-18, Estate Bovoni, number 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining wind turbine generators, offices, metering, maintenance sheds, access roads, utility substations as part of a microgrid on St. Thomas and other related purposes. Bill number 35-0320, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Advanced Power, LLC, for 2 portions of parcel number 1 and remainder 39-A and 49, Estate Cassava Garden, Queen's Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. 6 portions of remainder matriculate 38 Estate Pearl, Queen's Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. 2 portions of remainder matriculate 51 and 43, Queen's Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. 2 portions of remainder parcel number 1, Estate Baron Spot, Queen's Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. 2 portions of parcel number 11, Estate Pearl, Queen's Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. And 6 portions of plot number 2, Estate Humbug, Queen's Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining wind turbine generators, maintenance sheds, access roads, utility substations, as part of a microgrid and for other related purposes on St. Croix. Bill number 35-0374. An act approving the conveyance of parcel number 201, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Public Broadcast System. Bill number 35-0383, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and St. Croix Science Teachers Association, Inc., for parcel number 10-P, Vicorp Land, King's Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0384, an act approving amendment number 1 to the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority to amend the premises by replacing the parcel of land described as a portion of parcel number 10-B, Vicorp Land, King Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, with parcel number 10-M, Vicorp Land, King's Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Consideration of bills. Bill number 35-0031, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by adding a new chapter 301A, creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Right Act, and repealing Chapter 301, Subchapter 4, Section 3510. Bill number 35-0257, an act to develop and produce an annual U.S. Virgin Islands Beer, Wine, and Spirits Festival. Bill number 35-0283, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 34, the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act. Bill number 35-0285, an act honoring and commending Brian Benidemus Bulai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0286, an act honoring and commending Verne Antonio Hodge for his years of dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands and its jurisprudence by renaming the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, St. John, the Judge Verne A. Hodge Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0289, an act amending Title 27 of the Virgin Islands Code by raising the legal age to purchase tobacco products from 18 to 21 years of age. Bill number 35-0340, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the power and energy crisis for an additional 60 days from September 20th, 2024 to November 19th, 2024. Bill number 35-0388, an act to amend various sections of the Title V Virgin Islands Code. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and I know that was a long one. I appreciate you being able to read all of that into today's agenda. Before we go and dissolve into the Committee of the Whole, I just want to recognize the legislative session page for today, and we do have, if I could have him come forward. And he's wearing his red power tie today. So we do have Ladell Perez. He graduated from the Charlotte Amalie High School class of 2024. His school activities, he's one of 5 students, top scholars chosen by the Department of Education to represent the USVI at the 2023 Harvard University Summer Enrichment Competition. Ladell and his teams were the winners for their presentation in the pre-med division. His favorite subject is math. His hobbies are playing video games and cooking. His extracurricular activity is playing chess. And he will be joining the U.S. Air Force and has plans to study computer engineering. Help me welcome Mr. Ladell Perez. We are so proud of you, Mr. Perez, and we look forward to all of your contribution to society in the future. All right, thank you for being here today, and work hard for my colleagues and I. At this time, the session will dissolve into the Committee of the Whole to be able to take testimony. And of course, today we have Bill number 35-340 is an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the power and energy crisis for an additional 60 days from September 20th, 2024 through November 19, 2024. And there was also a request that came in from the governor's office this week to be able to extend it until December. So that will also be in consideration. At some point, that should have been circulated to all my colleagues before us. We also have before us a bill request number 24-1293 is an act to allow the operation of casinos and cruise ships while docked in St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Of course, we'll hear testimonies on both of these measures before I open up the floor to my colleagues for questioning. And at this time, we have already had the testifiers seated, so I'll just go to the testifiers table so we could have everyone put their name on the record. And of course, we want to welcome Mr. Carl Knight.
Good morning. Carl Knight, Executive Director, CEO of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
I don't see Mr. Hubert Turnbull, the Chairman of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Governing Board. Who else is here with you, Mr. Knight?
Good morning. This is Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer of WAPA.
Very well, thank you. And we also have the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance, Commissioner McCurdy.
Good morning, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
And you're also accompanied by?
I'm accompanied by Ms. Woods, Deputy Director, the Office of Management and Budget.
Okay. Thank you for that. And you'll be testifying on bill number 35-0340. And also we have before us today the Commissioner, the Honorable Joseph Bushelty.
Morning, Senator. Joe Bushelty, Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
And representing the Port Authority.
Good morning, Assistant Executive Director Bill Rollins. With me, Mr. Mervyn Constantine Jr., Marine Manager, St. Croix District, and Mr. Joseph Cranston, Marine Manager, St. Thomas St. John District.
Very well, thank you very much. And we also have the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Casino Control Commission.
Good morning, Marvin L. Pickering, Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
And we have here with us as well, representing from the Casino Commission.
Carolyn Herman Purcell, Commissioner, St. Thomas St. John District, Casino Control Commission.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Commissioner Kevin McCurdy for his testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. Again, good morning, Honorable Novel Francis, Senate President, other senators of the 35th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance. Pursuant to your invitation, I appear before you today with Carl Knight, CEO of the Water and Power Authority, along with his team. I also have Deputy Director Kamika Woods of the Office of Management and Budget, and Steve de Blasio in the gallery should we need any assistance from him. We're here to provide testimony on Bill 35-0340, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands for additional 60 days. Previous accomplishment: over the past 30 days, we've successfully achieved several key objectives, including enhancing cash flow. We've supported WAPA in improving its cash flow and reducing its liquidity gap to ensure timely payments. Vendor payments: we've assisted WAPA in prioritizing vendor payments to maintain critical services, particularly for fuel, electric, water generation, and operation and maintenance. Highly planned commissioning: significant progress has been made towards commissioning 4 units, 9 megawatt peak capacity each, at the Harley plant on LPG we're hoping to get that by December of this year. Hurricane preparedness: WAPA has placed $1 million in escrow to secure essential items for the hurricane season. Revenue collection: our incident command team has helped WAPA maximize revenue collections by addressing overdue accounts from major customers, including several government entities, to ensure timely bill payments. Renewable energy and sustainability milestone: we've achieved significant milestones in renewable energy initiative, St. John Power sustainability, and addressing deferred maintenance. These accomplishments reflect our commitment to enhancing WAPA's operational effectiveness and ensuring reliable service delivery. Over the next 60 days, our objective is to address WAPA's liquidity issues. We will closely monitor WAPA's liquidity position on a weekly basis to ensure financial stability. Critical vendor payments: we will prioritize timely payments to critical vendors to maintain essential services. Hurricane preparedness procurement: we aim to secure purchase orders to support hurricane preparation, including $600,000 for power utility operations, $150,000 for water utility operation, and $250,000 for garage and warehouse inventory. The Watsilla project oversight: we will track weekly progress on the Watsilla project with the goal of completing all light fuel oil commissioning and commencing liquefied petroleum gas pre-commissioning activities this October. Collection monitoring, we will oversee revenue collections efforts for past due accounts receivables from utility services owed by the government of the Virgin Islands, ensuring all bills are paid promptly each month. Renewable energy and sustainability monitoring, we will continue to monitor developments in renewable energy, St. John project sustainability, and address deferred maintenance issues. As of October 15, 2024, the Department of Finance and the Office of Management and Budget, just so you know, Senator, this number needs to be updated. I reference a wrong reference file when putting it together. My team is working on giving me a more accurate figure. The reason for the extension. The challenges at WAPA have been persistent and will need focused and deliberate efforts to bringing about improvement, even if it's gradual. The Incident Command provides a structure and systematic approach in a framework that allows for the GVI and WAPA to take immediate actions daily to ensure the safety and health of our residents. Failing to extend the state of emergency can lead to delayed fuel payments, which in turn can cause a resurgence of rolling power outages. Also, continuing the state of emergency reinforces to our federal and local partners the seriousness of the challenges the territory is facing. Mr. President, this concludes my testimony, and I'm available to respond to questions from the member of this body.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McCurdy. CEO Knight, do you have anything to add to the conversation at this time?
Yes. Good morning once again, Mr. President. I don't have any prepared testimony. We collaborated with the Incident Command on the drafting of their testimony. My financial and operations team, as well as my legal team, were part of that collaboration. We do stand in support of the testimony from the Incident Command on the continuation of the extension of the state of emergency. WAPA continues to be in a state of fiscal distress and continues to need the support, the operational support as we work to close our structural deficit and do so in a fashion that doesn't require us to pass on costs and additional rate increases to consumers. So we are in support this morning of the extension of the state of emergency. We will also want to express our gratitude to this body, our gratitude to the governor's office, to the Incident Command team, and the other parties that have worked with us through this very difficult time at the Water and Power Authority to be able to continue to provide services to the people of the Virgin Islands. I stand ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, CEO Knight. Commissioner McCurdy, you said you'll be getting some updated information regarding the finances?
Yes, Senator. Just the amount that we've paid out to date.
Okay. How soon can we expect to get that information?
I would say within the hour.
Within the hour?
Yes.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. At this time, that completes all of the testimony on the request for the extension on the state of emergency, and we'll shift gears a little bit. And at this time, we'll go to Commissioner Joseph Bushelty. And again, we're discussing the operation of casinos on cruise ships while docked in St. Croix, Virgin Islands. And of course, this is allowable currently in the St. Thomas St. John district. Commissioner Bushelty, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Senate President. Good morning, Committee of the Whole, Chairman Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., committee members of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joseph Bushelty, Commissioner of the United States Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Pursuant to your invitation, I am here on behalf of the Department of Tourism to provide testimony in support of the proposed legislation that would allow cruise ships to operate their onboard casinos while berthed in St. Croix. Over the past few years, the Department of Tourism has made significant strides in reestablishing the United States Virgin Islands as a premier cruise destination post-COVID-19 pandemic. Together with strategic partners from throughout the territory, we have attended premier industry conferences and developed integral relationships that have allowed us to see substantial growth in calls and passenger arrivals, specifically increasing the St. Croix passenger arrivals by 151% since 2021. This proposed legislation will provide the cruise industry with an added incentive to increase berths at St. Croix port, which could, in turn, increase the number of passengers visiting our shores. While we know that not all passengers participate in onboard gambling, this proposed legislation makes St. Croix a more attractive destination compared to our competitors. It enhances the value proposition for cruise lines, leading to additional cruise calls, longer port stays, and ultimately a positive economic impact on the island. Furthermore, this could also present an opportunity to explore partnerships with cruise lines for water provisioning, which would benefit both the cruise lines and the local economy. As part of the legislation, we suggest the formation of a task force, including public and private sector members who could address critical operational needs, such as taxi availability, restaurant and retail hours, and the marketing of after-hour offerings to encourage passengers to explore the island beyond normal business hours. Additionally, a concerted collaborative effort with the Virgin Islands Police Department to maintain a police presence in high-traffic tourist areas will be essential to ensuring visitors' safety across the island. To ensure industry appeal and long-term success, infrastructure enhancements and improvements are critical in elevating the destination. More specifically, these include modernizing facilities, cleanup efforts in Christiansted and Frederiksted, brush and tree pruning, road resurfacing, lighting, and other necessary.
Something I don't even know what he's talking about. I don't even have what he's talking about.
What you don't have?
There's a BR on the agenda. He's talking. What is this about?
The BR was circulated. You may proceed, Commissioner Boshelty.
There's no minority member that has it. Who you circulated to? That's what I'm trying
If everything is available on the drive, Senator.
We checked the drive. I don't have it. He don't have it. He don't have it. He don't have it. So miraculously, none of us have it.
Very well, I'll see to it that you get a copy of it. I don't understand why you don't have available to it. Everyone have the same access to the drive. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. In closing, this legislation not only gives us a competitive advantage, but also contributes to the overall growth of our tourism sector, ensuring that the United States Virgin Islands continues to be a top-tier destination in the Caribbean. We thank you for your consideration and remain eager to support any further discussions or hearings on this matter. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Boshelty. Colleagues and minority, is it a fact that neither one of you have a copy of this? None of us. All right. We stand in recess for 2 minutes. And we're out of recess, and I trust that all my colleagues have a copy of the BR that's before us. Again, this has been on the agenda since last week when it was first posted. So at this time, we'll go to the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Assistant Executive Director Bill Rollins, you recognize your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Novelli Francis Jr., President of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, all senators present, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Bill Rollins, the Assistant Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I am presenting testimony today on behalf of the authority's Executive Director, Mr. Carlton Dow. Present with me are Mr. Mervyn Constantine, the Marine Manager for the St. Croix District, and Mr. Joseph Cranston Jr., the Marine Manager for the St. Thomas St. John District. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding Bill Request number 24-1293 to allow cruise ships to operate their onboard casinos while berthed in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Port Authority supports this measure, which is expected to improve the attractiveness of St. Croix as a cruise ship port of call and spark economic growth. The proposed legislation is not a new concept. Act number 6287 has successfully allowed cruise ships to operate their casinos while visiting the St. Thomas and St. John districts for over 20 years. Ships can extend their stay in St. Thomas while passengers enjoy day and nighttime events and spend more while in port. Currently, cruise ships spend an average of 10 hours in port of Frederiksted. Ships often leave early because they are anxious to reopen their onboard casinos. Early ship departures reduce the cruise visitors' opportunity to fully explore and enjoy St. Croix, and significantly reduce the positive economic impact cruise visitors can have if they were allowed a longer time to visit. Extending this benefit to St. Croix will positively impact the cruise visitors' experience as they get to fully experience the unique culture of our island. This will also encourage return visits and increase the demand to cruise to the island. This has the potential to propel St. Croix's standing as a desirable cruise destination. WAPA anticipates an 18% increase in cruise ship calls to the territory with over 600 ships visits scheduled in fiscal year 2025, which is October 1st, 2024, through September 30th, 2025. An 11% overall increase in cruise ship passenger traffic is expected with the largest growth in St. Croix, which has 102 scheduled calls in FY25 versus 67 calls in FY24. This substantial growth can be attributed to the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the Brian Roach Administration's partnership with the Royal Caribbean Group. Royal Caribbean and its subsidiaries such as Celebrity Cruise Lines account for the majority of ships that visit St. Croix. Together, we have successfully tripled the amount of cruise visitors to St. Croix. Approximately 90% of cruise passengers venture off the ship to explore our islands. They shop in our local stores, dine in our restaurants, and enjoy land and sea excursions while enriching our economy. Creating more opportunities for these visitors to stay longer will solidify the U.S. Virgin Islands as a premier cruise destination in the highly competitive tourism industry. WAPA supports the Brian Roach Administration's strategy to enact this legislation for cruise ships to operate their casinos in St. Croix, which will result in cruise lines extending the day, extending the stay, and increasing the spend to the benefit of the businesses and residents. In addition to improving the cruise visitors' experience, other economic and environmental benefits would be realized by extended cruise ship visits. Longer stays will offer opportunities to locally provision the ships and purchase water while berthed in St. Croix. If we can provide shore power in the future, longer ship visits will also help to reduce ship emissions. The legislature of the Virgin Islands has been a supportive partner as the government entities of this territory work together to improve our tourism and cruise industry. We are hopeful that this legislation will be enacted and that we will soon realize more growth and positive impacts to St. Croix's economy. Mr. President, this concludes my testimony. My team and I are willing to answer any questions concerning this matter.
Thank you very much, Assistant Executive Director Rollins. Extending the day, extending the stay, and increasing the spend. Boy, I like that. At this time, Mr. Chairman and CEO Marvin Pickering, you are recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Novell E. Francis Jr., and members of the Committee of the Whole of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, legislative staff, testifiers, and people of the U.S. Virgin Islands who are watching and listening today. For the record, my name is Marvin L. Pickering, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission, hereinafter the Commission. Accompanying me today is Commissioner Carolyn P. Herman Purcell, Vice Chair of the Commission and the Commissioner residing in St. Thomas, St. John. Commissioner Luther F. Renee, Secretary-Treasurer of the Commission, is following these proceedings from the Commission's headquarters on St. Croix. We appreciate the opportunity to offer comments on BR 24-1293, an act to provide for cruise ships to operate their casinos while berthed in St. Croix, Virgin Islands, as proposed by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan, Jr. Prior to submitting the proposed measure to the legislature, Governor Bryan extended a courtesy to me in my capacity of Chairman and CEO of the Commission to meet with him and his team to discuss its merits. I thank Governor Bryan for that opportunity. In preparation for the meeting with the governor, my colleagues and I reviewed the proposal and researched Virgin Islands law. We also considered the impacts, if any, posed by the enactment of the proposal on our casino licensees and the benefits that accrue to the Treasury and people of the Virgin Islands, St. Croix in particular, from the legal local casino industry. As you know, the Commission is responsible for the licensure and the regulation of casinos in the U.S. Virgin Islands pursuant to the Virgin Islands Casino and Resort Control Act of 1995 as amended. Internet gaming and gambling pursuant to the Virgin Islands Internet Gaming and Gambling Act as amended. Horse racetrack casinos pursuant to the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Industry Assistance Acts of 2011 and 2016. And the Casino 4 Establishments Act permitted within the enterprise zones of Christiansted and Frederiksted. The Commission has 2 casino licensees currently, namely DV Carina Bay Casino, DV, and Caravel Hotel and Casino, VIGL. These licensees pay between $160,000 to $240,000 to obtain 4-year licenses to operate their casinos. In addition, combined, they provide employment to more than 300 St. Croix residents with an annual average payroll in excess of $9 million. Their direct spending for other goods and services averages about $22 million annually, and they pay taxes at a rate of 12% on their gross casino earnings. Those tax payments amounted to $2.176 million in fiscal year 2023 and $2.216 million in fiscal year 2024. 25% of those tax revenues provides partial support for the Commission's operating expenses, while the other 75% is allocated to provide supplemental support to government agencies such as the Departments of Education, Health, Sports, Parks and Recreation, and Agriculture, to name a few. In taking a deep dive into the rationale for BR 24-1293, the Commission determined that 1, the proposed measure is designed to entice and encourage cruise ships to remain in port for longer periods of time in St. Croix. As Governor Bryan noted in his transmittal letter dated September 9, 2024, the ships typically arrive at 7 a.m. and depart by 5 p.m. A later departure will allow passengers to experience more of St. Croix, a vibe like no other, and engage with local vendors. Due to the extra time to be spent on St. Croix, the measure also has the potential of converting some of these passengers to future overnight guests. 2, the proposed measure limits access to the cruise ship casinos to the cruise ship passengers. Residents cannot enter the ships. 3, the proposed measure will save fuel costs for the cruise ships because, as also noted in the governor's transmittal letter, the ships will not have to sail to and circle for hours in international waters to operate their casinos. Further, the Commission shared BR 24-1293 with our casino licensees and requested their input on any perceived adverse effects to their operations. In response, DV stated that they have no objection to the proposal, while VIGL indicated any impact to them would be negligible. We thank our casino licensees for sharing and engaging in this process. For these reasons, the Commission does not oppose the spirit and intent of BR 24-1293. However, in conducting our research, the Commission found that 1. On April 17, 1999, Act Number 6287, the Short-Term Revenue Enhancement Act of 1999, was enacted. Section 23 of said act provided as follows. Cruise ships anchored or docked at the piers in St. Thomas and St. John may operate their onboard casino for use by their passengers only. 2. Section 23 of Act Number 6287 is currently null. 3. On April 9, 2011, Act Number 7245 was enacted. Act Number 7245 created a new statute within the Virgin Islands Code cited as Title 25, Chapter 17, Section 501. Section 501, which is current law, provides as follows. Notwithstanding Title 14, Chapter 61, and Title 32, Chapter 21 of this code, cruise ships anchored or docked at the piers in St. Thomas and St. John may operate their onboard casinos after 5 p.m., while in port for use only by their passengers. This has been the law applicable to the St. Thomas-St. John district for more than 13 years. As such, the Commission recommends that the allowance of cruise ships to operate their casinos while berthed in St. Croix also be codified within the Virgin Islands Code, and that the hours of operation begin after 5 p.m. to ensure uniformity in the law and consistency between the districts of St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix. This can easily be accomplished by amending 25 VI Code Section 501 to add St. Croix and to read as follows. Notwithstanding Title 14, Chapter 61, and Title 32, Chapter 21 of this code, cruise ships anchored or docked at the piers in St. Thomas and St. John and in St. Croix may operate their onboard casinos after 5 p.m., while in port for use only by their passengers. Our recommendation aligns with Governor Bryan. In his September 9, 2024 transmittal letter on page 2, in the first full paragraph, in explaining the proposal, he writes that, quote, "The law is very deliberate and only allows this action after 5 p.m., negating the need to leave port as soon as possible," end of quote. On October 8, 2024, the Commission conveyed its recommendation on 25 VI Code Section 501 to the Office of the Governor and received their support. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the testimony of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission relative to BR 24-1293. The representatives of the Commission stand ready to respond to any questions that you or other members of the body may have to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO and Chairman Marvin Pickering. And it's a vibe like no other. At this time, we do have a written testimony, a one-pager from the Our Town Project said. I'll ask the Madam Clerk to read at this time.
Letter dated October 15, 2024, to the Honorable Novel E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, number 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Senator Francis, on behalf of our town Frederiksted, I am writing to express our support for the proposed legislation allowing cruise ships to operate their casinos while berthed in St. Croix. I believe this bill aligns with our ongoing commitment to foster economic growth and revitalize the Frederiksted community. This proposal demonstrates increasing confidence in St. Croix as a tourism destination. Despite being in the height of the hurricane season, St. Croix has continued to welcome at least one cruise ship each week. The cruise industry recognizes St. Croix as a viable expansion destination. In turn, we hope this legislation will further signal our commitment to partnering with the industry to enhance our island's tourism offerings. Our understanding is that this is not a casino bill, and it is not meant to impact the St. Croix casino industry or to generate revenue from onboard casino activities of cruise lines. Instead, the intent of the legislation is to strengthen the investment the Virgin Islands has made in St. Croix cruise industry and encouraging more visits and longer stays. To that end, we hope this bill would empower our entrepreneurs and small businesses to continue to invest in St. Croix. Our town Frederiksted appreciates any initiative that positively promotes the island of St. Croix. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We look forward to seeing this proposal take shape. Sincerely, Shamari Moorhead, President, our town Frederiksted. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and that also rounds out the testimony on BR 24-1293. At this time, before I open up the floor to my colleagues for questions, I just want to come back to you, Commissioner McCurdy, to see if you have received the information.
Yes, Senator. Ms. Woods did provide that information.
Okay, so Ms. Woods, you recognize. If you could just put your name and your position and then provide the information.
Good morning, Kimika Woods, Deputy Director, Office of Management and Budget. To date, we have the Office of Management and Budget and the Department of Finance has provided $435.72 from the Budget Stabilization Fund, $5.6 million from revenue loss transfer from WAPA, and a total of $9 million from the general fund, for a total of $32.1 million.
And that is of what date again? From when to when?
That was from April to the month of September.
And that is April of 2024 to the month of September.
Correct.
And that will be $32.9 million.
$32.1 million.
$32.1 million. Tracking. Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, the chair will open up the floor for questioning by my colleagues, and it'll be a 5-minute round. And Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers. First thing, I see that Mr. Turnbull from WAPA, the chairman, he's not here. Mr. CEO, is there someone else here that could give me answers? And because I really wanted to hear some stuff from the board itself, because they're a critical part in how this state of emergency runs.
No, I'm here from management.
Is there a reason? Do you know why he's not here?
No, I couldn't speak to that.
The last time he was here, I appreciated his testimony because he was very transparent in expressing the facts that, as the chairman of the board of WAPA, he was not really privy to a lot of the information the incident command was doing at the time. Have you guys fixed that problem where you have started to share information with the board?
Well, Chairman Turnbull has been attending the incident command meetings.
Excellent.
So he's actually been brought into the fold in that regard.
That is beautiful, because it's very important that that board fully understands what's happening during the state of emergency, because that board is responsible to run WAPA. And if they're not getting the information that they need when it's time to transition out of this incident command, how are they going to know what's happening? So I do appreciate the fact that he was brought into the fold so the board could fully understand what this incident command is doing. The second set of questions, I want to go straight to this BR bill request number 24-1293. I want to put on the record the reason why we had to pause earlier is because there were at least 6 members in this institution that had no idea and had never seen this piece of legislation. So I'm happy that we were able to get copies of it. While the BR was on the agenda, several of us never saw it. So I can't be listening to testimony and getting information on something I had no idea what it was about. But going to that, Mr. Boshelty from the Tourism Department, what numbers do you have in regards to, from 1999, the District of St. Thomas, St. John was able to allow for casinos to be utilized on cruise ships while they're docked. That's 13 years of data I'm sure you guys were collecting so we could make an informed decision today. Do you have those numbers to tell us what kind of benefit was realized? Because the majority of the cruise ships do come to the District of St. Thomas, St. John. So in 13 years, we should have been able to realize some kind of improvement so we could say, hey, these things are going to be able to extend to St. Croix.
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. I don't have any concrete data on it. It's a situation, even when I was the president CEO of WICO, it is one piece in the reason why ships come to the territory, and specifically St. Thomas. I don't believe, in my experiences with the cruise lines, in this particular district, that is the driving force of why visitors come.
It wasn't a question about the driving force because the benefit was for them to stay extra.
Right.
So I'm saying what kind of data was collected in regards to that to see that these benefits were realized since this district has been able to do it for 13 years.
Yes, Senator. Like I said, from my perspective, I wasn't around when the law was enacted, so I don't know what the basis was for.
Well, no, as the tourism commissioner, this is an ongoing situation, so I'm assuming that the information and data would have been collected. Under the Casino Control Commission, do you guys collect that data and information? Because if that's the case, has anyone come to you from the cruise ships to take out licenses, or have you had to govern any of these cruise ships over the past 13 years in the District of St. Thomas, St. John that stayed over to conduct casino
1 minute, 30
business?
seconds.
Well, Senator, the Casino Control Commission only has jurisdiction for casinos on St. Croix.
Mm-hmm.
It does not extend to St. Thomas, St. John. Therefore,
So who
we would
has-
not have that kind of data.
So who would have the jurisdiction over if the law existed? And so clearly, if nobody has it, in 13 years, nothing has materialized. So they basically, for 13 years, were not coming into this territory and utilizing and staying extra long because of casinos. But in your testimony, you said that we need parity across the board. The majority of cruise ships come to this district for a ratio of 1 to 10. So if we're going to do parity across the board, why after 30 years do you think it is time that we open up casinos to the District of St. Thomas, St. John? Because if this was originally created for economic development, and 9 out of 10 of the cruise ships come to St. Thomas, St. John District, explain to me a little bit more about that economic development. And after 30 years, how many cruise casinos do we see in the District of St. Croix?
The original intent of the Casino Resort and Control Act was to stimulate hotel development in the District of St. Croix.
Have we seen that?
No, we have not. We started out with DV, and we've since added Caravel.
Time.
But, not much more than that has happened.
Okay, in 30 years.
Yes.
But still, could I just wrap up?
Please wrap up, Senator. Your
But
time has been
still, the
called.
majority of the tourists that we were supposed to be targeting 30 years ago comes to another district. So how, if we want to do parity across the board and clean this up, because the monies that come in from these tourists that go to these things, don't the monies go to the general fund that benefit the entire territory? Now, I'm not supporting either way, but this is information that should have been collected over the past 30 and 13 years, so I could make better decisions on behalf of this territory. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. For the record, this proposed legislation was sent down from the governor on September 9th of 2024 and immediately circulated to all of my colleagues and also submitted to legal counsel at the same time for the bills to be put in bill form. This bill was also sent to the various testifiers that's here today sometime last week in preparation of being able to provide testimony to myself and my colleagues. So I'm surprised or bewildered, I will say, that you are not aware and have not seen this before, Senator. So I can't, 6, and we have 15 members here, so 9 saw it and 6 didn't see it. My apologies for those that have not seen it, but again, I did what I was required to do, which was to disseminate the bill immediately upon receiving it from the governor, as I do on every single proposed legislation that's sent down here. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson for his 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And I want to start off with WAPA. You came here today and you're asking for this extension of this state of emergency, and you send some type of a breakdown of all the accomplishments. But I want you to tell the people, especially the people on the island of St. Thomas, what accomplishments you have made with these rolling blackouts. I want you to tell the people of the Virgin Islands, what accomplishment you have made with these estimated bills. And this emergency thing ain't flying for me at all. I'm being very, very straight about this. Because on the island of St. Thomas is rolling blackout. And up to this morning, I got a call from a gentleman that got an estimated bill up to $2,000. And these are the things that are bothering and troublesome to our people. But you're asking me for this extension. We're talking about vendors' payment. People are not being paid. Please assure me, tell me what this $1 million in escrow is going to do, what you're going to purchase, and tell me how much transformer have you purchased thus far, because we're in the midst of hurricane season. So help me out a little bit, please.
All right. Good morning again, Senator Johnson. Thankfully, knock on wood, we've been able to keep power steady in the St. Thomas district. We're not currently under any rotations of power, and we haven't been for the last few weeks. Those rotations of power are either directly or indirectly a result of our fiscal challenges. In one case, it was mechanical failure that is tied to deferred maintenance that we haven't been able to get to. In another instance, it was tied to a fuel shortage based on our inability to keep up with fuel payments. So there's a direct correlation between rotating outages most recently and our fiscal situation that has us here before you today, asking for a continued recognition of the state of emergency. We did get the benefit of some additional funding from the GVI. We have 44 transformers under order right now. I have requisitions for another 100, for a total of 100 transformers.
How soon do you plan to get these transformers?
The first set that is that's under purchase order right now, 4 to 6 weeks. So within sometime between now and the middle of next month, I'll have those in. There's a 4 to 6 week from the placement of the order.
And before you go too far, the last time you were here, I discussed some transformer that was on the island of St.
2
Croix
minutes, 30
that
seconds.
was no use to the Virgin Islands. Have you investigated the matter about these transformers that could only be used in the British, which is Totola?
No, I don't think those are used in the British Virgin Islands either. They are actually a portion of some of them.
They could not be used for us. So what have you found out as to why we have them?
Some of them actually were used on island. They could be used.
They was used after you do a bunch of rewiring, right? So you had to invest more money into them. Am I correct to say that?
I do not know if you're correct in saying that. What I will say is that there was a recognition that we ordered more than we needed for that type of transformer. As I understand it, transformers of that type were used in the system on the island of St. Croix. However,
what about the meters? Because time is of essence here. Tell me something about the meters.
So the meters, we have an RFP out right now to revamp our entire metering system. That RFP is out right now. We had some 54 companies respond to our bid, our pre-bid meeting. We have also re-engaged with the current meter provider, smart meter provider, Tantalus. We've had conversations about a path forward while we revamp the whole system. We're having a conversation now about what we can do in the interim, and that we've had some great promise there as to what we can do in the short term. And of course, we continue to do what we can internally. I have 1,100 meters that are coming in on the 25th of October that I'm going to be able to install. Those are manually read. I have another order of another
Do you have the
2,500
manpower?
meters.
Do you have the manpower to go and read them?
We will to read them.
Yeah,
Yes, we
because you
do.
said they're manually
We are
One
we are
minute.
working. I have some vacancies. I'm still filling on the meter reading side. We will have the manpower to read them. I'm providing vehicles to the meter reading department, and we're building capacity to take care of that.
Thank you very much. Let me try to get to tourism. And I noticed, Mr. Bushelter, you talk about these ships and the after hours and blasey. But in your testimony, to ensure the industry appeal and long-term success, infrastructure enhancements and improvement are critical. What plans have you and the governor
30
discussed
seconds.
about enhancing the town of Frederiksted, paving the road, lighting up the street, and also your department having activities? Because if I'm going to just give a license, give a permission for it to have ships staying over, because this schedule that we have is already in place. This legislation is not going to cut down on the increase that we have right now. I'm quite sure I'm fair to say that. But tell me, what is your department going to do to make sure that there's activity? We used to have the food trucks them right down the waterfront. We used to have many activities. Having ships staying in, and it's not going to boost the town of Frederiksted and the airlines Croix economically, for me, it doesn't pass. It doesn't make no sense. Because everything that we spoke about here is about the cruise ship industry benefits. They're not driving up and down, running around burning fuel. What about the benefit for the people, especially people at St. Croix? What benefits are there, and what is the tourism department going to invest to make sure that there's going to be activity on our shores? I'll let you answer that because I think my time is up. And one more thing, please tell me something about my vendors payment that went through festival that ain't get paid. Stanley, them ain't get paid up to now. So I know you ain't up to come to talk about that, but I need to know because these people work and they deserve to be paid. Thank you very much for the lenience, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Mr. Commissioner Bushelter, you may respond on my time.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for the questions. With regards to activities for an infrastructure improvement, we have conversations with the governor and my peers on the cabinet to ensure that some of these things happen. Our primary mandate is to market the territory and bring the guests to the territory, which we do. So the passengers coming in and the ships coming full and they come into St. Croix, that's the job of tourism. Now, what we try to do is help enhance the experience on the island. Now, we don't control whether vendors come. We don't control the permitting process. We don't control any of that. What we do is we say, these are the number of people that are expected to come on island, hence the need for investment by private sector people, because now you have the passengers come in, and ultimately the need to have the community participate in providing the experience. With regards to tourism specifically, we ensure that we have activities on the ground when ship calls come into Frederiksted. Our team is mobilized to be there to assist. With regards to the activities for this particular bill, this bill came out of conversations with the cruise lines as ways to enhance future traffic to the territory, because the cruise lines book and market cruises 18 to 24 months out. So it's not meant to help this season, which is strong, but future seasons. And then lastly, with regard to the vendor payments, we have the payments in the system. We're hoping to get them paid. And, you know, we have the Commissioner of Finance and OMB here, so we're hoping to get them paid.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Johnson. You have a point, no?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can Commissioner McCarty please weigh in on this, because these vendors that took part in our festival have not been paid, especially Stanley. They said they haven't been paid for half of the events that they've done. Mm-hmm. And we're talking about everything else except making sure that our people who perform for festival, that's right around the corner. How do we have these people come back out to work? Please, somebody help me with these vendors and the payment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Commissioner McCurdy may respond.
I mean, my response is simple. We pay vendors according to our cash availability. Once we have cash, we'll make the payments. But we'll prioritize those payments, as the Senator said. You know, folks have done their job and they deserve to be paid, especially with festival coming up.
It is a fact that these individuals are owed from last festival and still have not been paid?
I don't know that to be a fact. I'm just taking the Senator's word.
Is that something that can you check into
Yes,
and make sure that it's taken care of, please?
Yes, of course.
All right.
Commissioner Tourism there.
Commissioner Tourism, you have any information in regards to the non-payment to these individuals?
Yeah, I only am aware of one or two payments out of St. Croix last year's festival. I don't know many more. I know we have some payments due out of St. John Celebration and a couple out of St. Thomas Carnival that we're working on. One of the things I would say is it's not as simple as payment, right? Some of the vendors, they have to submit invoices. Many times, they have to have the proper documentation in the system to be paid. So yes, I agree, if the services were rendered, that we will pay, and we do pay. But not every time, Senator, the responsibility falls on the government. Sometimes licenses, insurance is not done, paperwork's not done. And that's part of the process. So we work with them to try to get it done. But we are working with the Department of Finance to try to get the vendors paid.
Very well. I'm hoping that I'm hearing a commitment that, in fact, we'll look into this and make sure that they're paid. I am aware of a recent payment that came back to the Department of Tourism at the tune of about $3 million that was paid by Virgin Islands Water Port Authority reimbursement. So there's funding that should be available to support these initiatives. So I would love to hear a commitment from you that, in fact, you'll see to it that these individuals are paid. Do I get that commitment?
Well, we have the commitment. We always submit paperwork, right? As the Commissioner of Finance said, they're working to pay, right? I always tell people from the Department of Tourism standpoint, we don't collect the money and we don't write the checks. So we do have a role in the process, which is to bring in an invoice, approve them, and then we pass them along in the system. So that's all we're trying to do. And so we agree that the commitment is there. Any vendor since I've been in office that we owe, that we always pay. So it may be late, but we do pay, and we're trying to get better in the payments.
Well, the Achilles heel is that we have individuals that's come into the territory that's paid $50,000, $75,000, and they have to be paid before they even get here. The issue is that we have our local vendors that perform for us every panda knock. We ask them to come and perform for us, and then we don't see to it that they're compensated, and we are simply asking that they should be made whole as well. Thank you very much. At this time, the chair will recognize the minority leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you and listeners present. I didn't support the state of the emergency extension. And for this specific reason, stated in this document, by operation of law, when the legislature failed to convene a hearing on the request for an additional 60-day extension, the state of emergency was automatically renewed. Additional 60 days. That's the kind of foolishness happening in this branch of government. That's why I don't vote for these things and support it. Because in that 60-day period, when WAPA was supposed to come before us and give us the briefing, it didn't happen. And my branch of government, my colleagues, allowed it to happen again. Now, the problem I have is with WAPA. Who is running WAPA? IC. Commissioner McCurdy, you're an incident commander. As the incident commander, I have dealt with incident commands as a police. I've dealt with incident commands in the military. You in charge of WAPA. Incident commander runs the operations. No, there is the executive director.
I run the operations.
You run the operations.
We discussed this the last time I was here.
And report to the incident command.
I do not report to the incident command at all.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So $32.1 million is what was spent from April to now on WAPA. Blackouts, when you said we ain't got no more blackout nearly killed us the next day. Okay, everybody get rid of the generator, throw away all the fuel. Nobody say, hey, the man said we ain't got no more rolling blackout. Pow, next day. People had to throw away their fridge and all kind of thing. But I'm just saying, I'm being facetious and I apologize. But I'm just saying, this is what it is we getting hit with. And when I say we the average customer, we getting so much. $32.1 million was spent by the government. How much money was collected during that time frame from your regular money you're supposed to collect?
Senator, let me be clear. The rolling blackouts you're talking about, as I said earlier, and I'll repeat again, because let's be clear today, they were caused either directly or indirectly by the fiscal crisis. The Incident Command is helping WAPA to manage the fiscal crisis. I bring in about $27 million a month in revenues from our customers. It is the only source of revenues that the Water and Power Authority has is from our customers, and it averages about $27 million a month. Every month, my expenses are probably around $33 million a month. I have, on average, a $6 million structural deficit between what I expend and what I bring in on a monthly basis. That is the fiscal crisis that we've been trying to manage through, and we're trying to do so without raising the rates and increasing that 27 million, because that's the other pathway forward, is to increase the rates and to increase that 27 million to match the 33 million in expenses. What we've been trying to do, working closely with Incident Command, is to shrink that 33 million in expenses, cut costs how we can, and get it within the current operating revenues. That is the fiscal challenge that the Water and Power Authority is battling through.
And, I'm glad you said it, because hence, again, like I say, what the public is faced with is, we just lost another person in charge of WAPA a couple months ago. To have another person in WAPA coming to tell us we got to start over with everything we are doing up to that point,
I'm not starting over, Senator. We are executing.
Wait, hold a second.
Sure.
Hold a second.
Mm-hmm.
But like I'm saying, it's the frustration is you can't work a miracle. I'm not asking you for a miracle. I'm saying when we last left here, I remember you saying, it's on the record, rolling blackouts done. So I made that joke about it because I'm saying that's the relief in the community. Okay, this man in charge, he said this, we believe this gospel.
Mm-hmm.
And then to have it happen the next day. WAPA, we don't have issues, but I'm just saying, people want, in the next 60 days, how much money do we expect to spend to accomplish these missions that we have before us? How much money are we talking about?
To accomplish the mission? Like I said,
there's several bullets of a letter from the governor for the next 60 days to accomplish.
My operating cost is about 33 million a month. That's what it takes for me to meet the core obligations of the Water and Power Authority. We are, with those initiatives as we put them online, we hope to shrink that operating cost, because those initiatives should help us reduce the operating costs. We do have our challenges, like you make mention. We were able to make payment for fuel during that incident that you keep referencing when I was before the body. But the reality is the payment terms, because we are not in good standing, I pay for fuel maybe 5-6 days in advance. They have my money, and then I wait for that ship to show up. What happened is after I made that statement, the ship didn't show up as it was scheduled to show up. But because I don't have leverage financially, I pay them, and I wait for them to schedule a shipment and to show up. That we are in a fiscal crisis. We are touch and go, and the ability to keep the power on any given day is a challenge for the Water and Power Authority. If you don't call it an emergency, I don't know what that is. But to answer your question, I need right now about $33 million a month to stay viable. My customers provide about $54 million, will provide about $27 million, $54 million over that 2-month period, where I need about $63 million to operate.
Okay, and just in closing, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, in regards to the St. Croix, with the casinos, I don't see the issue with it. It seems as if it would take from the casinos that exist on St. Croix, but the locals cannot go aboard the ship to utilize those casinos. That's clear, correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff. You wanted the chairman to weigh in on that as well? Mr. Chairman? Recognize the mic of Chairman Pickering.
As I said in my testimony, we consulted with our casino licensees, and they indicated to us that there will be no impact on their operations. And we don't believe that there will be.
Thank you very much for that. The chair will now recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Well, good afternoon now to my colleagues and to testifiers that are here present. CEO of WAPA, Mr. Knight, we understand based on your testimony, what you're sharing here this afternoon, that you are in a $6 million deficit, correct?
That is correct.
And so the role of the Incident Command Center and during this state of emergency is to do what? To assist you in what? Can you just break it down for us?
To assist us, provide us with fiscal support, of course, to preserve the GVI's interest in making sure that the pathway towards closing the deficit is being achieved and accomplished. They have intervened on several initiatives to make sure that the things that are necessary to close that deficit are taking place in a timely fashion.
And thank you for mentioning that. So the goal is to close on the deficit that you have that currently is approximately $6 million.
That's the mission we're on, yes, sir.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, how are we going to reach that goal?
So there's several initiatives that we're taking. One is renegotiating our fuel contracts. We currently have a fuel contract for diesel that's out for bid right now. We plan to do the same for propane before the end of the year. We think that in this market we can get better competitive pricing than what we have right now. The current contract is a rollover contract on diesel. We're going out for a 2-year contract. LPG, we had an exclusive arrangement with Vitol. We're going out to the open market. We're also putting online 4 new Wärtsilä engines, about 36 megawatts of generation on St. Thomas.
Let me ask you this. What was the deficit before? So in this period of time where we've been under this state of emergency, you've been able to reduce the deficit by how much so far?
I think some of those initiatives are really coming to full fruition. If we've made impact on the deficit, it has not been significant because these are the initiatives that...
So up to this day, we haven't done any meaningful impact in closing off that deficit.
We have added the Wärtsilä batteries. We have closed on the Vitol transaction. That was an unfunded...
I hear, but let's go to the deficit. It's $6 million. It's been $6 million. How long?
I inherited a $6 million deficit. I don't know if CFO Kelly has knowledge as to what it was prior to my
Because we want to see what tangible, what have we obtained during this state of emergency? If the deficit remains the same, how long will we continue in the state of emergency to continue to provide WAPA financial support? When will this deficit be closed? What's the goal?
So that gets to the bottom line. All right?
Yeah.
Pass is passed. We did close on the Vitol. That's $145 million acquisition.
That's gone.
Allows us to get to the open market. The steps forward, which is what we should be discussing.
Correct.
One, it's the diesel procurement that we have that's going to reduce our diesel costs. 2, it's the solar farms that we're about to connect on St. Croix that should give us some operating savings as well. That's 11 cents power that we're trying to connect on St. Croix.
By when?
By within the next 30 days. We're very close to we're going through the commissioning right now.
And that's going to save WAPA some money. So I want you to tell the public today and this body, right? So there's an extension request that is on the floor. Up until when? Up to December, correct?
Right. So
1 minute, 30 seconds.
So there's a request up to December. So to answer your question, right, if I follow the natural progression,
yes.
The Wärtsilä's on in December, mid-December, we're expecting those Wärtsilä's. Fuel contract, new fuel contract for diesel starts January 1st. New fuel contract for propane starts April 1st. Really and truly, I'm going to be in fiscal crisis, perhaps until April 1st at the very least.
So we'll need another extension and another extension.
And I am prepared to come and speak to the progress that we're making on the items I just pointed out, show you that we are moving in the right direction, show you that we are closing on the deficit. So,
what kind of federal assistance have we requested, or are we requesting those thus far if we are in a state of emergency?
They continue to provide us with technical assistance. They have provided us with support in interconnection of the solar farms on St. Croix. They continue to, there is some financing that they have spoken to us about perhaps being able to avail ourselves
30
of,
seconds.
that they would support us on. They're providing us with technical assistance on our replacement of the Richmond power plant and other initiatives that we're working on.
Any assistance work with the Army Corps of Engineer? I requested in a letter to maybe reach out to see what type of technical support they could be able to provide to the government.
No direct support from the Army Corps of Engineer, other than some recent conversations about the dredging of the Richmond channel, maintenance of Richmond channel.
Where does the incident command meet?
Virtual meeting.
Virtual meeting. Okay, so you don't have no setup. Incident command doesn't set up anywhere.
Not physically. No.
Everything is virtual.
Yeah.
How frequently does the incident command our meeting?
We started off 6 days. We're now down to 3 times a week.
3 times a week.
Yep.
All right. My time has been called. With regards to the requests for the cruise ships, I just want to place for the record, I would love to hear from the representatives of the 2 casino entities that we have on St. Croix, I think they should have a say and be present. I don't see any of the representatives here. I'm here in the commission, speak on their behalf, but they're not here to really answer any questions. And number two, I don't really have an objection just to the section 1 in the bill that states that they will also be available to operate within the territory waters of the Virgin Islands. I don't know how that will benefit us if they're allowed to open the casino within our waters, because that means then they could just leave and stay on our shores and operate the casino. So everything I'm hearing in regards to the cruise ship being able to open the casino is more of a potential, could be. I haven't heard any data or any agreement or MOU that they have agreed that if this is allowed, this is the number of cruise ships we'll be providing, or this is the time we'll be staying. Commissioner, I don't know if you could speak to that. If you have any concrete information that if we make this change, they have committed to extend hours and how many calls, the direct benefit to the territory. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Commissioner Bushelty.
Hi, Senator. Yeah, thank you for that. We will be in ongoing conversations with the cruise lines. They are familiar with the bill. However, they have not given any concrete commitments because the bill is not finalized.
So why are we engaging into something that we don't have any commitment to know what the data, what the record, how many calls, how would this benefit us? So there's no pre-work done that is established for us to do this move? That doesn't make much sense to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Senator, I don't respectfully agree with that. There have been conversations with the cruise lines. But there have been conversations, Senator. But right now, if I was a cruise line, I wouldn't commit to bring in something and I don't know what the finished product is, right? So we don't know what the fee is going to be. You don't know what these things are going to be. What they have agreed to is that they're open and they have worked with the governor and his team on moving forward the bill as a potential incentive to come and bring more cars to St. Croix. But right now, we have to see what the final bill is. And I don't know what the final bill is.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The chair will recognize. You have a point, Senator Fonseca. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca for a point of information.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. This question is for Ms. Kamika Woods, OMB. From the Budget Stabilization Fund, what's the amount that you gave us was utilized?
That number, $17.4 million.
And that's as of what date?
As of September 30th.
As of September. On page 4 of the WAPA testimony, you're saying as of October 15th.
Yeah, WAPA didn't give a testimony. Sir.
I'm sorry. This is from Finance, Curdy. You're saying that as of October 15th, 15.1 million. So what's the right number?
Testing. As I mentioned to the Senate President, I referenced the wrong document in going over the testimony, and that's why I provided that supplemental. I provided the wrong number when preparing the testimony.
But where's the supplemental?
That's why I provided I sent
the
it
amount that Ms. Woods provided was amendment because he said that, in fact, that it was incorrect at the time and that he'll get some clarity information, and that's what Ms. Woods provided with the $17 million.
Okay, so the question is then, she's saying as of September, as of October 15th, what's the number? Don't come here with no numbers over a month old, you know. So what's the new numbers?
We have not made a release from the budget stabilization from September. So as of October 15th, it is still that $17.4 million.
Well, Sir Popa. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to the testifier. So we need to drill on that just a little bit. I need clarification. So as of September, you've spent 17.1 stabilization, correct?
17.4.
17.4. And as of October 15th, you have not spent anything outside of that 17.4.
Not for budget stabilization.
What's left in the budget stabilization fund?
2.6 million.
2.6.
Yeah.
And how much of the general fund have you spent as of 10/15? This says 2.6. I mean, I haven't seen a supplemental.
9 million.
So you spent 9 million. And what sources did you pull that from? The straight general fund?
Straight general fund, yes.
Okay. So what's the total you spent on WAPA?
32.1 million, I believe.
$32.1 million in fiscal year what?
24.
FY 2024. And how did you derive with that $32 million? Where did you get that money from? What poured into what funds, revenues poured into the general fund resources? What resources poured into the general fund that allowed us to spend an additional $32.1 million when in fact, when we look at the revenues for FY 2024, we are seeing that the revenues to date did not align with the budget numbers. So you tell us, where does additional money come from?
So, of the 32 million, 17.4 million is from the budget stabilization.
And that's in a separate account.
Right.
Okay.
5.6 million is from the ARPA revenue loss.
Okay.
And then the 9 million.
And the difference?
And then the 9 million, sorry, I lost my...
The 9 million.
9 million from the general fund.
Right, I understand that. So did we get any additional resources in the general fund?
No.
Are you sure?
Those are normal transfers from funds that we do at the end of the year.
Have you used any of the Epstein dollars to cover any of your expenses in FY 2024? Have you dumped any funds from the Epstein dollars into the general fund for fiscal year 2024, and have you spent any of those funds?
I can confirm that for you.
We
I don't
need
want to give you that
information prior to the end of this committee of the whole, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. The chair will now recognize Senator Javon E. James, Sr. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I was going to ask that question, but I would just try to make it easier. The information that was just spoken on the floor by my colleague, I'm just requesting through the chair if you can present documentation, I guess, from the Department of Finance as far as the expenses, specifically for the budget stabilization fund and how much came out of the general fund. And if you could just give us an example on what it was spent for. Can you present that to us? I'm just asking for that. So let me stick to the hot topic, which is the extension of the state of emergency. Count me in as yes. However, I would like to ask CEO Carl Knight regarding WAPA's cash flow. Give us some good news as far as what has been done to improve the cash flow.
Hello. Good morning, Senator. So there's some good news, not necessarily through direct actions from us, but we went through a very difficult period during the summer because of the excessive heat. The load was very high. We consumed a lot more fuel than we ordinarily would. We're expecting that as we shift now towards some of the cooler months that we should have to purchase less fuel. So we're thinking that helps us in an indirect way in improving our cash flow. We are right now shoring up our billing and metering. That's a bigger issue. And while there are customer complaints, it's also a problem for us as far as projecting cash flow and projecting revenue. So we are now starting to tighten that up. We hope to start seeing the benefits of that in the short order as we start getting in the first 1,100 meters in a couple of weeks and getting those installed over the next 30 days or so. We expect to see improvements in cash flow. We are also looking at additional cost-cutting measures that we think will have the impact of improving our cash flow.
So my question to you, not to cut you off, within the past 30 days, right? Mm-hmm. Give me figures. How much of an improvement you have seen in WAPA's cash flow? Give me numbers.
I don't think we've had an improvement in the last 30 days because these initiatives that have been long in the making are only now coming to fruition. So the first real initiative was the Wattsilla batteries that we put on in August. That has been helpful, but I don't think I've seen a tangible cash flow benefit. But as we now get into the new fuel contract, as we now put on the solar farm on St. Croix, as we get the Wattsillas on at the end of the year in December, that's when I think we start to see tangible impacts on the cash flow that I can measure.
So revenue collection, as far as past due accounts, the government of the Virgin Islands, I know we did this single payers.
Single payer fund.
How is that coming along, and what challenges you have with past due accounts, if you could just place that on the record?
The government is much improved in making its payments. I've been able to work very closely with Commissioner McCurdy to get those in a timely fashion, and that has been quite a lifeline. There are some federal entities that are a little bit delinquent, and we're starting to push on those
1 minute,
entities.
30
But
seconds.
the central government has been much improved, and CFO Kelly can supplement some of what I said.
Media.
Please recognize the mic of the testifiers.
Good morning. This is Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. As a comparison for government amounts owed, when we had the hearing in April, the amounts owed for the government in February 24, they rose to 24 million. They came down to about 22.8 million in March, and they're currently resting at about $9 million owed.
I just want to.
And that is-
And most of those are current.
Yeah, I just want to put on the record the central government is current with our single payer payments.
Thank you for placing that on the record. I try to stay out of all the nonsense in WAPA and focus on the cash flow. There are millions of things I can ask, but until we improve the cash flow,
30
Water
seconds.
Power Authority, we will continue to see these challenges. As far as hurricane season, we're still in the height of hurricane season, and I know you mentioned some hurricane preparedness, but to speak to the people of the Virgin Islands, reassure the people, are we prepared? Are we strengthening our infrastructure? And just let us know.
Yeah, we are getting prepared. I think we started the season. I think I was very honest when we arrived. When I testified the last time before this body that we weren't quite where we needed to be. When Ernesto came through, we have transformers on order. We have other materials for the line department that we're ordering. We are ordering parts to repair our bucket trucks. We are ordering additional vehicles, trucks and other vehicles so that our personnel can move about in the case of an event. So we are going to exit the season a lot stronger than we entered the season. We are putting those measures in place. We should have had them in place on June 1st, but cash flow and our fiscal predicament did not allow us to have the level of preparedness that we would have ordinarily liked to have had. The only challenge that we have really is on our fuel inventory. I would love to get the fuel inventory a little bit higher. We're still kind of on a pay-as-you-go with our fuel inventory, and I'd love to be able to fill those tanks as we ride out the rest of the next 45 days of hurricane season.
Mr. Chair, my time was called. I did not get a chance to comment on the bill for St. Croix regarding the casinos. It will be premature.
If you have a question, Senator, you may pose your question.
Yes. My question is similar to my colleague on the left. What I would ask the Commissioner of Tourism, as far as the passage of this bill, once this bill is passed, if it passes, can you let us know or reassure us that we are putting it in good hands and there will not be any issues and we can get some MOU agreement and to make sure that what we actually see here actually happens?
Well, Senator, like I mentioned to Senator Carrion, I've been in direct conversations with cruise lines on the specific bill, right? They've been supportive of it. It could add additional calls, but ultimately, they have to see what the bill says, right? And the CEO of the commission spoke about licenses. And so there are other factors in it that happens. What I can tell you is if the bill goes forward, I don't see it as a negative because the only thing that could happen is we don't receive any more calls that we don't have already. So it's an opportunity to gain new calls, which is how we look at it, as our ability to market St. Croix as a cruise destination by adding this new piece that many of our competitors don't have.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, for anything for St. Croix that will bring economic development. The nearest casino is far away from Fredericksburg, so I don't see any conflicts there. So I will continue to monitor the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Javon James, Sr. Commissioner, you alluded to the fact that they want to see what the bill says. The bill is what was sent down from Government House. The bill was sent down from Government House based on conversation that he's been having with the government, been having with tourism, as well as with the industry. So there's nothing new about the bill, so I would suspect that you're able to shop that information because that was sent down from Government House.
Well, Senator, I don't want to confuse the matter. What I'm saying is, I agree. I saw the bill. I'm in support of the bill, but you and the body knows that a bill gets sent down is not necessarily the bill that's finally approved. That's all I'm saying is until the final bill is approved and signed by the governor, there is uncertainty, right? So, and when I have the conversation with the cruise lines, that is exactly what is communicated to me. Commissioner, do you know what the final bill is going to be? I said, no, I know what has been sent in and I know we're going in to have conversations. So, in summary, there is support, right? And there is support for the bill that was shared with the cruise lines. So the cruise lines have seen the bill.
So it just seems that we're mixing apples with oranges in this conversation. If in fact, you know what the bill says, you know what's happening there, then based on your negotiation or conversation, then it will make a determination whether or not we tweak the bill or adjust it up or down. But certainly if there's conversation, negotiation that's being had, then certainly we're in support of that because we're not going to do anything to impact what we're trying to achieve, especially in the District of St. Croix, with being able to allow for the casinos to operate after 5 p.m.
Yeah. So, Senator, I would tell you, based on that statement, yes, I would expect to see an increase in calls if the bill goes as is.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Majority Leader, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked for a point of information rather than calling for a motion. I want this at the call of the chair. But if these testifiers were not sworn in earlier, I would ask or request that they be sworn in, please. Like I said, I didn't make a motion. I'm requesting if it wasn't.
So it is your will to make a motion?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's so.
Mr. President, I make a procedural motion to have the testifiers before us sworn in as we proceed. I so move.
Testifiers, please rise. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm on a penalty of perjury that the information that you give to this committee of the whole will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
We need to go individually?
If individually, yes. Individually?
Marvin, Regional Casino Control Commissioner, I do.
Commissioner of Tourism, I do.
Kimika Woods, Deputy Director, Office of Management and Budget, I do.
Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of Finance, I do. Carl Knight, Virgin Water and Power Authority, I do.
Bill Rollins, Executive Director, Regional Authority, I do.
Constantine, Secretary Marine Manager, I do.
Very well. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Please let the record reflect that all the testifiers have taken the oath and in the affirmative. At this time, Senator Marie C. James, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead.
Yeah, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. It's relevant to the question that you asked about the legislation. And I noticed that Commissioner Basholti, you said, as part of the legislation, you suggest the formation of a task force. Is that something that needs to be legislated? I'm just wondering if on your own, if you could not in fact form that task force, since we're talking about a legislation.
Yes, Senator. Thank you for that clarification or question. It was not my intent in my testimony for it to be part of the legislation. I was just making a comment with regards to what is necessary for it to fulfill the positive sides of it. So if more passengers come in, there will be the need for activities and other things to keep the passengers coming in. So it's not to be a part of the legislation.
So you will form a task force?
Yeah, we will help facilitate that. But it was just meant to give information about what is also necessary to support the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a similar task force in St. Thomas and John District?
There is not, but it's very different, right? So, one of the dangers when we have these kind of conversations is to compare the product in St. Thomas with Croix with the product in St.
No,
Croix.
just asking that question to, then we'll have a framework to which to.
There is not, and I don't think that there needs to be one here for this particular type of a conversation as to whether or not the cruise ships will bring more cruise ship passengers because they have a bill that's been on the book for 30 years or something. I received information that the cruise ships do open the casinos when they import after 5 p.m. However, they do not open the tables, and they just have the machines, and it doesn't really impact whether they stay longer or not.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your point of information.
I'm so happy he put that on the record. What I wanted to find out a little bit more about data. Does anyone have information in regards to if the Casino Control Commission only deals with casinos in St. Croix? Are you aware of who deals with the licensure for these casinos when the cruise ships open in our port after 5? As well as, does anyone have any information as to the tax revenues or impact and what potential benefit that even the District of St. Thomas, St. John gets by this? Because if we're going to be expanding it, there has to be some information and data to justify why this was even done in the first place. After 13 years, somebody has to have something. So this between anybody.
Senator, get to your question, please.
I already asked the question.
What is the question?
Does anyone have any data
Okay.
as in regards to tax revenues?
Very well.
The basis and who have issued licenses in regards for these cruise ships to conduct business after 5 in this district?
Very well. You may respond.
Yeah, Senator, I don't have any information on that from a Department of Tourism standpoint.
Well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Angel Balcas Jr. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to our testifying panel here today. Since the declaration of the state of emergency, I believe that the Water and Power Authority has made some substantial strides, including bringing online the authority's first battery energy storage system to expand, which I believe is a game changer with providing reliable backup power supply, which also enhances the resiliency of the energy grid. The mission is to stabilize the grid, so green energy storage systems will help in that effort. But there is a lot more work to do, we know that. But I would say this to the Water and Power Authority, to please strategically expedite your efforts because we cannot sustain this financial burden forever. Concerning the cash on hand for fuel, CEO Carl Knight, what is your cash on hand for fuel currently?
Let me shift that to the Ms. Kelly. Right now, we're in a little bit of a quandary this week, but Ms. Kelly can speak to that.
Good morning. This is Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. We should have paid $3 million for fuel yesterday. We did not have the funds to pay it.
You did not have funds
And on Friday, we need to pay another $3 million for fuel. We do not have the funds to pay it.
Okay, that doesn't really sound very good at all. I don't even know if I want to drill down further on that. McCurdy, Commissioner McCurdy, in your position, I know that you've mentioned in your testimony several times that you've had to assist the Water and Power Authority. What is your position currently with hearing that information if you weren't aware of it before? What is available to the Water and Power Authority?
At this very moment, the GVI has to first take care of the GVI. We have payroll and we need to meet payroll. We're in discussion with the Water and Power Authority to see what they can move around with our assistance, but not this week.
So this is part of your weekly liquidity monitoring, as you mentioned in your testimony, right? Okay. So what indicators do you look for when you see these types of signals, in the sense of right now we have the Water and Power Authority with no funds available for fuel? What do you meet weekly in order to monitor these issues?
Yes, we meet 3 times a week. Operations twice, finance once, and we go through every current state, future state, what we need to do to get there, to include cash management.
So what commitments or responses have you been able to secure with federal partners regarding any further support?
I haven't had any of those type of discussions. I haven't had those type of discussions with federal partners in terms of support.
CEO Knight?
We continue, again, they are supportive primarily from capital infrastructure, from technical assistance. There are some Department of Energy loans that our point of contact with U.S. Department of Energy has asked us to investigate whether
1 minute, 30 seconds.
whether it be prudent for us to pursue. But mostly it has been technical and funding for capital projects.
Okay, very well. I still want to give some attention to tourism concerning the bill before us. I'm going to shift over there for a second, but that is an issue. Commissioner Boshelty, why, if to your knowledge, why wasn't uniformity given to St. Croix concerning the initial passing? I mean, I know you weren't there, but I mean, to me, it seems like a no-brainer. Everything should be across the territory. I understand that every island has its own specific issues and concerns, but in this case, I mean, why has it taken so long?
Yes, Senator, I really can't speak to that. I know when I was CEO at WICO, I didn't hear the matter come up, so I really don't know what the real reason was why it didn't come up before.
Okay, very well. And do you believe that currently, as is the infrastructure of
30
Frederickston,
seconds.
will it be able to sustain that additional traffic? Because we're looking at the positive side of this, the economic values that are connected to something of this nature in the essence of this passing. Frederickston right now needs a lot of attention. I mean, the amenities there for tourists that may want to come off the ship are very, very slim to none. And I'm not afraid to say that we need to pay more attention to Frederickston. So what are some of the things that you, as the Commissioner of Tourism, along with Mr. Chair, if I may continue? Thank you, Mr. Chair. That you would be able to work with the EDA or others to try to entice these individuals to actually come off of the ships to be able to partake in our local businesses?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Well, Senator, is multifaceted, right? So the first question that has to be asked for investment by the private sector in terms of excursion activities is the chicken and egg. Do the ships come first, or do you invest in a product and hope they come? So what we see now over the last 3 years is you went from 40,000 to over 150,000 passengers. An expectation, as Mr. Rollins said, and from our information, that is expected to continue to grow. With that being said now, the expectation is that the private sector will step up now, and we have seen new excursions come up in St. Croix, biking, some hiking excursions, some other things that we continue to support through Department of Tourism, through our website, the ability to help educate some of these small businesses and what they need to do to promote themselves in the arena, i.e. through our Google Analytics program, and to be a part of the website so people can find them so they can continue to sustain. And then the other piece is the infrastructure. So the infrastructure matters in terms of how the streets look. Are there enough lighting, for example, in the evening so people can walk around and feel safe? Is there VIPD presence? And those are conversations we're having with Government House and the Chief of Staff to ensure that other members of the Cabinet assist in ensuring some of the infrastructure pieces are in place. I feel very confident in the growth that I've seen over the last few years. Hopefully, we've had conversations with members of the private sector in terms of continued assistance in terms of growth. We've had a meeting with Mr. Moorhead and his team a few weeks ago, as well as one of the largest excursion operators about what can be done in Frederiksted. So the right conversations are happening. But ultimately, in my experiences, it comes down to the actual ships coming and people coming off, so people could believe. And we expect to see that growth again this year.
Okay, thank you for your responses. And Mr. Chair, if I may just really quickly to the casino control.
Pushing it, Senator. Go ahead.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I see that currently we're not really getting anything out of this. So I'm asking the Casino Control Commission, even if in other jurisdictions, why aren't we charging a small fee for them to operate after 5 in our waters? Is that not something that we should consider? And I thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
To my knowledge, the marine, there's a whole different kind of taxing scheme in regards to the marine industry. Currently, the Casino Control Commission has no jurisdiction, over the operation of the ships' casinos. That's just the law.
Port Authority, are you aware of what that may be?
Not at this moment, Senator.
You're not, okay. Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague on the other side, the minority senator, asked some really questions that pricked my legal mind. That's right now. There is a reason, isn't there? Let me put it in a question. Isn't there a reason why the ships only open the casinos when they are a certain distance away from the jurisdiction that they're in? Isn't there a reason? The law of the land and the law of the flag. Let's talk a little bit about that.
You want me to answer?
Please?
Yes, Senator, that is correct.
Okay. So when they were open in St. Thomas for how many years?
13, I believe.
13 years. Why were they not regulated by the law of the land? That's the question. Why were they not? Which is the Casino Commission. Correct?
As I stated earlier, the Casino Control Commission's jurisdiction is limited to the Casino District of St. Croix. I'm not sure what happened in St. Thomas and John District regarding the casinos.
That we have casinos operating on the island of St. Thomas. When a cruise ship stays in port on St. Thomas after 5. We have that happening right now in the Virgin Islands. That's what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. The law of the land applies when the ship is within how many miles? Nautical miles of?
3.
Okay. So when it's in port, it's subject to the Virgin Islands law, and yet casinos operating on St. Thomas, even though our law does not allow casinos to operate on the island of St. Thomas. We have a problem that we need to fix before we even go to extending this to St. Croix. And not that I'm against it, but I just realized when my colleague raised the question, what's happening in the Virgin Islands? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give some information to the Finance Chair and Tourism. First choice is vendor for tourism. And from last festival, not this one, they're owed $30,000. Not this festival that just gone. Last festival, 2023. They're owed $30,000. But in total, they're owed $45,000. Stanley and 10 Sleepless Nights, They do this for the love. And 5 payments for this festival came up to $21,000 that they are owed. They do this for the love. So the little bit of money that they're charging, we need to compensate our people. It is wrong. It is totally wrong. When vendors come and walk away with $100,000, $200,000, and our people here can't get paid nearly in first choice case, a year already gone by. We need to look at this matter and make sure these people get taken care of. We can't continue doing our people this. We cannot, because we're going to reach a point in time, they're going to shut festival down on us. And I will support them. I'll go and jump up with them because they can't keep working and not getting paid. But everybody else come in, they go out with money and they don't pay no taxes here. These people pay the tax here. Let's make it right for them, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Any response, Commissioner Bishalti?
No, Senator. I'm checking with the team right now, just to confirm and have accurate information to report back.
Okay. Very well, thank you. And I guess based on previous comments too, we have some work to do in regards to previous legislation as it pertains to 62. What was that? 6287. Yeah. Yeah, 6287 and 7245. All right. Senator Donna Gregory, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too have to agree with my female colleague that sits across the aisle that we are operating way outside of our parameters. But what's important is, a lot of times we get up and we put our feet on the ground in the morning and we come up with these ideas, but we don't do the cost-benefit analysis. And in the discussion that I'm hearing today, and this is tied to the cruise ship side of the house conversation, have we done a cost-benefit analysis? I think my colleague is, she's trying to drill down and ask the question, has there been a cost-benefit analysis done on this particular change that's being requested? And let me just add into it, have we had discussions with tour operators, the opportunity for night tours, our restaurateurs, the taxi operators? What's the discussion? We cannot make these unilateral decisions absent of having the conversations. What's the conversation? If we were to call a tour operator today or a taxi driver in the Island District of St. Croix, would they say that they had a discussion about this and they're good with it? I mean, I'm sure they'll be good with it, but are we talking to folks about these things?
Senator, I could speak that we are in conversations about the increased ship calls and passengers to St. Croix.
No. Stay focused on the bill.
But Senator, I am focused on the bill. But this is one piece of the entire
So the answer
product.
is yes.
The answer is yes, we're speaking to them about
good.
calls to St. Croix, but not on this particular.
Then the answer is no. Then the answer is no. So night tours, are we giving any consideration? We want to make sure that, we have people who are on these ships that while they're on the Island District of St. Croix, they're not going to go and have dinner and do other things on the ship. Because we're saying that we're asking them to stay in port so those who want to gamble can use the casinos that are on the ship. But what opportunities are we ensuring that we are providing to our community to ensure that they are willing to open businesses? The governor just vetoed a measure here about us providing catalyst opportunities for small businesses. But then we're having this conversation. So I'm trying to understand what's the true and real conversation around this. Because you made some commentary, and I need to move on because we only got 5 minutes. And this is a lot. You made some commentary about the things that you would need to get this done, about public-private partnership, etc. Is there any true deep dive conversation? Yes or no? Yes
Senator,
or no?
yes, there are conversations happening.
Okay, yes. Okay. I am challenged with this because we don't even have data. Are the cruise, when the cruise lines are in port in St. Thomas, are the businesses open?
The
businesses open.
Which businesses, Senator? The businesses locally?
The businesses that support the tourism industry.
Yes.
And we don't have any data around what that looks like.
Well, I mean, we have data from and I'm speaking from tourism standpoint. We have macro data on the spend of passengers who come to the territory. We have data on where passengers go on the island. That's the information we have from a
I don't want to
tourism.
cut you up, I'm going to have to, because I need to move on to the next one. I just, the time is...
1 minute, 30
I only have
seconds.
1 minute, and the issue that we have with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority is important. So I'm challenged with what's in front of us. I think it needs work, and it needs more conversation. We need to be clear. And the other issue that I have with it is the discussion around the fact that we did not receive correspondence from our partners at DV. I don't know that the Casino Control Commission is authorized to speak on behalf of DV or the Carvel VIGL folks. I'm challenged with that, but I'm gonna move on because I don't have time. So, WAPA, state of emergency. I think what's important for us at this point in time is, we bring the testimony before the legislature, but don't you all believe that it's time for us to see a complete plan? Mr. Knight, you spoke about April 2025, right? And I'm sure you have a plan.
Yes,
but
we
it's
do.
time for us to see black and white.
30
we need
seconds.
to see what is the plan. We know that in plans, the goalposts are moved. But allow the community to see a plan as to where we're going. Because if we don't have a plan, it makes it very difficult for us to continue to say yes to things that are very non-transparent. And I'm just going to add, and I need to ask you about the plan, that we just come through the FY25 budget, and we see that we have an obligation of at minimum $3 million a month, correct?
That would be a bare minimum.
Right, but what
Time.
and this is for, can I complete? Because, we don't have enough time on this. We need to have a drill on this discussion. Can I continue? Why is it that when the financial team came before the legislature, when we closed the discussion around the FY25 budget, there was no mention that funds are being used consistently, and we need to at least develop some sort of a budget, whatever it is, appropriation, etc., so we can address this issue. The transparency is important. So I'm going to start with Mr. Knight regarding the plan, and I need to hear from the Department of Finance as it relates to the financial team and why these informations are not forthcoming unless we are having these hearings.
Yes, Senator, yeah, so once again, yes, we do have a plan. That's the strategy that I articulated for the most part. Renegotiating our fuel contracts, bringing online the solar projects and other renewable projects, bringing online the Wartzillas. And
Mr. Knight, I'm not going to cut you off, but I have to.
we have a written plan that I could submit to you.
Please
but
and
if you
thank
want
you.
me to, we do
Please
have a
and
plan.
thank you. We
Certainly,
need
no
to have a
problem.
plan and the goalposts, the move. We're coming to the legislature to ask them to approve something. You have a plan. We're not privy to it. We're just hearing. You see what we're hearing? We assisted WAPA in prioritizing vendor payments submitted, particularly for fuel. Okay, what I mean, it wasn't said that from now until April we're going to need another $5, another $10. It's not said. The information that's in front of us is not transparent. We need transparency to make these decisions. Tell us, we're going to be supporting WAPA, 3 million, 5 million. We need to know. Sir.
Senator, that's a fair comment. I think part of the difficulty, it's not a lack of, it's not motivated by a lack of transparency, but we don't know exactly what how we'll have to support WAPA. We know we'll have to support WAPA.
Yes, you do. You do, because you're doing it now. And
Right.
there is some approximation. Yes, you do. You said $6 million in the red. Yes, you do.
No, there's $6 million in the red, but what WAPA needs, and WAPA is working on that, figuring out a way to close that gap with our assistance. But we're not saying that we're going to meet the gap of $6 million. And that's part of our weekly discussion of how WAPA
But you're
finding
meeting
ways.
the gap. We just passed a budget. The revenues that we're collecting are for the budget. So then people are what's going to happen, and I have to wrap up because I'm way past my time, but vendors are going to continue to not be paid. That's the issue. We have to lay the numbers on the table so we can all understand them. That's my challenge with this. We get a piece of the information. This is why folks say that we don't just be rubber stamping everything that comes down here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. We're short-sighted if we don't believe we'll have to continue to support WAPA. I'm saying that we're going to have to support WAPA as a government entity. We're going to have to continue to support WAPA and subsidize WAPA. They're already producing, they're producing power where and they can't pay for it. The revenues is $27 million on a monthly basis. And what is the real cost of fuel on a monthly basis? You said that the $3 million is a little bit on the low end. What is the accurate amount?
So our fuel expenses range anywhere from 12 million to 18 million, depending on how many shipments. Each shipment is approximately $3 million. And so in a given month, we depending on how we're dispatching and depending on what the load looks like, it's anywhere between 12 and 18 million.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just ask you, Mr. Knight, because if the legislature is impacting your ability to generate revenues,
yes,
we also, because we do a lot of this,
yes,
we also need to do what we have to do. So we have Act number 8297, and I know that you were in the news yesterday or the day before.
Yes.
With regards to this particular act, with regards to the 30 days billing, back billing.
Yes.
How is this measure impacting WAPA's ability to generate revenues? If it's impacting WAPA, we need ability to generate revenues, we need to know.
Short answer is yes. I'll have CFO Kelly explain the details, but we've had to forego revenues from, in some cases, large customers because of that limitation, our ability to back bill. But Ms. Kelly can explain.
Good morning. Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer, WAPA. There are three aspects in terms of legislature that we would like help with. Number one, we have a requirement to bill a customer within 30 days of the last meter read. When there is that's a challenge for a customer. Every month where there's 31 days, the customer is going to get two bills. They are sizable. That is not a bill in the beginning of the month for $300 and then another bill that's a small bill. That's a full bill. We want the ability to have the legislature provide us to be able to bill a customer within between 25 and 35 days. That gives us the ability to have one bill per month, just like a telecom provider, just like every other utility. That would give us the ability when there are holidays and or people that are sick, that would give us the ability to have one bill per month. That's number one.
So basically what you're saying is instead of using the word 30 days, we should say per month.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
We would prefer it to say between 25 to 35 days if you would. That gives us the ability when there's a holiday. July there are two, November there are two, December there are several, January there are several. We would prefer it to be between 25 to 35 days. Number two, we have a legislative requirement right now that we cannot back bill for more than 30 days. That's a problem. Commercially, we have customers where we have had errors on bills, and sometimes residentially we have errors on bills. The ability for us to adjust the bill when it is in the customer's favor currently, we are only allowed to back bill for 35 days. We need that to be 90 days. We need it to be, in fact, 3 months. The reason why, and in particular, we would ask for it to be 12 months for commercial customers. We have current customers where they know they're being billed incorrectly, and we are trying to work with them. We are correcting our billing, but particularly we have one particular customer that owes us more than $1 million. They know that they've been billed incorrectly in the past. We have brought to their attention the reason, and they are a commercial customer, but because of the fact that we cannot back bill for 35 days, we cannot go collect that money, and we're in dispute with them. We understand that for residential customers, there's an issue there with people's finances, so we would like to make a distinction between our ability to back bill for commercial versus residential customers.
Thank you for your responses.
Third,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's a third item. We currently have a dispute between us and the Department of Finance regarding streetlight billing. They currently owe us a little bit shy of $4 million, 3.7 million to be precise. That is 6 months of back billing past due for streetlight. We believe and have billed it each month on the basis of the legislature that requires us to bill it per the legislature. We have not been paid for 6 months from the Department of Finance for streetlight billing. We would like for us and the Department of Finance to jointly come in front of the legislature to each put our case forward and have clarification from the legislature as to what the legislature means, so that we can make sure that we can bill correctly and we can collect correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why do we have to pull this type of information out of our testifiers? We asking for resolve, and we got to pull all of this out.
Well, that's why we testify, Senator. We're here to provide you the information. That's why we're here.
Did you include it in your testimony, sir? Did you include it in
our
your
report?
testimony,
In the
sir?
report to the Senate, we did include the legislative initiatives.
Did you include it in your testimony?
No, ma'am. We
Thank
spoke
you.
to the exception.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me say for the record that for full disclosure, I'm the proponent and sponsor of that piece of legislation. And that was as a result of people getting 60-day double billing. I, as this senator, would not modify that for residential. Yes, I'll consider for commercial. In this whole conversation, we're not hearing about the errors that's levied against residential billing every single month. It ain't just happening to me, it ain't just happening to everybody around here, it's happening to this community. It's unfair. We're talking about legislation that's been around for more than 4 years, or almost 4 years, and we're talking about owing $1 million to a commercial. So we're ready to undo everything just to be able to address that one commercial individual, and what happened to all of the other residential issues that we're having. I am very open to have a discussion in regards to addressing those issues as it pertains to the commercial. But those individuals, the residential that continue to be subjected to, and if you go to PSC and we see the amount of complaints that have been levied in regards to this. This government subsidized WAPA through ARPA and everything else for over $100 million. And we're not hearing the conversation about right fitting or billing issues. All right. So when we talk about that, better believe that documentation is there, and the reason why that bill was put in place, again, is because we had, I wouldn't even say it. Anyway, point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. A pleasant good day to everyone. I just want to ask a follow-up question based on the point of information to Ms. Kelly, because I know the Commissioner of Finance reported that we are up to date. We, the government of the Virgin Islands, is up to date in paying our bills to WAPA. Ms. Kelly, how much do we owe in the street lights? How much is owed for the street lights?
$3,656,875. That is 6 months past due billing that we have not received.
From the government of the Virgin Islands?
Correct.
Thank you so kindly. And you see, it sends a mixed message. Even with us paying to WAPA, we aren't itemized these invoices and these payment. It can't just be for fuel, and they're still having this 3.6, because that 3.6, I'm just saying, could go towards the purchase of the fuel that you should have been purchasing yesterday. So I'm hoping we really need to do a really good and collaborative effort with WAPA with their finances. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in regards to what my colleague was saying, that's why I see your night when I asked you about how much money will we spend in the next 60 days, is wait till I say, I think you had an opportunity then to tell me about your plan. 1 senator, 5 minutes, 2, 3, 15. you get to 20, half an hour later, then you talk about a plan. That's all I am saying. You know, that's why the vote no. Because you know, I don't buy cat and bag.
Senator, you asked me about 5 questions. I was trying to rattle off. If you want to ask me about the plan, and let me tell you in the 5 minutes that I give you the plan, but you asked me about 5 different things one time. Give me the time, I'll explain the plan. I'll give it to you in writing at the conclusion of this hearing.
No, just through the chair, you can send it to us.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Balkes, you recognize for your point of information?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Title 33, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3028, District Street Lighting Fund. 4% of all property taxes collected by each respective island is deposited in each of the street lighting funds. Commissioner McCurdy, why, based on those collections, are you saying that you have dispersed all of the collections from those funds and are unable to pay the Water and Power Authority the funds that are owed?
Yes, Senator. The amounts for street lighting, as you mentioned, 4% of the property tax is what is budgeted to pay the street lighting. Once that is exhausted, we didn't pay that, make any payment, any additional street light payment. But we've paid all of our single payer payment.
And when was the last time when do you usually receive that monies from the Lieutenant Governor's office? And I won't abuse my time.
It's ongoing. So what the money is, it's ongoing, but we go based on what's in the budget.
Point of information, Senator Gittins?
May I speak?
You wanted to respond to?
Point of clarification.
Go ahead. Yes. You may proceed.
When that was originally established as 4%, there were much fewer streetlights than there are now. And we have added more streetlights, but we have not added any additional funds to pay for those streetlights.
Our streetlights have been out for months. So is there a meter? Is these streetlights being metered? I mean, you know, we have to have a balanced conversation here.
So we build based on the inventory and of what we have in the system. I don't like the mechanism of using the property taxes. A lot of folks that benefit from street lighting don't pay property taxes because of their housing situation, right? The only time we've actually had fair compensation as a Water and Power Authority is when there was a street lighting surcharge that covered the full cost of street lighting. There's a cost to maintain them, the cost to install them, and then there's the cost of the electricity. And as we are talking about a fiscal crisis and how we mend our cash flow issues, the fact of the matter is we spend more money producing power for street lights than we actually get in from the government of the Virgin Islands. So there is a deficit there that if I'm trying to cut costs, I need to figure out how I can shrink the street lighting to fit within the 4% of the property taxes that we actually receive.
But the question in regards to the streetlight metering, is there a meter that actually then provides you with what that reading should be?
There is the capacity to do that. At one point, I understand there was a project that attempted to do that, but right now I don't have metering on the streetlights.
So the reality is we don't know what we're being charged for. We simply agree on paying a certain amount. Is it a flat rate or something?
We have an inventory. We know the wattage. We know how many bulbs we have out there. We know the wattage of those bulbs, and we have an estimated power consumption based on the wattage of the bulbs we have out there.
But if I may clarify with a point of clarity there, we have a legislative document that the accounting team follows, and for each streetlight we bill per that legislative requirement. I can provide that back to you to make sure that we're utilizing the most recent current requirements.
We have the legislation. We're the one that
we
the
are
legislature is the
following
one that
we are following that.
That's right. Thank you.
No, and just to be clear, I want to make sure if we're not following what we should be following, not that you wouldn't have it, but to make sure that we're following the proper.
What is that amount?
I'm afraid I don't know that off the top of my head. There are multiple elements of it.
How much we owe?
But
how much does the government owe on street?
Excuse me, the dollar amount in total that we owe is that $3.6 million. Was that the question you asked?
What's the monthly charge?
Monthly charge, it's between 620,000 thereabouts.
Okay, all right. Senator Gittins, you recognize, Majority Leader, you recognize for your point of information.
Majority. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the wiser people in this community always say, if you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. We just moved some almost $30 million to WAPA, who is a semi-autonomous agency. This government continues to subsidize WAPA. Over the years, hundreds of millions of dollars. I can't sit here and remember one day that the legislature have said no to WAPA. Why are we having this conversation now about back billing for street lights? Some 3-point-something million dollars? You guys got to be out your cotton picking minds. Got to be. At what point are you going to come to the people of the Virgin Islands and say, we will offset this amount of money because the legislature have given you these millions of dollars? Street lighting? So then we could just sit on the side and pull out a number out the hat to say, this is what we want you to pay for street lighting? Why are we having this conversation?
So again, Senator, listen. I live here too. I pay the bills too. I am very sympathetic to the people of the Virgin Islands. We're having a conversation about the fiscal crisis that the Water and Power Authority finds itself in currently. The conversation is not complete if I don't point out that we are providing street lighting and we're not getting full compensation for that street lighting.
So my question
I am looking
to
at
you
every
is-
aspect of the operation where we can cut costs. This is one.
So my question to you is, if we continue to subsidize WAPA, when are you going to say to the people of the Virgin Islands that we will offset something? We continue to give. What are you all giving besides headache? That's what I want to know.
The Water and Power Authority belongs to you and the people of the Virgin Islands. I am telling you what the operating cost of keeping that operation going, what that cost is. Whether you provide if the government doesn't subsidize the operation of power and water in the territory, I don't know who you expect will. So it's not that you're giving me something and I'm passing it on to somebody else. There's a cost for this agency to provide the services it provides. I'm coming to this body saying this is the true cost. This is what I collect from customers. There's a delta there. Help me make up the delta or I have to pass it on to the customers. That's the bottom line.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins.
It's either the ratepayers pay or the taxpayers pay. But this entity belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands. Either ratepayers pay it or taxpayers pay it. There's no two ways about it.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I'm one that tried to not have all of these points of information. So we know that we have challenges. There's no debating there. And I believe the last time that you were before the legislature, I'm not certain if were you here before? Were you here since you've been this?
Yes, I've been here.
I don't think I attended that meeting. So I was out of town. But when the incident command came before the legislature the first time, one of the asks that we asked was that we know that there are a number of people in this community that's not paying their fair share for power. We know. We cannot ignore it. What is the institution of WAPA doing? Because I understand your revenue challenges. Because when they're not paying, it's being passed on to me. I don't have solar. Okay? And I understand that sometimes my bill will tell me $1,000. I saw one the other day that said that. Honestly, I'm a fairly intelligent person, I think. But guess what? I can't figure this thing out. But I'm saying, what is WAPA doing? Because we asked for an assessment. Do we need to put it in law? I think we put it in already, We shouldn't have to ask for that. That is a challenge. But we can't keep coming and saying, and I'm asking this because of the response that you gave to Senator Gittins. You can't keep coming and saying, look, I concur with you that there must be some subsidizing of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority because of our challenges, our energy challenges. But have we circled the wagon on all of the deltas that we know that's impacting the overall costs? What are we doing about that particular issue that I just brought up? We know who's doing it.
That's right.
We know. We are aware. of where most of it is occurring. You fighting for commercial businesses. Be careful on your fight. So tell me.
Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. We have multiple initiatives, and I'd be more than happy to document this so that it could be a more full disclosure to you after today, but let me verbalize. We have specific initiatives to make sure that billing and collections are accurate. We have errors. We have an AMI system.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Let me.
You're talking about revenue assurance.
Use the mic.
Revenue assurance.
Use the mic, Senator.
Oh, sorry. I'm speaking to revenue assurances. I understand what you're talking about. There must be an assessment and they're going to cost, but we have to put our money where our mouth is. Scared money don't make money.
So let me be precise. We have added 2 collectors in the last 2 months that have added so that we can go increase our collection efforts. That has borne fruit. In addition to that, we have a task force that includes about a dozen people that we meet every week. We meet 3 times a week beyond that to make sure that we're addressing all billing issues. And this means correctly and accurately billing customers the first time around. We have errors, and we want to make sure that we minimize that. The time that it takes us to correct an error means that it's taken away from us making sure that we can make improvements to the system. So we're doing that. I came into this role in January, and I'm not making excuses, but when I came into this role, there were 7 years of adjustments for billing that had not been done. I've spent the last 9 months correcting that.
On the diversion piece, we've reorganized our revenue assurance division. We've placed it under the CFO. It had been organized under the board. We have asked for it to be placed under the CFO so we can have more hands-on interaction. And we've engaged with them on diversion. I just had a conversation this morning on the water side about some of the initiatives that we can take on diversion on the water side as well. But we are stepping up those efforts. If the AMI is related to the sense that the system has the ability to flag consumption patterns that are out of whack and point us in the direction of diversion as well. So getting that system functional, again, also helps with diversion.
Thank you very much for your response there. A point of information, Senator Francis Heidegger, please make it quick.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to put on the record is that I'm very much concerned in regards to the issue where we pay out, because at the end of the day, I think that onus falls on us. Because if this government consistently gives WAPA 100 million, 30 million, and we don't put legislation in place to do a wash, that's our responsibility. At the end of the day, if we feel that you guys owe us, so we owe you and we've given you money, we should put it in writing, because clearly we can't leave it up to you guys to do it. You're going to come back and ask us for the money, even if we gave you money yesterday. And my other concern is dealing with the estimation. The last time I spoke to the CEO, executive director, you guys did share with us right now the numbers fluctuate as to the estimation. At one point, one CEO said it was at 45%. When you guys were here the last time, you said because you got meter readers, it went down to as low as 28%, and it fluctuates monthly. What percentage is it this month or last month, so we could know if there's any kind of improvement? Because that's all people care about. They want to know when this estimation is going to stop. Because my bill went up $400, and I'm very upset about it, and I ain't do anything different.
So let me, thank you for the question. Let me see if I could provide some clarity. Rather than talking about fluctuating percentages, we have the number was about 22,000 customers that are being read remotely, that the system works, and they're being billed through our AMI system. We probably have a total of about 55,000 customers. A portion of those, we have meters that aren't working. We have on order 1,100 meters to start to replace the meters that aren't working. We're trying to ultimately purchase 11,000 meters to replace non-functioning meters or new meters that need to be installed. So the way we're going to be tracking our progress is changing out meters that have stopped working, because the AMI system is continuing to fail. So on every month, there's a little less that we're able to read, because whether it's the heat and humidity or whatever, the systems, the modules are failing. So we have to replace those with a manual read until we can actually revamp the whole system. So we're actually working on that, and I can give you hard numbers as to how many meters are actually able to be read remotely right now, and how many are being manually read on a monthly basis, and we hope to see that number climbing every time I speak to you. That number should have gone up incrementally. Right now, it's about 30-something thousand meters in all, about 32,000 meters that we're able to read on a monthly basis.
Very well. Let's move on to the next senator. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. After Senator Potter, we'll take a 2-minute recess and then resume.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us today. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Knight, I know several of my colleagues asked about a plan, and you indicated that you do have a plan that you're going to share with us shortly. I just wanted to get a sense as when you say a plan, if you're talking about a plan to navigate your way through the cash flow challenges that the authority has right now that requires this state of emergency, or are you talking about a comprehensive, detailed plan regarding just the overall recovery and transformation of the Water and Power Authority futuristically?
We have both. The latter part is probably getting outdated at this point and predates me. What I do have is to speak to the current structural deficit, that $6 million deficit. We've identified the deficit, and we have identified a pathway to reverse that deficit. So I have a plan that will show you the incremental steps that we're taking. We refer to it, and prior CEOs refer to it as strategic initiatives, showing you the strategic initiatives when they go online and what financial impact they'll have on operating expenses on a monthly basis. So that's the plan. It's a simple graphic. There's more to it, but I could provide a simple graphic that shows on one page, these are the incremental steps we have to take to erase that $6 million structural deficit, and I'm prepared to share that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I ask the question because I think you're in a very tough position. I ain't necessarily throwing you a lifeline, but it's just reality. The fact is, you have some challenges with the cash flow, administrative challenges which you inherit, and we also have the big challenge of transforming the Water and Power Authority. We have access to unprecedented sums of money, billions of dollars, that could ultimately get this system transformed, and it's two huge things that we're dealing with. And my question is whether or not we ought to have, and I don't know what that system would look like, but it seems to me as though, just from a layman on the inside, on the outside looking in, that we may need to have two things happening at the same time. Have an entity that's dealing with the development and the futuristic and the detailed plans and the build-out of the new Water and Power Authority, and you as a CEO just dealing with saving the authority today, making sure that the power is on today, that we can pay our vendors today so that we can get to tomorrow. So is this just not too overwhelming a job for one CEO dealing with just the overwhelming complexity of our challenges with the Water and Power Authority?
So thank God it's not up to just one CEO. I have, I have over
Well, you only have
500.
one CEO at WAPA.
But I have over 500 employees that support us, and I also have other partners like the GVI that support us. To answer your question, yes. I speak about new WAPA and I speak about legacy WAPA. And I spend most of my time in these first couple months, these first 3 months, I've spent my time in legacy WAPA, trying to make sure we fix that, while preparing us for new WAPA and what's to come. And there's conversations that have started on the prudent replacement of our power plants and et cetera. My biggest challenge in this role, I want to be very crystal clear to this body, my biggest challenge in this role, it is a challenging role, but my biggest challenge is to make sure that this body and the other stakeholders in the government of the Virgin Islands and the public understands the true situation and crisis that the Water and Power Authority is in. I don't want anybody to think that we're doing better than we really are. I don't want anybody to think we're sandbagging or we're not being fully transparent. I need for everyone to understand our real situation and how challenging it is for me and the other 500 plus employees to keep continuous uninterrupted service to the people of the Virgin Islands right now in this day and age as we speak.
Thank you for that. I know my time is short. I probably have seconds remaining, so I'm going to ask Commissioner Bushelti. Commissioner, how passionate are you? And I don't get the sense that you are really passionate about this specific initiative to allow operations of the casino on cruise ships while docked in St. Croix. In the overall scheme of things with regards to attracting traffic, cruise traffic to St. Croix, how important is this?
Well, I am passionate about it from an extent that I believe that we have to continue to be ahead of the curve in marketing offerings for St. Croix and St. Thomas for that matter, right? The reason why you may not see the level of excitement, right, is because this deal is not to impact traffic this year, right? This is to impact traffic 2-3 years down the line when we sit back and we say, oh man, we got 200 plus passengers coming into St. Croix, and this piece is a piece of it, because there are factors that have to go in. So once the lines now see a clear path to say, oh, we could open our casinos in port, now they start to reprogram traffic that was going to other islands and say, we're going to bring it to St. Croix now because there's an added incentive for us. So that's what it is for me. So when I look in the grand scheme of things, I look at it as, what can we do for this current tourism year, which is very strong, but also, because that's right in front of us. But a matter like this is more how we sit with the cruise ship passengers later in the year and say, okay, this is what we need to do collectively to bring more ships in. So very passionate, 100% support it, because I do believe it can make a difference.
Okay.
But right now, it doesn't impact what's going to happen this cruise year.
Okay. Just in conclusion, Mr. Chair, and just sticking with St. Croix, and I know you mentioned, I think it's a dramatic number. You said that there is a 151% increase in passenger arrivals since 2021.
Correct.
I wanted to get a sense from your overall futuristic picture when it comes to St. Croix. What's the goal? What's the plan for cruise ship passengers on St. Croix?
Right. Well, I think that I would tell you that the sky is the limit, but that's not necessarily true, because we are limited by the size of the pier. And I saw Mr. Rollins and Mr. Constantine could speak to it. So the pier itself limits how big the ships can come in, right? So right now, the Frederickson Pier cannot take a 5,000 or 6,000 passenger ship. I know they're doing some work on the dock, so they can't. So that puts an artificial cap on how big you can get automatically, right? However, there are many ships that sail to St. Croix right now, and there was a ship in Croix Bay yesterday that are smaller that sail all through the region, and we can continue to aggressively market to say, come to St. Croix because of what the product is about. It's new for many cruise ship passengers that are looking for something different, many things to offer in terms of outdoor and adventure. So there's a story to be told. So I believe that 200,000 is definitely within in reach, and potentially even up to 300,000. But like I said, the issue is the size of the pier itself.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. And before we continue, I want to take a short 3 minutes recess. We've been sitting for quite some time, and I want you to be able to relieve yourself. So the Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 3 minutes. And we are out of recess. Before we go to the next senator, which is Senator Maurice James, I wanted to ask you, CEO Knight, you made mention that we have you have somewhat been able to minimize the amount of blackouts that we have seen on the St. Thomas, St. John district, as well as St. Croix. What have been done differently to avoid some of those situations?
So one situation, thank you for the question, Carl Knight, Executive Director, Virgin Water Power Authority. Over in the Harley plant on St. Thomas, we actually have a battery backup system that we've put online in August that actually allows us to balance out some of the nuisance outages. So you wouldn't notice some of the smaller outages once they're of a duration of two hours or less. You probably wouldn't see that because we can carry up to 9 megawatts for those 2 hour, that 2 hour duration. So that has been helpful. The only other thing we've done differently is just being a little bit more clear in our scheduling of fuel shipments versus our scheduling of cash, and trying to marry those up. So I've led conversations now where the operations and the financial side of the shop are having more frequent discussions about what our fuel needs are projected coming down the pipeline, and making sure that we are setting aside the cash to be able to keep up with those fuel needs.
Can you also quickly just talk about the line loss that we have experienced as a result of the trees and those type of things? What's being done to?
Yes, certainly. We are moving ahead on the equipment purchases that we need to support a dedicated tree trimming effort. We had some tree trimmers participating. UVI has done some training. Our guys are trained, but refreshers are not bad. We have mulchers and some other equipment that is coming in that's going to help us to maintain the right of way. And as you've seen, after Tropical Storm Ernesto, between us and our partners at the Department of Public Works, we cleared a lot of the foliage out of the lines. We pushed back the vegetation off of the lines a considerable amount. I know it's not the most sightly, but we've gone through and done that to kind of make sure we're in good stead heading into the rest of the hurricane season and even into next year.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice C. James. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, everyone inside and outside the room. I wanted to first start with Commissioner McCurdy. What's your position in the incident command team?
I'm the incident, sorry.
You're the commander?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the letter that was sent from the governor dated October 11th, 2024, your testimony simply used the same words that he had in his letter. That's the first thing that I noticed. There wasn't anything additional. But as my colleague before said, the letter said, the IC shall present its entire plan of action for the additional 60 days. And we didn't receive that. Is there a plan of action for the additional 60 days?
Yes, Senator. So as part of the extension, we were required, I can't remember the act, to provide a report every month. And that plan report serves as a plan of action for what we've done and what we plan to do.
The report is the plan of action?
Yes, it outlines what we plan to do going forward and what we've done.
Okay, let's just explore some of the words that you use. Let's explore some of the words that are used in both the letter that the governor sent and in your testimony. You're saying things that, what does it mean that you will continue to monitor? There's you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. What does that mean, monitor WAPA? I mean, does that mean just look at what they're doing as the incident command?
Well, it's a little more than just looking at it, but it's reviewing and advising. I don't know that we can tell WAPA what to do in terms of, I am not in control of the operations at WAPA So what we do is have discussions on here's what our cash position is, and here's what we're trying to do. And the government's position is, okay, so we have to see where we can help you in terms of getting the most bang.
I'm glad you used that word. Have they really helped you? I mean, have you really helped WAPA?
Of course.
That's the way I should. You have helped WAPA?
Of course.
How? Tell me how.
Well, for start,
In what sense? Because you have enhanced cash flow, we have supported WAPA in improving its cash flow. Is that true?
yes.
How?
Well, I'll let WAPA answer. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, so they have been helpful. I can't look a gift horse in the mouth. It has been sporadic, but it has been timely and helpful. So they have helped us make payments when we just couldn't get the cash together.
Yeah, but does that mean, CEO Knight, does it mean giving you money? I think that's, you understand you understand the difference, right?
Yes.
Improving its cash flow is different from giving you money. Two different things.
Yes, there have been, so one of the things for hurricane preparedness, the budget that they gave us, the funds they made available allowed us to not have to dip into our cash flow to stock up for hurricane preparedness. That is an indirect way of helping to improve cash flow. So there have been efforts like that have been helpful to us where we didn't have to dip into our operating revenues, and that allowed our cash flow to be steady.
Okay, got it. I have a lot more questions for WAPA, but I can't help myself with this gambling casino issue. Because I think we need more, we need better legislation than we have now. And I'll tell you why, Commissioner Basholti. This is St. Thomas has been given the cruise lines an amenity for their guests, which is the gambling guests, which then was increasing their revenue on board while they were in the port. But we never benefited from that because we don't charge them anything for their addition, or do we? I should ask you. Do we charge them anything?
No, not for the opening of the casino, but I wouldn't necessarily agree that we don't benefit, right? Because the benefit is the ship staying longer, the passengers off the ship longer, spending more on island versus being on the water, and leaving port earlier, potentially if the casino wasn't open.
But it's a privilege, right? Because I did a little quick research, and I noticed that in other jurisdictions, the casino commission, may I, sir, charges a license fee to operate the casino when they're in port. So I'm talking about a direct payment as opposed to indirect benefits.
Yes.
So have you thought about doing something like that?
Yes. So I am familiar with a couple of the other destinations. Well, first, this is not across the board. So very few cruise destinations allow for the casinos to be in port. So it's very rare that it happens. When it does happen, some of the few destinations may charge a casino licensing fee, i.e. like a Bermuda, for example.
Right.
So there is the possibility. And in my conversations with the lines, that has been brought to the table. However, there are a lot of other questions. As an attorney, you would know better than I would. So when is it going? How long is it going to be?
Right.
What are they guaranteed? So there's not just as simple as, well, can you charge a fee or not? Because they we open, Commissioner, to the possibility. However, we want to know, can we open all day? Can we also open our stores? Can we, so there's a series of questions that come down. And I don't want to sound like it's a simple matter because it's not. So it's many more questions that come with it, with just opening up and having to pay a fee, for example.
Yeah, I do know that also it depends on the number of passengers. The ship, like a lot of them don't charge small ships.
Correct.
Right.
So there's generally a threshold of the number of passengers on the ship where the license fee would kick in, and if it's below it doesn't. So there are other factors that are included.
I would love, my recommendation is that the Casino Commission and the Department of Tourism explore I believe we need legislation regarding the casinos remaining open when they are in port. That's straight up. But thank you for the responses. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Chairman or CEO, you wanted to piggyback on anything that was asked of the commissioner on that?
Not particularly, but the senator raised an interesting point that Commissioner Bushels and I were discussing if there were other jurisdictions that did in fact impose some kind of fee, for having the casinos, the onboard casinos open while in port. So, we did have that brief discussion.
And some of that would obviously require some additional amendments to the current legislation because you're really bound on St. Croix in terms of that enforcement. Is that correct?
Absolutely. It would require legislation to address that particular issue. Definitely.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so we have paid WAPA, the government of the Virgin Islands, since April, $32.1 million. So the government is subsidizing WAPA at the rate of $5.3 million a month since April. And we've received testimony from Mr. Knight that you have a $6 million structural deficit. Actually, Mr. Knight, I have to tell you, right, I believe you're very transparent. You've been providing some information that in my term here, I have never gotten from WAPA. But it's some tough issues, and you're telling us the truth. The batteries, you mentioned the batteries, that 9 megawatts of batteries. What is it, megawatts or kilowatts?
Megawatts.
Okay, one question. I know that, Madam Chairman of Budget and Finance, we had did a measure where we had required that you contact the U.S. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm for federal technical assistance. Has that been done?
Yes, we're in contact with the U.S. Department of Energy. We actually have an attaché, Pete Gingras, from the U.S. Department of Energy that we work with on a regular basis.
Okay, so they're helping you out a little bit. Okay, that's good. Okay, now batteries, right? Because, I'm so amazed that the group that's going to do the solar farm out there in Bovoni, right, that they're going to be selling you energy at 11 cents per kilowatt hour. Is that true?
That's correct.
Wow, that's awesome. So that means they're producing it at less than 11 cents per kilowatt hour. Okay.
Or they're not making much profit, one of the two.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but it's interesting because their contract, I know this is, going forward with your plan, right? I know you had nothing to do with this, but the contract doesn't allow for any battery storage. So do you see that being a possibility? Also with the Donu panels up there, I understand that they also don't have battery storage. Do you see that in your plan where we need to increase our battery storage capabilities?
Short answer is yes. I think the best mode of operation for renewable energy projects is to have them coupled with batteries. I prefer that the developer take on that responsibility. But in the instances where that wasn't part of the original power purchase agreements like Dunu, we don't have a problem working to figure out the best way to connect that power, and might not be on the site, but to put batteries in our system that ultimately can store that power during the time of day when it's produced and allow us to dispatch it when we need it.
Right, because if they can provide wind energy at 11 cents per kilowatt, because it's your testimony that you're producing energy at about 54 cents per kilowatt, right? More or less. I know it's more than the 43 that you're billing.
That is right. That is our cost all in, not just for production. That's the whole operating cost.
Okay.
Including salaries, everything else.
So if they can produce it at 11 cents, it would seem that wind energy and storing the wind energy is a feasible alternative in the future going forward.
Yes, sir. Especially
1
since
minute, 30 seconds.
solar is a daytime resource. Wind, the best winds actually tend to happen in the overnight hours, so it actually kind of balances out our load in a different way than the solar projects do.
Okay. Because, you know, I'm going to vote for this. I'm going to vote yes. It's tough, but you're giving us, I believe you're more transparent than I've ever seen from WAPA. So it's tough. However, I ain't going to vote for another extension. So is this the last extension, or are you going to be coming back to us for another extension?
After you tell me I'm transparent and you ask me that question.
Be careful, you're under oath now, you know.
I regret being in a position to have to continue to... I worked for the company when we didn't have any subsidy from the government of the Virgin Islands. And it's really painful for me to be in a position where I have to have my hand out to Mr. McCarty on a monthly basis to help me out.
30 seconds.
I hope that we can get off of that path. Realistically, I know I'm going to be in some troubled waters between now and I'm saying somewhere around the first quarter of next year. There's some things that we're putting in place that I think are going to put me in a better standing by the end of the first quarter next year, by second quarter next calendar year. And I will keep you abreast. What I will say is that hopefully the next time we have this conversation, I can show you even more progress than we have right now. And then you'll make a decision as to whether the state of emergency is warranted based on the progress we're making.
Okay, so I got two questions. I got two questions, Mr. Chair. Can I just finish up? Okay, I got two questions for you now. How soon can you get the Watsilla fully online? And then how soon can you go out to the market to purchase open market fuel rates? What's your dates for those?
All right. We are already out in the market right now for diesel. There's an ongoing procurement right now on the market for diesel. Watsillas are going to be online. The in-service date is something around like December 18th. But I'll say late December, Watsillas will be handed over to us for operation. They were actually running, the 4 units actually ran on LPG last week. And so we are actually really getting close, and I don't foresee any disruptions to the project schedule. So by late December, we'll have the keys to the Watsillas, and we'll be operating those. And then the propane, we're going out to the open market before the end of the year to have a contract in place by April 1st.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. CEO Knight, what is your current relationship with Vital? Are you, outside of fuel, are you still involved in any O&M, operations and management? You know, what is your current relationship with
No, we own the terminal free and clear. The O&M agreement expired, I think the last month was June, for them to provide operations and maintenance of the terminal. We now have a relationship with Sentinels that maintains the terminal for us. The only relationship we have right now is fuel purchases, and that agreement expires on March 31st.
And have you seen any savings as a result of that severing of that relationship with Vital?
We've seen an improvement in our fiscal picture because what was a debt owed to Vital as part of the capital expenditures for the build out of the terminal now is an asset. It's a $145 million asset or whatever we actually valued and appraised it at. So our balance sheet has shown an improvement, which ultimately will be to the best interest of our creditors and our investors.
Nothing in terms of liquidity at this point?
Nothing in terms of liquidity, because I still pay to do the operations and maintenance. But I do believe there's an opportunity for us to get better pricing on the purchase of fuel once we are in the open market and no longer in an exclusive arrangement with Vital for fuel.
Very well. Thank you. The chair will recognize Senator Diane TK Part at this time. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, and good afternoon to the team that's here before us. First, I want to say that, Senator Potter, you stated that Executive Director Carl Knight in a tough position. We're in a tougher position to make a decision today again on another extension. Bill number 35-0340, as it states, I think my colleague before me mentioned about reports, because the legislation states that we are to receive a plan of action to address the conditions that necessitates the extension of the state of an emergency, approve extension for renewal. It goes on, the time period, specific reasons. And I have to say, was this the first notification that this body received on October 11th, just telling us the reasons for the extension? Executive Director Carl Knight, was this the first notification that this body received?
So the incident command, and we have worked with them to produce, I think now 3 different monthly reports. The most recent, I think, was last week. The monthly reports are much more in-depth as compared to the testimony that was provided by Mr. McCurdy today, or the correspondence from the governor. Those monthly reports, I think, is where we really try to give this body an understanding of what our situation is, what the status is, and what the upcoming initiatives look like.
So if I may ask, because I have not seen those reports, if you could provide that through the chair, I would like to get that. Because, as I mentioned, we're in a tough position, and it's hard because what the people of the Virgin Islands are experiencing as it pertains to electrical cost. You know, individuals are talking about they've seen a major increase. I too have seen that, and I inquire why, because I'm one of those individuals. I had to plug out everything except my fridge, my stove, and my TV. So there's nothing that's incurring electricity, and it's still a big cost. But I want to ask, because I know we've had our total dependency on fossil fuel for a while. So what percentage would you say that we depend on fossil fuel, the diesel? What percentage would you say would give us the Wärtsilä generators? What percentage would we get from propane? What percentage would we get to solar? That when all of these things tie in, what percentage of fuel would the territory still be using for diesel, for this fossil fuel? I like to call it dinosaur fuel.
All right, so fossil fuels, so propane, we do consider that to be a fossil fuel as well, but the diesel is more expensive and more polluting. Right now we're 100% propane on St. Croix. When everything is working, we run 100% propane on St. Croix and St. Thomas. We're at about 60% when everything is working. We hope to shift that.
When you said 68% on...
60% propane.
Okay.
We hope to get that closer to 100% as we put on these new Wärtsiläs by the end of December. So we will be able to carry, on most days, carry the full load for the island of St. Thomas and St. John with propane generation with our diesel units in backup.
Okay, thank you. The next bill that we are discussing today, which is for the ships to come into the St. Croix and...
30 seconds.
And here it is that I just want to say that I totally get the intent, because Act 6287 says, notwithstanding any other law, cruise ships anchored or docked at the piers in St. Thomas and St. John may operate their onboard casinos for use by their passengers only. So when I look at this brings parity throughout all 3 islands.
Time.
But I agree, if I may conclude, Mr. Chair, that I agree that we benefit. There should be some kind of cost, some kind of tax or something that when they're in our ports, because there's no guarantee they're going to come off the ship to eat at our restaurants when they could stay on the ship and eat free. There's no guarantees. So are we still going to be winning? And that's why I'm asking my colleagues that when I bring the Harbor Night Bill, that's an incentive for ships being in our harbor on St. Croix, that our vendors, our taxi men and women would be able to benefit everybody, it would be a win-win situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. This time, the chair will recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You're recognized for your 5 minutes, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all. Quite frankly, I want to work with you all, but it don't seem like y'all trying to work with us. I am truly concerned about your lack of response to my legislative inquiries that have been sent to both WAPA and the Department of Tourism. I sent on, or about August 22nd, a letter to WAPA regarding the billing issues. We are at October 16th, and to date, no response. I also sent a letter to the Department of Tourism regarding the increased number of cruise ships coming to the St. Croix district, and specifically with the Uber Soca cruise that's supposed to be here next week. And to date, October 16th, no response. The legislature relies on your responses to make crucial decisions. Effective governance and accountability is key. Why no response to both these two entities? I know that both of you are busy individuals. However, I need for you to prioritize your responses and tap people and give them tasks so that they can meet your mandates. Now, WAPA, when was the first state of emergency given?
That would have been in April, Senator.
Huh?
April. I can't remember the exact date, but
April 24, 2024? April 2024?
The 22nd, 2024, yeah, I believe.
That's when it was first declared.
Yeah.
And how many extensions have been given?
I believe one.
One?
Yeah, we came in June for an extension.
Right, and one was automatically extended. So that's two. Since the last extension, how many reports were sent to the legislature?
Since we've sent 3 reports since the
last
one was in June. 2.
You have not been fulfilling your 30-day reports to the legislature, and that's what I want.
We have, Senator. We would have to look back at the dates, but I have provided the information. We have submitted on a monthly basis. I know because they pressed me because this month's report was late, and they were waiting for WAPA to provide information. So they have been. Director Dal Joshin has been very meticulous with the reporting.
All right, well, if you have those, I ask you to send it. And if you are up to date, which based on my
1 minute 30 seconds.
review, it is not. But if you are, I will apologize ahead of time. But still, both of you have my back against the wall. I'm still unclear exactly what has been accomplished as a result of this state of emergency. And truthfully speaking, the real state of emergency for me right now is those residents, again, in the Bugby Hole, Spring Garden, and Spring Gut area. Today makes 113 days that these residents have been without power. The other day, a fire truck had to be called in there because somebody's generator get caught on fire. When we gonna really make this an emergency? The legislature is about to move again the additional funding that you request.
30 seconds.
To date, I still don't have a report as to exactly what's going to take place with the project in Bugby Hole. I'm asking for this, and I'm asking for a response to the billing issues in that letter dated August 22nd. Department of Tourism, again, I sent that letter on September 5th. To date, no response. The Soca Uber cruise is next week. We're hearing all kinds of things out there, to include administrative leave, holiday, wherever it is going to come about out of this thing. And to date, we don't have what the plan is. What is truly the plan?
Yes, Senator.
And first off, let me know when my September 5th letter will be responded to.
By close of business tomorrow. So the document is finished. So I'm working with my team to find out why it wasn't sent out. So we have the document, the work was done, the plan was filled, we reviewed it, so we just have to find out why it wasn't sent.
Okay, then you get your team because the letter was sent to you.
Trust me, I have.
And
I
I
just
expect to get a response from you.
You'll have it.
Okay. So what's the plan?
Well, the plan is our team has been meeting with for months with our partners within the government, VIPD, Vitima, Public Works, Sports Park, Recreation, and specifically the event. So the event is next Thursday. The ship arrives at 7. It leaves at 3. There's a juve planned on the streets of Frederiksted from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. And then there is a beach concert from 12 to 2 p.m. Information is up. We have sent out press releases. We've sent out information to the community. We've sent out vendor requests, requesting participation from vendors to be along the at the beach event, and then along the route, VIPD approves the vendors that will be allowed to sell their wares along the Juve route. Excuse me. We are in direct conversations with Wasoka. The cruise is sold out. We have had conversations with the governor's office on whether or not he is going to grant administrative leave for that day. We haven't finalized it. We haven't seen a final decision on it yet. We are sharing information with the governor's office on the activities that are expected to happen in Frederiksted that day. Right now, from the last piece I saw, there are over 2,500 people on the ship. We expect most of them to come off. It is the first port stop for the cruise, and based on my experiences, the first port stop is the busiest one for cruises.
You see me looking up, right?
Yeah, what's that?
Because I wanted to know if you got a camera up there, because you answered my very next question.
Oh.
Since the cruise was completely booked, sold out, I was going to ask you, so how many people do we expect? So, say that number again.
A little over 2,500 people.
So, and it's crucial that we make sure that we are ready to accommodate an additional 2,500 people. Safety and security is paramount, and I'm hopeful that all the key stakeholders are communicating so that we can have a successful event. All right, Mr. Chair, and I'll close. I was reviewing Title 32 of the Virgin Islands Code, which contains the Virgin Islands Casino and Resort Control Act of 1995. And we know that specifically it was more so for the District of St. Croix, because I think there was a referendum or something where in the St. Thomas and John District, it was the residents' decision not to have casino gambling in the District of St. Thomas, hence why the boat has to go 3 miles out, because we only have jurisdiction within 3-mile radius of territorial waters. But again, I'll be looking at this closely. I am truly hesitant on voting for an additional extension for the state of emergency until I start to see proper reporting documentation coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to the remainder of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Commissioner Berchelti, in regards to the Oba Soka cruise, you said that there have been some press releases sent out in respect to that?
Yeah, our office has sent out press releases to the community. We've sent out releases asking for vendor participation to come to the beach concert. There've been a release that I know for sure that went out with regards to giving the community instructions on how they would apply for the vendors' permits on the street for Juve. And there's a separate process for the beach party. And of course, we keep into mind that there are existing vendor permits that are given by sports parks, recreation around the port and on the beach. So we are working with the agencies that grant the permits to ensure that there's not any conflict on that day.
Is there a fee package that also been sent for participation by our community members?
I'm not sure as to exactly what the fees are, because VIPD controls what happens on the approval of permits on the road for Juve, and I believe there is a fee. I can't tell you what the number is, Senator. And I believe on the beach side, I don't believe, I'm not quite sure. I'm sure somebody's going to text me and let me know what the actual fee is.
So the fee is for the vendors, but what about participation?
No charge to participate. Now, Uber Soca has a charge that they're charging if you want to participate in their quote-unquote Juve troop and have access to the Juve package and the alcohol package that they have on the route if you are part of the Uber Soca Juve troop. But there's no charge for residents to come out and participate. Or there's no charge for the Uber Soca cruisers who do not opt to have the Juve troop package to participate as well.
Okay. So the expectation is what, that the locals will just be on the sideline watching the
No, well, I mean, I think one of the things that we anticipated was that it'd be very similar to what we had last April when we had the Uber Soca cruise in St. Thomas, where the Juve left from Wendy's and came into the parking lot for the concert, where there were two trucks. There are going to be two trucks in St. Croix, primarily one that's DJ driven and one that is a band driven. Local bands are going to be on the truck for St. Croix, similar to what it was in St. Thomas. And they do the Juve route, and then they end at a point and have the concert. One of the big differences between St. Croix and St. Thomas is the window is very tight in St. Croix. The ship is in at 7, leaves at 3, whereas the ship didn't leave St. Thomas until 11 at night.
Yeah.
So there's just some parameters, but the expectation is that participation is open. It's a Juve. I mean, we see this not as just an event. We see this as an opportunity to showcase what St. Croix festivals are about. They have an opportunity to be in the Juve, see how we revel, see how we fed, and the hope is that they turn around and say, "I coming back in December or January this year, and if they don't make this year, they're coming back next year," because they have an opportunity to experience it.
Okay. Wow. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's always good to hear good news, but at the same time, it's a Calypsonian had a song. A song said, "The whole a tongue ain't have no toilet for me to." What accommodation we making sure? Because you talking about 2,500 people additional in the tongue of Frederickson, and when we have festival, we have to put the porta potty. We got to do all kind of things there. I hope you guys having these things in place.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure we have them in place.
I just bring it up to your attention.
I just want to be sure, right? I mean, I have not actually signed the contract, so I've seen the information on it. I'm sure somebody on the team is watching. They're going to tell me definitively that they have it. And as soon as I get the information, I'll report back. But porta potties have come up in the conversation. I expect us to have them out there. But I cannot confirm because I haven't seen the final document.
And a lot of them too, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this Uber Soca cruise is October 24th, correct?
Well, the ship sails October 21st, and the first port stop is St. Croix on the 24th, correct?
Okay, so that's 8 days out. So
8 days out.
8 days out. So we need to get our ducks in a row and get things moving. 8 days out.
We will be ready.
Very well. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, through the chair, I would like the Department of Tourism to submit a copy of all those press releases that they stated went out regarding this Soca Uber cruise, and I would like it by the close of business to date because they went out already. Also, WAPA, I'm still waiting for the response as well, and I will ask it now through the chair. Again, I made this request on September 5th, and I believe it was a disaster recovery meeting for the assessment reports and our subsequent assessments for the AMI project. So once again, I'm requesting that. Today is October 16th. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Real quickly, CEO Knight, before I go on to the next senator, and of course you don't have to divulge any privileged information, but I wanted to ask you if there's any discussion being had with Port Hamilton or in regards to supporting and assisting with our energy efforts, our energy crisis.
Yeah, we've had, so our crisis is more of a fiscal crisis than it is a power production crisis, but we have had conversations with them about how a mutually beneficial relationship might look like.
Okay, so is that a work in progress, or?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay, all right. And in regards to the O&M, I wasn't clear as to whether or not you're saying that, is there no savings as a reduction in terms of the O&M? I wasn't clear whether or not, because I thought that we would have seen, now that we have paid out that 145 to VTEL, that we have seen some decline in payments for O&M purposes.
So no, we sort of continued the existing relationship with the contractors providing O&M, so there wasn't a change in cost to us on O&M. It's just instead of going through VTEL, we're paying the contractor directly. I think, but my CFO did pull my coattail and point out that one of the benefits of getting out of the VTOL arrangement is we were able to negotiate down the transportation costs from 73 cents a gallon down to
59 cents. 59.
Yeah.
It's a floating amount depending on how much we purchase each month. It's currently between 55 and 59 cents, depending on how much fuel we buy that month.
And that has probably saved us around close to $900,000 monthly in transportation costs.
So who's the contract with in regards to the O&M?
Sentinels.
Sentinels. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Madam Secretary, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to all of the testifiers and, of course, the people of the Virgin Islands. I know WAPA is a major issue for all of us. I am very concerned regarding this state of emergency, and I'll tell you why. You have the ability, WAPA, and us, if the lights go out, our people become alarmed. I keep saying it, this psychological thing. It's really, to me, I have labeled it domestic terrorism. Okay? And it's a psychological warfare because it perpetuates our people's mindset that we are in a crisis. And that's why we have the state of the emergency, because we are in a crisis. However, when we looked at the Act 8839, which began in April of this year for the state of emergency, we have to be accountable. The legislature crafted this document to put some accountability so we could get information timely. That's key, timely, not just because we're calling you in. So, Mr. McCurdy, Commissioner McCurdy, kindly indicate to us how many reports you have sent down as the commander, the incident commander to this body, based on this act.
We've sent 3 reports.
3 reports.
Yep.
When was your last report submitted?
I was out of the territory, so it might have been sometime this week. I know the last report was late.
It was late.
Yes.
And what is your understanding is due here in this body? What is based on this act? It says every 30 days during the declared state of emergency. So what is your understanding that report is to be sent to this body? What date? If it says 30 every 30 days, when do you think that you're supposed to send it?
Every 30 days.
And what date would that be within that 30 days? Specific what time frame? What date would be your end date?
I believe the 4th of
The
each month.
4th?
Yeah.
Okay, so we may have received it yesterday. My issue is when we're serious about governance and we're serious about critical issue, you know what we do? We do things timely. We do things timely. We try to do things timely with respect. I always, have to put on another hat because you don't disrespect this body by not sending in the documentation so we could be able to make a sensible decision. Okay, we have to. We're thinking, we analyze stuff, and it helps you on your front end. It helps you because then we would have time to digest it and even go one-on-one with you. So that's my issue. I really have a major issue with things not coming in timely. Now, Mr. McCurdy, you indicated we have about 17.5 million went to from the budget stabilization for WAPA, 5.6 from ARPA, 9.0, I have 9 points from the general fund so far. Now, I wanted to ask you, how much went from the line of credit prior from the line of credit prior to us passing it?
I do not know the answer to that question.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
You indicated in your report, your incident report in September 4th, that you had from the line of credit, and I'm reading from page 9 of your incident report, you said the line of credit facilitated timely payments to WAPA and vendors on behalf of the authority. Further payments were made in June and July to cover costs related to Watsilla Project Phase 2 in the amount of 3.8 million. You wrote this report, you don't have the finances, and you the incident command?
No, I say I don't recall.
Okay,
Of course I wrote it.
So I understand you don't. How is it you come in here and you're not recalling these numbers?
Because there's a lot of numbers. I don't
I
remember
know,
all
but
of
you
them.
need to be prepared.
I am prepared.
Not if you're not recalling these. You sounded like Oliver North. Okay. I want to also ask a question from WAPA regarding where we are with the audit. WAPA hasn't been audited since 2020. Okay? Where are we with this audit? We need the audit done because you are having some financial issues. Where are we with the audit?
Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief.
Speak up, Ms. Kelly, kindly.
Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. We have, in the last month, reconnected with our auditor, BDO. Our contract ended in December 31 with them, and we are re-engaging them to get the contract in so that they can come back in. We plan for that to be in the December timeframe. Correct. And we are doing at the same time an RFP for the remaining years. So they will come in and perform the audit of 2020-21. They've advised that it will likely take 4 months approximately. That's their estimate. We have, in fact, as part of our financial credit facilities that we recently renegotiated, we have a requirement for certain deadlines to be met. And as part of that, that was one of the terms that we negotiated.
One moment. Mr. Chairman, through the chair, kindly provide that timelines that you have to provide your financial creditors.
I will.
Yes. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to just wrap up very briefly with another question. I just need to understand if it's how many audits do you plan to have and what time frame you're envisioning? Because I know it's still fluid at this point.
Right. We plan to have 4 back-to-back audits. So June 30th, 2020-21, then followed by 22, 23, 24. And by the time we get to that, we'll probably go straight into 2020-25. The current plan is to have our current audit firm, BDO, perform the most recent one, which is 2020-21. We're putting it out to bid for the remaining following 3 years. And as part of that RFP, we hope to get some, market competitive rates. At the same time, we've taken many months to get ready for it. We need to make sure that the auditors have good data and accurate data. We're about there. We've written off a lot of debt. We've written off a lot of receivables, inventory, etc., and we've needed to make sure that the books and records were clean. As part of this, when we have the auditors come in, we've been working with our audit partner and with a local FEMA and Ernst & Young who support the FEMA requests. We need to be able to fund that and pay them. And so we are, in the last 2 weeks, we've been in discussion with our auditors, EY, and then FEMA, and we're trying to reach out also to Vitima and ODR. We expect that those funds will be covered, and that's the next hurdle that we need to overcome, is how we can afford to pay for these. We have last week received verbal confirmation from FEMA that we would be able to have the audit fees covered, along with some additional funds that we're trying to get reimbursed for. And I'm trying, as we speak, to get a meeting with Vitima and ODR to make sure that we can proceed on that basis.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Kelly. You gave us a lot of food for thought. I thank you kindly. And thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your grace.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. And next we'll hear from the Vice Chair, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audiences, and good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. We have heard a lot today, and for sure we know that there is a $6 million shortfall on a monthly basis at the Water and Power Authority. And we have heard in respect what is what's being done, but I want to hear more detail in terms of not only the shortfall, but the revenues, and also vendor payments. And since you're under oath, I'm going to go directly to CFO Kelly in respect to what's going on at the Water and Power Authority when it comes to your revenues. What challenges do you have to include government agencies, and what the plan moving forward in trying to rectify those challenges? Please, for the record.
Certainly. Thank you. Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. I want to clarify something that Director Knight said a little bit ago in terms of testimony. We have a $6 to $8 million gap depending on how much fuel we buy on any given month, and that was what he referenced. Generally speaking, we receive somewhere between $4 and $5 million a week. It equates to about $21 to $22 million a month in terms of receivables and collections, cash coming in the door from our utility services. We have, in addition to that, our expenses are greater than that by the tune of $6 to $8 million. So to that extent, depending on which particular month and how many number of days, as well as the timing of the fuel purchases, it can be $28 to $30 million. I know that as we go into November, we have a significant shortfall coming up. We have an expectation of purchasing 6 barges of fuel, and that is not something that we ordinarily plan or budget for. So we have a significant challenge to overcome in terms of November, and then December is anticipated at being higher before we go live on the Wartsillas.
So with that picture that you just painted, the state of emergency and the extension, I believe is necessary as to not basically, number one, in my opinion, put an extra burden on our people. Let me ask you though, CEO Knight, I was happy to hear in respect to vegetation management, because I know when you came here last time I spoke in depth about that, and I'm happy to see the training in collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands. But what does the long-term plan look like in respect to vegetation management to include the linemen staff?
So right now the linemen do the vegetation management themselves. I am trying to build out a crew of a dedicated tree trimming crew in each district. I'll probably start with the St. Croix district first, and since we do have a shortage of supervisors in the St. Thomas St. John district. That crew is probably going to be about 3 individuals that are dedicated to tree trimming year round. And like I said, I want to start in one district and replicate it in the other district. To supplement that crew, as I anticipate right now, I would like to get into a contractual relationship with a company to augment our in-house crews during the hurricane season. So starting at June 1st and running through the month of November, 6 months each year, bringing additional manpower and equipment to augment our team in the event that we have some sort of tropical storm or hurricane pass through. In the meantime, they can hit some of the more difficult areas on the islands.
And you spoke to prioritizing vendor payments. How do you go about doing that, though? How?
Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. Cash flow management, I'll give you a little bit of a high level. Sometimes I look at it by the hour, as well as mostly by the day. It's very critical as to what money comes in and how we can spend it. We do 3 things primarily every month and every day. We set aside money out of the cash collections we receive every day for 3 things. 1 is to be able to pay our payroll. 2 is to be able to pay for fuel. And then thirdly is to be able to pay for debt service fee. We want to be able to make sure that we're in good standing with our creditors. Beyond that, we have a daily cash flow that goes out 90 days, and we are currently working to have that go out 6 months, that details the additional payments that we need to make. We have a line item for each vendor, for our critical vendors, and we have in the last couple of weeks been negotiating payment plans with some of our critical vendors who put us on suspension. And as part of that, we're negotiating plans that we can afford to pay. Beyond that, we just literally on a day-to-day basis have a spreadsheet that maps out the money coming in and the money going out. Every day, one of the first things that I do is speak to the Director of Treasury and make sure we expected this amount of money to come in yesterday, how much actually came in, and based on that, on a daily basis, we adjust who we're going to pay. In terms of we have a correspondence each week with all of the directors operationally as to who they need of their vendors to be paid, and we take that information. We then see how much cash we have available, and we allocate based on who they say are their most priority vendors.
And based on what you just stated, let me ask you in respect to cash coming in.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may. In terms of government agencies, do you still have any government agency that owes you, and who are those agencies, and how much do they owe you moving forward?
Yes, we do, and my computer just shut down, but I can read them to you literally one by one, or I can email you the detail.
In general, Senator, to Commissioner McCurdy's point, the central government is paid up. For the most part, we don't have issues with the central government. We do have some federal entities, and we do have some instrumentalities that are past due. But the central government is more or less within 30 days of being current, with the exception, and even we're waiting on payments from the hospital and Waste Management Authority as we speak.
That was my other question. What about semi-autonomous agencies? That's why I asked the question. I would like to know who owes and how much they owe. It's important.
I have the same spreadsheet, sir. Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. I have the same spreadsheet that we went through in April, where I went through one by one by one. I know that took a substantial amount of time. I'm more than happy to email it to you or read off the large items. You let me know.
You can email it through the chair.
We will do that, sir.
And thank you so much for your responses. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Just real quickly, in regards to what is the financial management request that's made to support and assist with fuel? At what point do you do that, and then what happens? I mean, how is that communicated to central government to support and assist? What's the turnaround time? And what happened in that loop in terms of being able to get the support for the fuel cost?
As far as fuel subsidy?
Yes.
So there's not a lot of, it's not very complex. When we try to project out for the month what our fuel payments look like. We do our best to make as many of those payments as we can. If there becomes a period where we realize that our cash flow and our obligations just don't align with when we need to make a fuel payment, we start sending signals to the incident command in our conversations that we're going to be challenged for an upcoming payment, and we begin conversations as to what sort of support they can give us to get us over the hump.
And then what happens? I mean, is there a payment made on your behalf to the vendor? Is the money coming to you and then sent to the vendor? How is that work?
In my recent experience, the funds have come directly to the Water and Power Authority, and then we have in turn paid our vendors.
Okay. So it is your testimony that you're not totally dependent on the central government for fuel. You actually put it in. You have some skin in the game as it pertains to fuel.
We certainly have skin in the game. We make the bulk of our fuel payments. We make it through our operating revenues. But going through these last few months where we've been consuming a lot of fuel, there's been 1 or 2 payments a month that we've had to lean on the GVI to support us with.
And what's the average payroll per month?
Sorry, I think, sir, in terms of payroll rather than per month, but give me a minute and I'll get you that equivalent number.
Payroll?
On a per period basis, we spend $1.8 million every 2 weeks for payroll, and then once a month we spend a little bit less than $800,000 for benefit payments.
Okay. And your debt service?
Our debt service cost is currently $2.11 million per month.
Okay. And your accounts payable?
Accounts payable varies day to day, but our operational accounts payable, so excluding FEMA, what WAPA has to pay hovers around about $98 to $100 million. Of that, we've got one particular vendor that is approximately $24.5 million. I won't say the name, but it's contested with a lawsuit with a prior fuel vendor. And then we have another $17 million that we owe back pay for GERS. And then we've got about $4.5 million that we owe for back pay for the BIR. Then beyond that, those remaining amounts are smaller vendors that primarily provide us goods and services, materials, garage, needs that are for production and operations.
Okay. And tell us again, how are you right-fitting the billing issues that you're experiencing? What has been done to address that?
So there are 3 things that we're doing, essentially. One, we have a current solicitation out as we speak for a revamp of the advanced metering infrastructure completely, including the automated meter reading. That contract is federally funded through FEMA, and so we're soliciting bids for that right now. 2, we have re-engaged conversations with our current AMI provider, Tantalus, in an attempt to identify some of the what I'd call low-hanging fruit or easily achievable system improvements that we can make. We had gotten at a stalemate, as you can imagine, because of the poor performance on the system. We had gotten into a stalemate. There are some funds that were owed. I think we worked through those issues, and we are preparing to launch a plan of action with our current provider to kind of fix some of the issues that are easily fixable. Some of those issues are not easily fixable, and they'll have to wait till the full AMI deployment. In the meantime, while we're doing that, we've also started putting in manual meters. We've started augmenting our meter reading staff, making sure we outfit them with the equipment that they need. We've also started looking at process improvement to see if there's some things we can do better as far as how we're handling billing errors, how our edit clerks are processing the information. So we're also looking at things outside of the hardware and software. Are there some processes and procedures that we can improve and tweak in the meantime to make things better for our customers?
Okay. And in regards to your federal projects, how are you? Are you seeing the funding to support and assist that? As well as, are you receiving any money from Office of Insular Affairs for any initiatives?
The Office of Insular Affairs has been very helpful and supportive. Their dollars have recently helped us to begin procurement on some additional bucket trucks, some additional vehicles.
Can you share with us how much that is?
We got about $1 million for electric, for line vehicles. We got another $1 million for the general fleet. And then we got additional funding was a third part of funds. What? There was a third part of funds that escapes me right now as to what the third part of funds were. The FEMA dollars are notoriously bureaucratic and a little bit more slower in coming. However, with the flurry of fixed cost offers that were made at the end of September, we now have fixed cost offers to replace the Richmond power plant in its entirety, to add 2 new generators to the Harley power plant, to do some things to improve some of our substations. So those funds haven't started to flow, but the projects are now starting to move.
Okay, very well. And real quickly, Commissioner Bashalti, we have had cruise ships that were able to stay late into the evening before, of course, previously, and there was a harbor night hook to it. Are you familiar with what allowed that to occur, or how that worked back then?
I don't know the details on harbor nights back then. I could speak to what generally happens now with cruise travel. There is a premium on fuel. So that's one of the reasons why they leave earlier most times. However, in conversations with the lines and the FCCA, if we can provide timely information on whether it's one night a month or one night a week for the harbor nights, we could allow for them to plan to have ships in when we have those nights. So it's a two-way communication we have to do to have that happen.
Okay. And of course, we're challenged right now with some energy issues, but are you having any discussion with WAPA in an opportunity perhaps in the future where they'll be able to assist with providing energy for cruise ships?
Yes. I haven't spoken to Executive Director Knight recently, but there have been conversations, I know, on the St. Thomas side with WICO, especially on shore power. I believe that we should have conversations all around. The lines are aware with it, with shore power as an option. It's not prevalent right now, but it's growing, especially if the fuel sources, the price is competitive to them having to burn their own fuel.
Okay. And my final question is in regards to the vendors' payment for the activities that Senator Johnson had asked you about. Do you have
we have an update. The first choice stuff is actually some St. Thomas Carnival 2024 issues that we're working with the vendor on. We continue to use the vendor, so we pay the vendor. We continue to do business with the vendor. Matter of fact, they hired to do a big job for Festival 24-25. So we're working on it. And then the other vendor that I know of, there are some payments that are in place. So they have received most of the payments. I think there are 3 invoices that are being worked through right now. And there's something internal to the government that we're working on. But the team is in contact with the vendor.
Thank you very much for that. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, we received the October 15th report. And I'm just going to ask that under the objectives for the next 30 days, that we have more detailed information, the how. So, for instance, you say IC will continue to monitor WAPA's liquidity position on a weekly basis.
How?
Yeah, what about it? IC will continue to monitor WAPA payments to critical vendors. Please take a look at your objectives. We need some action around it.
No problem.
Okay? So, align your objectives or your action plan with your objectives, your goals, so we could, clearly have a better picture of what the expectation are, and of course, then it allows you to, if you have to, move the goalposts, because it will happen. But if you provide that information, then you have a better perspective on, what the challenges are, what you're not meeting, etc. Okay.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of information, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you recognize. Please recognize the mic of Francis Heiliger, Senator.
Thank you. I just want to quickly, I know that there were some assessments done for the AMI. To the chair, could we make that request of the testifiers that we could get copies of those assessments for the AMI system?
Yeah, we've noted the request previously made by Senator
And the main question I want to ask, we keep having a lot of discussion about the errors that miraculously have gone overboard over the last couple of months. And what I want to know is how exactly do you handle it? Do you have if a customer comes in a bill was, say, $100, and all of a sudden they get a $300 bill. And do you go over a series of months? How do you handle and fix that error for the consumer? Because I think that's what a lot of people are trying to understand, because I keep hearing error, 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 but how exactly do you analyze and resolve it?
Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. So when a customer calls, emails, or comes in and asks, that situation, and they believe they have an error, the first thing that we do is we look at their bill to see whether the usage is appropriate or not. We forward that to the revenue assurance team to go and do a review, and or the meter reading team to do another read of the meter to make sure that that's accurate. Sometimes when we do that, we find that the meter either didn't give a good read, and then we would do a new read and we would correct that and give a credit back to the customer. Sometimes, obviously, that read is accurate and the customer will owe that amount. If a credit is due, we have a department called customer accounts. We send the information, customer service sends the information to customer accounts. They review the customer's bill. They receive the information from, the new meter read, and they put an adjustment onto the customer's account. The customer will then receive that credit on their bill in their next bill cycle, which could potentially be within that next 30 days when they get their next bill. Did that answer all of your question?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. I'll allow for Senator Gittins. You have a point of information? You have one too, Fonseca?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I wanted to say thank you to the team. Dated October 15th, I have the report. However, quickly perusing it, I noticed in the objectives and accomplishments in the last 30 days, of course, there's no mention of your 9 objective items. There was no mention for the billing issues that's really crippling people. And in the objectives for your next 30 days, I noticed that there's also about 3 objectives with 3 bulleted items to include the purchase of vehicles. But I wanted to ask the incident commander and the CFO, because in this whole conversation, I heard nothing about austerity measures. Absolutely nothing. So when I'm going to see these types of things and then we're not seeing anything on austerity measures, do you all have that in mind to do any austerity measures?
We're under very strict austerity measures right now. There's not a single bill that gets paid without going through a review. We have the strictest and most stringent austerity measures that you can have in the GVI at this point in time.
Okay.
So there's no outlining of it because we've taken all the measures we can take.
All right. And I'll talk with you off record with a billing issue that I got a call about. But through the chair, again, I just want to remind you all about my request. And WAPA, I am going to put due date of these assessment reports by close of business tomorrow, because these assessments, according to you all, were completed already. So we would like them by the close of business tomorrow, the 17th. And Viper, we didn't ask you any questions today. I hope you guys are okay, but what I want to request through the chair from you all, my office has been receiving concerns from employees that's being affected by the 3P initiative with regards to their GRS status and government insurance. I would like report to the body through the chair regarding the status of these employees as being affected by this 3P initiative, and specifically as it pertains to their GRS membership status and the government insurance. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, I think we'll be doing a committee of the whole in the future in regards to that anyway. Senator Fonseca, we have a hard stop at 3 o'clock. Allow them to do a closing, so you recognize for your point of information at this time. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Knight, you made a report. You gave a statement just now to the chairman. You have a fixed cost offer to replace 2 new generation units at the Randolph Harley. Are those separate units, additional, and are they going to be? They're not the Wattzilla, and are you going to replace Unit 23, and what's the kilowatt hours?
Yeah, we're not going to replace Unit 23. So we have 4 new Wattzillas coming online. These are in addition to those Wattzillas. So we have not yet begun procurement on what is an allowance of up to 2 additional units to replace Unit 15 and Unit 18 in the Harley plant. Those are likely going to be in a magnitude of about 40 megawatts combined generation.
And St. Thomas needs about how much megawatts daily? 50? 60?
Our peak is about 65 megawatts at peak.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very simple to the port. I grew up fishing on the dock. You guys smiling. Today the guys them can't do it. But the folks who never been there before dive every night under the pier. And if you telling me fishing on the pier is more dangerous than diving under the pier, then I have an issue with that. Diving in the night under the pier has to be more dangerous than fishing on the pier. And I did that from the time I grew up in Mali all my life. But now today the guys them something we do all our life ain't happening no more. And they're hearing all kind of excuse, but everybody got a key to open that gate to go down there and dive. You know, we just like regressing and telling our people that they can't do nothing anymore, and anybody else could come and just do anything. It just upset me, and you know, my phone just went off because they keep telling me to ask this question. Tell me something, please, something that makes sense to me who fishing on the dock all my life. Help me out.
All right, so Senator, anybody that accesses the pier has a tenant agreement with the Port Authority and is paying some sort of fee, so there are no random people with keys to the facility. Those are paying customers of the Port Authority. We can control access to the Port Authority facility. Being able to dive, you know, we don't regulate the shorelines. We can't stop somebody from...
Stop, please, stop. They're diving underneath your pier. They're diving underneath your pier and they're using your dock to go down to dive underneath your pier.
So again, you're talking about the paying customers that have an established business.
So you want the fishermen, the little boys and young men with their fathers to pay to go down and fishing on the dock.
You may conclude your response.
Just along the same lines, but the senator is not willing to hear that, so.
You could go
Thank
ahead,
you.
You could go ahead and tell them, even if you don't want to hear it, so the public could at least hear it.
So, for the record, anybody that has access to the facility has an agreement with the Port Authority. They're insured to operate, so in the event that their customers have an issue while they're performing whatever activities they're performing, they're properly insured to incur that cost. That's all I have to say on that.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Real quickly, I'll allow for Senator Maurice James to ask a quick question, then we need to go to wrap up. I'll start with you, Mr. Pickering. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. This is a quick question. The answer may not be quick, but it is the CEO, Carl Knight. He looked at me. I was like, okay, you want the question.
I didn't, but I'll take it.
Estate profit without water for more than 3 years is what I'm hearing. And what's happening with that?
So that's been perplexing. We don't have. I don't know if all parts of profit have been without water for 3 years. Let me start there and I understand there is an issue and there are customers in profit that have complained to me about low pressure and no water. We have been trying to troubleshoot to figure out why that is. We thought it was a level in the Kings Hill tank and maybe it was too low and we just are having pressure issues. There might be something else ongoing. Since I've taken the post, I have asked my chief operating officer, and he's sitting in the gallery, Noel Hodge, to take a special look at perhaps there's some leak that we're not seeing that's not surfacing. There seems to be something unique happening in that area in Prophet in particular. It is something that we're troubleshooting, but I don't have an explanation as to why some homes in Estate Prophet are going without water.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for your response there. And while you're looking at that, please, just last night there were some complaints, Frederickson not having water as well as the water is starting to look brown again. So if we could just take a look at, I don't know if the levels are low or what's happening there.
I've fielded some of those complaints over the weekend about some of the brown water issues, so we're needing to flush again in that area. Just if I made two quick clarifications. So Mr. Fonseca, the units that we're replacing are units 14 and 15. Since we're on the record, I'm under oath. Let me make sure I correct the unit number. And the third project I couldn't remember, which I regret not remembering because I'm very proud of that project in particular, was a $3 million battery system for the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital that we're now able to provide them with backup power as part of our commitment to them as a customer of the utility. So that I'm very proud that allows them to skip some of the nuisance outages, gives them better reliability, save some fuel in their generators, and we're hopeful to be able to replicate that for other critical infrastructure.
Okay, very well. Thank you. I'm going to allow for a 30-second quick close-up because I know we have some flight limitations. So we'll start off with you, Mr. CEO and Chairman Marvin Pickering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Commission appreciated the opportunity to put our comments on BR 24-1293. We were particularly concerned about how it would impact our casino licensees, given the economic benefits that accrue to the Treasury and the people of the Virgin Islands. We have concluded that there will be no impact since residents are not allowed to game on the ships, and that is why the licensees had no opposition to it. So we thank you very much for the opportunity once again.
Thank you very much for being here and offering your commentary on that measure. Commissioner Berchalti.
Thank you, Senate President. On behalf of the Governor of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Tourism, thank you for giving us an opportunity to give testimony on the bill. I ask that the Senate favorably consider the bill because we have great momentum happening right now with the cruise business on St. Croix, and I see this as another important piece to continue that growth into the future. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for being here. And don't be a stranger. We love seeing you at the Legislature, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Next, we'll go to Assistant Executive Director Rollins.
Yes, thank you. The Virgin Islands Port Authority stands in support of this initiative, and we thank you for the invitation to testify and to be a part of this legislative process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. CEO, Carl Knight.
Thank you once again, Senators, for allowing us the opportunity to testify. We are in support of the extension of the state of emergency. The Water and Power Authority is an autonomous instrumentality of this government, and for most of our existence, we have been able to cover our full costs through our rates, and we have been independent of the general fund. It is not with great pride that I sit here saying that at this point we find ourselves dependent on the general fund. I'm hoping to reduce that dependency and eventually eliminate that and get back to the point where we're able to cover our costs independent of the general fund. But as of right now, where we stand, we are in need of continued support. If it wasn't so, I would tell you so, but we are desperately in need of continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And next we'll go with the Incident Commander, Commissioner of Finance, Mr. Kevin McCurdy. You're recognized for your 30-second wrap-up.
Good afternoon, Senator, everyone listening. Thank you again for the opportunity to come before you and present the case as to why we need to continue to support WAPA in the focused, deliberate way that we are right now. I'm also very appreciative of the feedback on the reports. As you peruse them, please let us know how we can, whatever else we need to add to it so that it makes your understanding of the efforts that we're putting out clearer. So thank you for that. And again, thank you for having us today.
Very well. Thank you very much. And I don't want to leave this setting without, again, thanking the men and women of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority that continue to put their lives out there on the line for this community every single day. We truly appreciate the work that they're doing. And a lot of times, when we hear the rancor, it's not really directed at the employees, and we want to make sure that they understand that, and we appreciate their work. All right. The Committee of the Whole will stand in recess for 30 minutes, and when we come back, we'll rise back up into session. Committee of the Whole stands at recess. And we're out of recess. Colleagues, as you're aware, before we went on our break, we were in the Committee of the Whole. And it's this time, we'll be moving back and rising back into legislative session. At this time, Madam Clerk, please do a quorum call, legislative session.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Here. Senator James, present. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, present. Mr. President, we have 14 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum. I'm prepared to proceed. At this time, Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move that to waive rules 403, 404, 405, and 509B, as in boy, of the rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order BR number 24-1293, which we just heard in the Committee of the Whole, to today's session agenda and give it a bill number pursuant to Rule 509A to be considered as the last item on today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Capehart, Senator Javan James Sr. Hearing no objection. So ordered. Legal counsel, please assign the next bill number to BR 24-1293.
Mr. President, the next bill number is 350389. Mr. President, the next bill number is 350389.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Gittins, do you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, once again, I move to waive the reading of today's committee reports and to order today's session agenda broken down into blocks and debate time as follows. Block 1 will be consisted of the consideration of leases, bills numbers 35-0300, bill number 35-0320, bill number 35-0374, bill number 35-0383, bill number 35-0384. I restate the block 1 with a 2-minute debate time, consideration of leases, block number 35, bill number 35-0300, bill number 35-0320, bill number 35-0374, bill number 35-0383, bill number 35-0384. And block 2 with a debate.
Waiting? You said waive the debate time on those, or?
No.
We said.
I stated, let me restate again. Once again, Mr. President and colleagues, I waive to the reading of today's committee reports and to order today's session agenda broken down into blocks and debate time as follows. Once again, block 1 will be a debate time for 2 minutes. Consideration of leases, which consists of bills number 35-030, bill number 35-0300, bill number 35-0320, bill number 35-0374, bill number 35-0383, bill number 35-0384. In block 2 will be a debate time for 4 minutes, consideration of bills. Bills number 35-0031, bill number 35-0257, bill number 35-0283, bill number 35-0285, bill number 35-0286, bill number 35-0289, bill number 35-0340, bill number 35-0388, and bill number 35-0389. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator James Sr., Senator Marvin Blyden, and Senator Capehart. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator Fred Gregory, recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive debate time in block number 1. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Milton Potter. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator Marie C. James.
Mr. President, I move to waive rules 403, 404, and 405 and 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order BR 24-1355 to today's session agenda and give a bill number pursuant to Rule 509 and be considered 509A, thank you, and be considered as the last item in block 2 of today's agenda. I so move. The short title is an act amending Title 9, Virgin Islands Code, Subchapter 2, to establish a money transmission revolving fund.
Motion properly made by Senator Marie C. James, seconded by Senator Fred Gregory, Senator James Sr., Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
1 second. Legal counsel.
I'm sorry.
Legal counsel, next bill number, please.
Mr. President, the next bill number is 350390.
Thank you very much.
Motion.
Motion, Senator James. Marie C. James.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive rules 403, 404, 405, and 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order BR 24-1262, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, related to real estate brokers and sales associates to today's session agenda, and be given a bill number pursuant to Rule 509A, and be considered as the last item in Block 2 of today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Marie C. James, seconded by Senator Javon James Sr., Senator Kenneth Gale Gittens. Objected to by Senator Carla J. Joseph. Roll call. You withdrawing your objection? Hearing no further objections, so ordered. Next bill number, please, legal counsel.
Mr. President, the next bill number is 350391.
Thank you very much. Again, that's bill number 35-0391. Real estate. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you are recognized for your motion.
Mr. President, I move to waive Rule 403, 404, 405, and 509A of the Rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order Bill Number 350248, a resolution petitioning the United States Congress to amend the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands to authorize the people of the Virgin Islands to elect an Attorney General of the Virgin Islands pursuant to Rule 509B and be placed on the agenda as an item before the last item. I so move.
Second. Motion properly made by Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, objected to by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, nay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Nay.
Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. No. Senator James, nay. Senator Judge Verne E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., not voting. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. No. Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Milton Potter. No. Senator Potter, nay. Mr. President, we have 2 yeas, 11 nays, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The measure fails. The motion fails. Next motion, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider the override of the governor's veto of sections 1, 5, 6, and 11 of Act number 8920, Bill number 35, that's 0379. I so move.
Motion for override made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden, and who was that, Senator? And Senator Carrion, and Senator Joseph. Roll call. We need 8 to consider the override.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Judge Verne E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Motion.
Thank you very much. And the motion carries. Motion, Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your motion.
Mr. President, I move to override the governor's veto of sections 1, 5, 6, and 11 of Act number 8920, Bill number 35-0379. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory and seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Judge E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you very much. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, motion to override the governor's veto of Bill number 35-0379, Section 1, has been approved and will be sent to the governor for further notification.
1, 5.
You did individually by sections.
Yeah, you have to. 1, 5, 6, and 11. I said 1, 5. You have it?
1, 5, sections 1, 5, 6, and 11. Was that the original motion, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, it was.
There was only one section that you mentioned.
I read what's on my paper.
Please withdraw the motion and restate, please.
No problem. I withdraw my motion. I wish to restate my motion. Mr. President, I move to override the governor's veto of sections 1, 5, 6, and 11 of Act number 8920, Bill number 35-0379. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory for override of governor's veto of sections 1, 5, 6, and 11 of Bill 35-0379, seconded by Senator Blyden and Senator DeGraff. Bill 379, yes, which has become Act 8920. However, the bill number is 35-0379. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Judge E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. A motion for consideration of override has been approved.
Personal privilege.
No, now move the motion for the override. I had to. Motion for the override at this time.
So, Mr. President, we're going to have to do that all the way over, because when I did that last motion that you asked me to do, I'm reading from a paper, and this paper has all the sections of that we're overriding. When I did it the second time, I thought that you were only referencing the motion for the override. I did the motion for the override.
Well, the motion should be the
twice.
same, Senator. The motion should be the same for both the consideration as well as the override. It was misunderstood that initially all you spoke about is the section 1. So at this time, you could make the motion for the override.
So
and
we
we'll
do the 8
consider that
votes
then.
already.
Yes. So now we're doing the motion for the override, which requires 10.
So we just do the motion for the override. I'm the one reading it. I just did the motion for the override. It's done. I can ask the stenographer to review it, but I did the motion for the override already. I did it. This is the third time. I did the motion for consider the override. That was the 8 votes, and then I did the motion to move the override.
Senator,
and that's
it
when
was-
you said 1, and that's when I said. Then you asked me to do it over. I withdrew it, and I said it again. We already voted. You already pounded the gavel on the 8. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. But
Yeah.
initially, when you said it was just for section 1, it was understood just for section 1. You went back on the second time and you did
I
for
did
the
not.
entire
I
section
did
1,
not.
5, 6, and 11.
I did not. I read what's on the paper that's in front of me. And I restated it. I said it correctly. I mean, it's there on the record.
All right, so the override has been completed?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Point of personal
Sorry
privilege, you
for the
recognize.
misunderstanding.
All right.
It happens. There's a lot going on in this room at the same time. So I just wanted for the public to explain, some of what we did here. So the override that we did today is to ensure that we are able to reinstate, or to ensure that the fire prevention unit receives their hazardous pay. We're talking about 12 employees. In our larger budget bill, we did set aside the funding for the 12 employees. I can't remember the exact amount. I think it's $100 and something thousand. That was not vetoed. Section 5, we've all agreed that we do not want a convenience center next to Ivana Udorakan High School. And Section 6, included in the land for the Nazareth Sports Complex, we agree that we will include that portion of the property to support that sports complex. And Section 11, the governor noted that it's unnecessary. And let me tell you what that issue is. That issue is we continue to receive complaints from the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority around the issue that the Public Service Commission continues to bill them for the funding they receive from the legislature, which is considered a grant. So the governor's veto basically noted that it's a grant and it's not considered revenue. However, the interpretation at the Public Service Commission is that it is in fact revenues that they should charge the Waste Management Authority for. So hence the reason for the assessment, correct. Hence the reason for this particular request for override. Thank you, Mr. President. Motion.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Again, for the record, we had an override of Bill number 35-0379 in sections 1, 5, 6, and 11. You recognize for your motion at this time, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to consider the override of the governor's veto of Bill number 35-03H1. I so move.
Motion properly made for consideration of override and Bill number 35-0381, made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Joseph. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bulkhead Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Very well. Thank you. Motion carries. Senator Gregory, recognize for your motion.
Mr. President, I move to override the governor's veto of Bill number 35, that's 0381. I so move.
Motion properly made for override of the governor's veto of Bill number 35, that's 0381, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Johnson, and Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bulkhead Jr. Senator Bulkhead Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Motion to override the governor's veto of Bill number 35, that's 0381, has successfully passed the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to 0381. Successfully passed by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action.
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege. Senator Fred Gregory, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The override of Bill number 35, that's 0381, was necessary, very, very necessary, because our nonprofit section of our larger budget bill, we utilized $5.3 million to build this budget. We did that as a transfer in, as part of the Epstein settlement for nonprofits. The governor's contention is that the Attorney General, based on the agreement, is to be the administrator of the fund, and the advisor of the fund, and the Department of Finance, we're saying, is to be the administrator of the fund. In addition to that, absent of this override today, we would have to make a huge amendment to reduce all of the nonprofits that we funded in our FY 2025 budget, because the revenues that we projected based on the information that we received and based on the historical data does not support our opportunity in fiscal year 2025. In addition to the conversation that we heard earlier with regards to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, they were not able to tell us how much we've spent $32 million in the past, I think it's 5 months. So we're talking about an entire fiscal year now, up to November, and they're speaking about April. So just imagine how much more money they will have to take from the coffers of this government that has not been appropriated in FY 2025. Hence the reason. The other thing is I think there's a misunderstanding with regards to the funding to be used to rebuild the Toro building in the Island District of St. Croix. That's a very important part of this work. And again, the Attorney General is the advisor, but the Department of Finance, in all the laws that we have in the books, is the administrator of the funds in this territory. Hence the reason for the override. Okay, I think that's it for this one. Motion.
Thank you very much. You recognize for your motion, Senator Fred Gregory.
Okay, let's make sure we get the numbers this time. Mr. President, I move to consider the override of the governor's veto of sections 3, 9, 13, and 15 of Act number 8921, which was bill number 35-0380. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Gittins, Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing Senator DeGraff, hearing no objection, roll call. We need 8 in order to move to the next phase.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Again, motion carries.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Fred Gregory.
Mr. President, I move to override the governor's veto of sections 3, 9, 13, and 15 of Act number 8921, bill number 35-0380. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory for override of the governor's veto of bill number 35-0380, sections 3, 9, 13, and 15, seconded by Senator Joseph, Senator Gittins, Senator Blyden, and Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion to override the governor's veto of Bill number 35-0380, specifically sections 3, 9, 13, and 15, has been favorably approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the governor for further action.
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in this particular override, Section 3 was vetoed. The governor's contention was that there was no need for us to appropriate these funds for the legal fees. However, the legal agreement, did not include what the legal fees were. So it requires an appropriation. Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 326 of the Virgin Islands Code, established in 1966, clearly states non-tax revenues shall be appropriated by the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. So the payment, we're now giving them authorization, although the payment was already made. Okay, that's 1. 2, Section 10, the Catalyst Fund, the veto message spoke about some $67 million coming into the territory for small businesses. Our issue or concern with that, and we can make amendments to it after. Section 9. Section 9. We can make amendments to it if the body so chooses after. But we need to make sure that these funds that came in through the Epstein that are tied to Title 33, Chapter 111, that the legislature appropriates these dollars. It needs to be clear that funding coming in, revenues coming into the territory shall be appropriated by this body. So this is to support. We did hear today from the Tourism Commissioner that with the extension, and I'm certain that it's more than likely going to get a favorable approval, the extension of the Frederickstead, St. Croix, the Island District of St. Croix overnight cruise for casino purposes, then we need to make sure that we are offering small businesses in the territory an opportunity to receive funding so they can expand their businesses. We're talking about our tour operators. We're talking about our taxi drivers. We're talking about our restaurateurs and our retailers. It's important that we provide the opportunity for them to receive small business loans so they can, in fact, advance and prop up their businesses as we continue to talk about economic development. And if and the issue though around this, the concern that he had is that there'll be some $67 million. We know that many times when this funding come to the territory, all the guardrails and the red tape around it, we don't get to spend it. Okay, and then Section 13, $5 million. Again, another misunderstanding. The settlement agreement clearly says that there's a contribution that's required to fund the prosecution, the fund to prosecute crimes in the territory. So that's the $5 million. I think there was a mix-up between, there are 3 agreements, and I think that they are referencing 2 agreements. So we needed to fix that. And then Section 15, oh boy, I can't see my handwriting. Section 15, that's the funds that we're setting aside. Remember the conversation that we had today about the Budget Stabilization Fund, that fund has been raided. There's only about $2 million left in it. By the end of this fiscal year, there'll be none. Okay, so our responsibility as legislators is to ensure that we set aside some funding. If we do not override this, then it allows the chief executive to utilize these funds, similar to how all the other funds are being rated as we speak, to address the situation that we have with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. And we heard them today. They were unable to provide us with what they anticipate that they will be expended or need to expend within the next, I think it's 6 or 7 months. So that is, we had to do this, okay? So, Mr. President, thank you for the point of personal privilege. I am completed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Again, that was bill number 35.0380, Act 8921, where the body have determined to override the governor veto of sections 3, 9, 13, and 15. Any other motions? Motion, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move consider override of the governor's veto of bill number 35-0087. I so move.
Motion to consider override has been made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, Senator Maurice James, Senator Diane Capehart. Second, Javon James Sr. Hearing no objection, roll call. We need 8 in order to move to the next phase.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Judge E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. The consideration for override has been, motion carries. Motion, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to override bill number 30, the governor's veto on bill number 35-0087. I so move.
Motion for override has been made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Carrion, Senator Johnson, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you very much. And motion to override governor's veto of Bill number 35-0087, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, to repeal and reenact Section 3038 to establish the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands as a special fund designated as the Veterans Mainland Travel Revolving Fund, has been approved favorably by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further action. Any other motions at this time? Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2 for consideration at this time. Block 1, I'm sorry, block 1, individually.
Block number 1, consideration of leases. Bill number 35-0300, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Advanced Power LLC for 3 portions of Parcel 1A, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. 2 portions of Parcel number 1A-8, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. A portion of parcel number 1A-7, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. A portion of parcel number 1-21, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter.
Roll call on Bill number 35-03.
Mr. President, I'm not done.
Go ahead.
A portion of parcels numbered 1-21, Estate Bavoni, number 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. 2 portions of remainder, parcel number 1-19, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. And a portion of parcel number 1-18, Estate Bavoni, number 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining wind turbine generators, offices, metering, maintenance sheds, access roads, utility substations as part of a microgrid on St. Thomas and other related purposes.
Roll call. Yeah, roll call on Bill number 35-0300. No debate time on these. Roll call on Bill number 35-0300.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35-0300, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Advanced Power LLC for 3 portions of parcel number 1A, Estate Bavoni's number 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. 2 portions of parcel number 1A-8, Estate Bavoni's number 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. A portion of parcel number 1A-7, Estate Bavoni's number 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. A portion of parcel number 1-21, Estate Bavoni's numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Parcel number 1-19, Estate Bavonis, number 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and the portions of parcel number 1-18, Estate Bavonis, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining wind turbine generators, offices, metering, maintenance sheds, access roads, utility substations as part of a microgrid, and St. Thomas and other related purposes have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0320, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Advanced Power LLC for two portions of parcel number 1 and remainder 39A, 49 Estate, 39A and 49 Estate Cassava Garden, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 6 portions of remainder matriculate 38 Estate Pearl, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 2 portions of remainder matriculate 51 and 43 Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 2 portions of remainder parcel number 1 Estate Barren Spot, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 2 portions of parcel number 11 Estate Pearl, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, and 6 portions of plat number 2 Estate Humbug, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining wind turbine generators, maintenance sheds, access roads, utility substations as part of a microgrid and for other related purposes on St. Croix.
Roll call on bill number 35-0320.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0320, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of Department of Property and Procurement and Advanced Power LLC for 2 portions of parcel number 1 and the remainder 39A and 49 Estate Cassava Garden, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 6 portions of remainder matriculate 38 Estate Pearl, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 2 portions of remainder matriculate 51 and 43 Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 2 portions of remainder number 1 Estate Barren Spot, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 2 portions of parcel number 11 Estate Pearl, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, and 6 portions of number 2 Estate Humbug, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining a wind turbine generators, maintenance shed, access roads, utility substations as part of a microgrid, and for other related purposes on St. Croix have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0374, an act approving the conveyance of parcel number 201, submarine base number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System.
Roll call on bill number 35-0374.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas.
Please record Senator DeGraff's vote as yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0374, an act approving the conveyance of parcel number 201 submarine base number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands public broadcasting system have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0383, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and St. Croix Science Teachers Association, Inc. for parcel numbers 10P, Vicor Land, King Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0383.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0383, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and St. Croix Science Teachers Association, Inc. for parcel number 10. P. Vicor Land, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0384, an act approving amendment number 1 to the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority to amend the premises by replacing the parcel of land described as a portion of parcel number 10B, Vicor Land, King Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, with parcel number 10M, Vicor Land, King Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0384.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-01384, an act approving the amendment number 1 to the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority to amend the premises by replacing parcel of land described as portion of parcel number 10B Vicor land, King Quarters in Croix, Virgin Islands, with parcel number 10M Vicor land, King Quarters in Croix, Virgin Islands, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, Bill number 35-0031, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by adding a new Chapter 301A, creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Right Act, and repealing Chapter 301, Subchapter 4, Section 3510. Bill number 35-0257, an act to develop and produce an annual U.S. Virgin Islands Beer, Wine, and Spirits Festival to allow for non-germane amendments. Bill number 35-0283, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 34, the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act. Bill number 35-0285, an act honoring and commending Brian Benny Demas Boulay for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0286, an act honoring and commending Verne Antonio Hodge for his years of dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands and its jurisprudence by naming the courthouse of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in the St. Thomas St. John District, the Judge Verne A. Hodge Superior Courthouse. Bill number 35-0289, an act amending Title 27 of the Virgin Islands Code by raising the legal age to purchase tobacco products from age 18 to 21 years of age. Bill number 35-0340, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the power and energy crisis for an additional 60 days from September 30th, 2024 through November 19, 2024. Bill number 35-0388, an act to amend various sections of the Title 5 Virgin Islands Code. Bill number 35-0389, an act to allow the operation of casinos on cruise ships while docked in the St. Croix Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0390, an act amending Title 9 Virgin Islands Code, Subchapter 2, to establish the Money Transmission Revolving Fund. Bill number 35-0391, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to real estate brokers and sales associates. This concludes the reading of block number 2, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Clarisse, here we have block number 2. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 items in this block, and it's a 4-minute debate time. If you don't need it, you don't have to use it. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to staff. I rise in support of several of the pieces of legislation in this block. 35-0031, I think it's a grave improvement when we take the opportunity to update our code as it relates to the protection of our children. Unfortunately, sometimes adults do heinous things to our children, and we have to protect them at all costs. And amending the laws in this territory to make sure that they are protected is a definite plus. As it relates to 35-0283, I definitely support that. As an institution, we worked diligently last term on creating the laws for cannabis, and we did definitely have to do some cleanup pieces of legislation to make sure that this moved forward in our industry, and this piece of legislation does that. As it relates to 350286, I had a great time that day as we listened to the stories in regards to our honoring of Judge Verne Antonio Hodge and naming the Superior Court after him. It was a definite plus to really listen to the history of the Virgin Islands and how far we've come. And I think when we take time out to honor individuals that have helped build this territory, it's a definite plus and a part of our Virgin Islands history. As it relates to 35-0289, I am definitely in support of this. 18, you're still a teenager, and I think it's a definite plus to move it up to 21. Give them a little bit more time. I want to also touch on 350340 in regards to the state of the emergency. We had an opportunity to listen to the testimony here. I listened diligently. I'm not convinced. As it relates to 350389, this is the casino one. I asked a lot of questions that couldn't be answered here today. From 1999, apparently, this has been available in the District of St. Thomas, St. John. No one could tell me who is controlling it. No one could tell me who's dealing with licensing. Nobody could tell me who or what type of benefit as it relates to taxes that we're generating. But we want to go ahead and extend it to St. Croix. Now, they said within the past 13 years, but from 1999, that's 25 years that this has been authorized. And if within 13 years we still don't have any data, convince me, how does this benefit St. Croix? I personally believe that if the majority, based on the Bureau of Economic Research and even the Port Authority, overnight visitors and even visitors that come to the territory, the majority of them is in one district, but for 30 years we have it blocked off to another district for casinos, when the entire purpose of that piece of legislation was for economic growth and development. If you see something needs to be improved, I think we should improve it across the board. And the same way that Mr. Pickering from the Casino Control Commission shared that there should be everything across the board, we as a community need to consider it or leave it alone. As it relates to the 35-0391, I do support this piece of legislation. It was vetoed earlier, but we did the necessary improvements, and we brought it back as an institution, so I will definitely be supporting it. 35-0390, which is similar. Last session, we did pass the piece of legislation in regards to the money transfers. We did some cleanup, and we are not overriding that piece of legislation. They brought a new one completely, and I definitely will be supporting that with the improvements where it's only going to deal with monies going out of the territory internationally. That is the key. So I will vote accordingly when it comes to all these pieces of legislation, and thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, for your time there. Motion, Senator Gittins, you recognize for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to identify Bill number 35-0257, an act to develop and produce an annual U.S. Virgin Islands Beer, Wine, and Spirits Festival as the bill that will be used for non-germane amendments and be placed at the end of this block. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Blyden, objected to by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Bill number, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Oh, gosh. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bulkhead Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 9 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent, 2 not voting.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries, and Bill number 35-029-257 will be placed as the last item on today's agenda and be the non-germane amendment bill. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to all the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. I'm glad to see that at about time a majority bill get used to be the non-germane. We minority been taking the blows all the time with our measures. I'm going to start out with the 2 bills that I definitely can support. Bill number 35-0389. Allowing these ships to stay in our port. Can't support that. I definitely can't. We continue letting people come to our shores, do just about anything, and we get nothing for it. Absolutely nothing. We must look at what other jurisdictions are doing, making money off of them gambling on our shores. We must definitely look ways to adjust our laws, and I put in a placeholder to do it. Because we can't just talk, we got to do it. And we definitely have to find ways of making some kind of percentage when these ships are in our water and our docks and our piers and they're gambling. We ask the casinos to pay their percentage. We said that we passed bills to make casino gambling so that we could have new revenues, generate new money, and these people have to pay their fair share. But yet we're going to let these ships come in here with 2,000 and 3,000 people gambling, paying us nothing. We have to find a way to generate some new monies. And when they come in our water and they're gambling, let's get something out of it. So I definitely put in that place order to make sure we find ways to adjust the laws to make sure that they have a casino license, whether it's permanent, temporary, or whatever, to pay us something out of it. So at this point, I won't support this measure. I never support giving the governor the emergency, and I won't do it again. They have not convinced me that the time that they had, that they have done anything different. They're going to take the money any which way and do what they want to do. But they ain't going to get it off of me voting to give them a state of emergency. They have not done enough. The people them talk, they complain. Up to today, I get a phone call. Gentleman said his bill went up to $2,000. These are serious concerns that they should be addressing and addressing aggressively. Because what is happening when this happens, our seniors especially, they're going to WAPA and they afraid contention. And they make an agreement. And once they make an agreement to pay, they have to pay those bills. And I continue when I go to the radio and to the airwaves, I said to people, do not pay those bills that you know is way above what your light bill costs them to be. But it's hard to tell a senior that. They're afraid to be in the dark. They're afraid to lose power and they got a medication and everything else. So when WAPA start addressing these things seriously, Then come and ask me for that approval for state of emergency. As far as I'm concerned, they haven't proven that they deserve a next state of emergency because they haven't really moved the bar. They're still getting money from the budget. They haven't moved the bar. And I know we have to assist WAPA.
1 minute.
But they have to do their part. They have to make sure that they correct these problems. These same meters, you know how much time they tell us they're buying these meters? Ton-load of people, meter ain't working. But they're getting charged. We can't continue doing this to our people. The majority of the measures in this bill, I definitely will support them. But I had to speak on these two issues that I really take to heart. I don't like to see our people being taken advantage. I don't like to see the Virgin Islands being taken advantage. So when these ships come to our shore, we need to address it. We need to find ways to make sure that we get some piece of that pie coming back to us, at least go back in the tourism revolving fund, but get something out of it. Not just come in the shore, park up on the dock, gamble. What do we get?
Time.
Nothing. Can't continue like that. Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the appropriate time, I'll be voting for the rest of these measures in this block.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Next, we will recognize Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. First of all, Verne A. Hodge, Savanero, a veteran, I support 100%. The gentleman is long past due to do something this great for such a great person. So I support that 100%. Changing age, 18 to 21, again, no-brainer. Law enforcement, I think, is a plus to try get some things under control for our young generation. The casino one and St. Croix. I can support it. It'd be easy for me to say, hey, I live in St. Thomas. It don't affect me. But I'm a Virgin Islander. I'm a territorial senator. And it just seems as if casino becomes the earmark, that it would affect St. Croix. In my mind, it would affect St. Croix directly because, again, people may not come out of the ships. The ships may stay out later because, again, they may say, well, hey, there are other issues, whatever. So that's my leery part of the casino issue. The money transfer bill, I'm happy that we're getting that straightened out, to get that straight, because that's a revenue generator tied to the budget we work very hard on. So I do support that 100%. Now, the state of emergency. Like I said, Andrew Smith, CEO, just left a couple months ago. We have a new CEO, Carl Knight. The wash pan list of things that's wrong with WAPA, all the suffering we did before with the CEO before, the CEO before that one, the CEO before that one 10 times. We suffering here. WAPA been going on from Bruno Vega time. So to come now, we get a long list. Okay, what is the mandate of the incident command? The incident command have to put on a mandate and say, hey, you taking in $27 million a month. We expending $33 million a month, $6 million difference. That should be your first thing to address. How do we address? In the previous meeting, WAPA came here, delinquent monies that you have out in the street. I remember them saying $14 million. All of these here cover, you may not collect all, but if you ain't trying to improve on certain end, what do we keep doing? Giving a state of emergency where they're going to tap into any funds. The state of emergency does not mean only the budget stabilization fund. It means any fund where we just work hard, hours, day and night, weekends to finish a budget. And what the word is today, raid that budget to give WAPA. Do we need to subsidize WAPA? Yes.
1 minute.
I'm 100% for it. But we taking a beating. The kind of beating we get, WAPA remind me when I used to get beat with anything my parents get in their hand. You get beat, and it make you a better man, yes. But the beating WAPA putting on us, he ain't gonna make me a better man. So I'm just saying, again, the state of emergency, I didn't vote for it. And the governor specifically make to put into his bill, the letter that he sent down, to identify that the
30 seconds.
legislature, this first branch of government, the branch of government that I am a part of also, we dropped the ball because we didn't act on it. We got to stop leaving that happen. We got to pump them up and say, hey, you come, you report to us. We can't keep making ourselves look bad to appease what's going on.
Time.
Because we're going to never stop paying this money and don't fix a hole. So again, at the appropriate time, I'm ready to support most of the bills in this block. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Next, we'll recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to you and my colleagues. I rise in support of most of the measures in this block. Now, there's a few measures that I do have some concern about, and I will be deciding how I will be voting on these measures. For example, let me touch a little bit on those that I'm a bit puzzled about, or I should say hesitant to vote. One is Bill 35389, the cruise ship casino bill. And why is my concern? We had today in the committee of the whole before us representatives from the government that came to be able to testify and justify the reason why this measure should be supported. Nevertheless, I did not hear any data to really back up their position. That's one. And two, they came before us without having an agreement or MOU or something that is tangible of what the benefit of this will be. Because if you're the tourism commissioner and this will benefit, I should have heard today. We have made contacts with various cruise lines, and they have agreed that if this measure is implemented, that they would have increased their calls by what amount? Increase the number of passengers by what amount? Stay by what amount? So it was very vague, the testimony that was shared today as to what will be the results rendered from this bill. And hence, they couldn't prove or justify, then I'm not in favor of really moving this measure forward until they can really provide and bring something tangible that could show us these are the benefits that we will reap. And apart from that, I think we, as a government, we've been developing the culture of leaving money on the table. We just found out today that for the past 13 years, cruise ships have been on this District of St. Thomas operating within our ports without the Virgin Islands government receiving a dime. When will we stop leaving money on the table, given so much needs that we have in this territory, program services that require funding? When are we going to stop? So we really have to look at even our Control Casino Commission and their laws to try to broaden it and see how we can start collecting some of the fund that we've been leaving behind and see what other jurisdictions are doing to see how we could tap into that. So those are some of my concerns with regard, again, to Bill number 35-0340 to be able to renew or extend the state of emergency of the Virgin Islands. We know that there are some real issues in WAPA. There's no doubt about that. But what we're not hearing and what we did not hear today again, it's the goal.
1 minute.
But we've been under a state of emergency, and the gap of deficit that we have within our Power Water Authority has not diminished, has not closed. As a matter of fact, if you look at the report presented by the Incident Command Center, you see that when they started in April, from 2 million, they have increased 2 million a month to 2 million weekly, practically. So we see that as days go by, the gap of a deficit continues to increase. And I don't see any clear projection as when we'll be off this state of emergency and when we will stop funding WAPA. So I have some reservations in that area. We really need to change. WAPA needs to make some internal commitment on their own, and we can't continue to supply WAPA forever. So I have everything else. I'll be voting in favor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Judge Verne A. James Sr. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0283, which was recently heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which is the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, and that's specifically for the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act. With the passage of the FY 2025 budget and hearing the concerns of OCR, I want to make sure that they are properly staffed and to make sure that they do their part to bring in revenues, because when this legislation first came before us in the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, it was brought to our attention that it can bring in at least $20 million in revenues. And I know they said by December they should be issuing their first license for cannabis. So I just want to see them really push that industry forward, because that's the new direction in which we're leaning towards as far as the deregulation of cannabis. And as we speak about cannabis, I saw where we have an agenda, Bill number 35-0289, which speaks to raising the legal age to purchase tobacco products from 18 to 21 years of age. I respect what my colleagues are doing. I hope and pray once I leave this institution that we don't continue to change the age and everything, because you're telling me at 18 I could vote, at 18 I could go in the military and block myself and sacrifice my country, but you're telling me I can't smoke tobacco. But it is what it is. So I just want to caution us, don't be raising no more age, and no more festivals, please. No more festivals. As far as Bill number 35-0389, I just want to say I stand in full support of that, even though I was expecting more data from the Department of Tourism and the Government House, because they're basically lobbying us to support this measure, and we really want to support things, but they don't have the data, so we should continue to monitor that. The town of Frederick definitely needs some excitement and some improvement on the nightlife, because after 5 o'clock, there isn't really much to do. So hopefully with this, the tourists can be able to be entertained and take advantage of what they have to offer on the cruise ships. As far as Bill number 35-0391, I was able to speak to the Chief of Staff of the sponsor of this measure, where it was clear that there were some issues when the governor vetoed the bill and we were cleaning it up. So I'm happy to see that the good Senate President is moving forward with that legislation, which speaks to the real estate brokers and sales associates. As far as Bill number 35-0340, that's the area code for the Virgin Islands, and we are definitely in a crisis. Yes, 35-0340. What a coincidence. I tell you, buddy. Bill number 35-0286.
30 seconds.
0286 for the Honorable Hodge, Judge Verne A. Hodge, to name the Superior Court House after him. I wish him many, many more years on earth. We had a great discussion when we honored him in the Committee of Jurisdiction. As far as Benny D, big up yourself, DJ Benny D. I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0285 to give Benny D the key to the city. And moving forward, I would really like to see where we put requirements or criterias in the VI code or someplace, even if it's within this institution, so you can know who deserve a key, because just the other day they have to take back the key from P. Diddy. So, Mr. President, thank you for the time.
We got a few keys. We're going to be taken back shortly. As to the Uncle Bocas Jr., you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of most of the measures in this block. I want to start off with Bill number 35-0031, Child Victims, Child Witnesses Rights Act, providing special protections and accommodations for child victims and witnesses so that we can minimize re-traumatization during the judicial process. As for Bill number 35-0257, the Beer, Wines, and Spirits Festival. to help boost local businesses and increase visitor engagement and the economy of St. Croix. Of course, for Bill number 35-0283, the Cannabis Use Act, which also makes necessary updates to that act in order for us to streamline regulations and provide greater access to cannabis and enhance the governance of cannabis-related activities. As for 35-0285, honoring Benny Demas for his incredible contributions in the area of music and entertainment, and also for his impact in providing community service and donating with his philanthropic efforts back to the Virgin Islands. As for Bill number 35-0286, obvious choice to honor the legacy of Verne A. Hodge by renaming the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in his name. As for Bill number 35-0289, raising the age of purchasing tobacco in the Virgin Islands, which aligns with national standards across the United States, I have no issues with that. As for Bill number 35-0340, extending the state of the emergency for the Water and Power Authority, I must say that the Water and Power Authority has made some substantial strides, as I indicated earlier, with the solar plant battery storage facility that they were able to put online. Incorporating this will help equip stabilizing the grid during power disruptions or routine maintenance, and of course the generated off-peak hours of deployment for high demand periods is always a plus. As for Bill number 35-0389, I feel that St. Croix has been disenfranchised by not having this opportunity bestowed upon them. I'm not sure what happened in 2003 when the act was passed to only provide this provision for the St. Thomas St. John district, but I feel that the St. Croix district has been disenfranchised and they should have the opportunity to reap the benefits of that. So I will be voting in favor of Bill number 35-0389. However, I do believe additional attention should be paid to that section of the code, whereas perhaps we may be able to reap a permit fee of some sort. I'm not sure how that would look, but we could look at that closely, colleagues, and see what is available for us to do. As for 35-0391, the real estate measure, I'm supporting that. And as for 35-0390, I have some concerns in Section E concerning the income tax credit and income tax return areas. So I'm not sure about it as yet, but I do not believe that I will be supporting that measure right now. So thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator at Large, Senator Balquez. Next, we'll recognize the Chair of Budget Appropriations and Finance, Senator Donna Gregory. Recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let me just start with 0390. So when we moved the initial legislation to around the money transmission, of course, there are a number of challenges with it, and the response that came back from the governor is actually tied to the bill prior to the amendments. Okay, so I'm not sure how that happened. But I wish to remind all of us in this room that the bill, all of the budget bills that came back, that big budget bill, we projected $20-something million to come from this money transmission. However, as we did the work, we realized that it was inclusive of wire transfers, and that's how we came back to that number. So we already acknowledge that we have to make adjustments downwards from that number. So we have to pass something to fill this gap. Okay? So I am in full support of 35-0390 with the changes, making it not wire transfer, but money transfer. And we worked with the lawyers and the banks here in the territory to ensure that we were not creating any unnecessary challenges and interstate commerce issues. All right, so I'm in favor of it because we've done our homework. Now, bill number 35-0340. We heard the conversation today from the Incident Command and the new CEO of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. And you know, what is of concern to me is, you know, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority was not in a state of emergency when we had the opportunity for the governor to utilize the ARA funds, $100 million. So we are now, those funds are no longer available, so hence the reason for the state of emergency. What concerns me is they were unable to share with us, in a 5-month window, they spent $32 million. And they were unable to share with us projections around what they anticipate that the spend will be from now until November through, I think April is where the CEO said that we should see some relief. That number, that dollar amount is important to us because at the end of the day, it will be coming from our revenues. Hence the reason why we had to make the overrides that we did today, because clearly the funding, the revenues, based on the state of emergency, we would have to, based on the law, we will be authorizing the chief executive to utilize funds from any bank account in this territory. That's my concern. We just completed the fiscal year 2025 budget. The government of the Virgin Islands financial team came before the Budget Appropriation and Finance Committee, and they made no mention to the fact that they needed an extension and they needed whatever that dollar amount is so we could figure out how we could work it through. That is of concern to me. This state of emergency is up until November. We know that if we say no today, that we will start to see rolling blackouts because right now we are paying for fuel out of our coffers. So we are basically in a very tight spot because we don't want our residents to be frustrated and find ourselves in this situation. But we have to take some time out and review the state of emergency for the future, please, colleagues. This particular state of emergency does not have any guardrails in it. There's no requirement for reporting. It's not in this state of emergency. So there's work that we need to do. We have work to do on this. We need to make some amendments to this at some point. And then I'm going to close with the cruise ship component. I agree that the St. Croix community, particularly Frederiksted, has been disenfranchised for many years. The cruise ships are docked there. It shouldn't look any different. Of course, I was not here in the legislature at the time, and we don't know what the hand that was dealt the senators at the time and why they made the decision not to include St. Croix. If there's no issue with including the Island District of St. Croix, I have no issue. Okay, so I have no issue with it. I think, though, that we still need to do some additional work, but we also need to be mindful that we can't just arbitrarily say we're going to attach fees because the cruise ship, check the history, they will pull out. Okay, and we don't need that for Frederiksted at this time. Mr. President, I want to thank you for the time, and I want to thank my colleagues for all the work that we did today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. And next we'll go to Senator Milton E. Potter. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I rise in support of, I would say, the majority of items in this block. And I want to start with bill number, the WAPA state of emergency, bill number 35-0340. I don't think that anyone can look at me with a straight face and say that WAPA is not in a state of emergency. It's not in a state of crisis. Without question, we are, and I think informally and unofficially, we have been in a state of crisis for some time now. I am concerned with the, lack of data. I am somewhat reluctant to risk not approving the state of emergency and the territory just reverts back to a state of rolling blackouts, similar to what we all experienced the last couple months, the last several weeks. So I am willing to support this bill one more time. So at the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative for Bill number 35-0340, the extension of our state one more time, one last time. Bill number 35-0031, the Child Witness Rights Act. I am in support of that. I think it is imperative that we ensure that our children are treated with dignity and respect, and they're protected when they are victims or witnesses before the courts. And we don't want them to be re-victimized a second time when they're going through the judicial process. So I am comfortable voting for this initiative. Our children need a voice, and their experience of, being a child victim is something that is significant, and we should, as responsible lawmakers, we have an opportunity to protect our children. It's imperative that we do so. I'm in support of Bill number 35-0257 for the island of St. Croix, the Wine and Spirits Festival, a potential opportunity for us to generate new revenues to the system. So I can support that. Bill number 35-0283, the technical amendments to ensure that once and for all,
30 seconds.
we can finally implement the Cannabis Act so that we can gain some of the revenues that we've been promised for the last several years that this initiative was passed. Bill honoring Benny Demas, for sure, we must honor and commend those among us who achieve excellence and who give back to this community. Benny Demas, for sure, is very deserving of this honor and receiving the official key to the Virgin Islands. Likewise, the Honorable Judge Verne Hodge is very much deserving of receiving this honor and having the Superior Court named on his behalf. Judge Hodge is a stalwart in this community. He has my respect and that of the entire U.S. Virgin Islands. So at the appropriate time, I plan to vote affirmatively. Act 35-0289, raising the age to purchase tobacco products from 18 to 21. Very much in support of that. I don't know of any redeeming value in the consumption of tobacco products. So if we can delay it a couple years, I am in full support of that. Bill number 35-0389, I have mixed feelings about the cruise ships having the casinos open while docked in the territory. I mean, it was really difficult to find out exactly what specific metrics were going to be used to determine or to measure the success of this initiative. But I don't see it doing any harm. So, I can support an initiative whose goal is to increase the cruise ship traffic to the island of St. Croix.
Time.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the appropriate time, I will vote accordingly for all of the bills in this block. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Next, we'll come to Senator Maurice C. James. You're recognized for your 4 minutes. Esquire.
Hello. Hello, right? Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. This block is interesting. Is very interesting to me. First of all, I am going to remain consistent with how I voted as a member of the Rules Committee, and the ones that I voted for, which were the child witness, the cannabis, Benny Demas, Verne Hodge, of course. I love him. Raising the legal age, the act to amend various sections, the Beer, Wine, and Spirits Festival. So that leaves me with the ones that for today, that we dealt with today. First of all, I do want to explain to the public that when we passed the 3% on the wire transfer, the first problem was that we were amending the wrong title. That was the first problem. Because there is a title in the Virgin Islands Code that specifically deals with money transmission. So what we did was we rewrote that entire act, and that's why we did not attempt to override the governor's veto, because the governor's veto dealt with the previous act and did not address even the amendments that we made during the last session. So what this does is, we should realize this. There is a large amount of money that is leaving the economy of the Virgin Islands every single day that is never taxed, never spent, never invested in the Virgin Islands. It's just gone. What we are attempting to do is, of course, the first target really is criminal activity, because a lot of transfers are done by criminal exploitation, and that can be a lot of different things: extortion, kidnapping, human trafficking, money laundering. So what is done in this particular bill is, if someone, in fact, a law-abiding citizen, goes and sends money that originated in the Virgin Islands and it ends up in an international or foreign country, they can claim it as a deduction against their income tax when they're filing taxes. So that, in fact, then protects those people who are allowed to file a refund. One of the reasons this bill is important, I'm not a member of the Finance Committee, but the reason that it came out of the Finance Committee was because it advances a legitimate governmental interest, which is, it is a source of governmental revenue, which is needed based on the Finance Committee's deliberation that we have a budget shortfall. So that's the reason why for the last few weeks, I worked with real estate, banking, and insurance attorneys to make sure that this particular bill will pass muster when it comes to interstate commerce and discrimination and equal opportunity. So it covers our bases. When it comes to, so we're asking the colleagues to support it. If you don't, well, we have to find money somewhere else for the budget. That's the bottom line. And it's a fee, it's not a tax. Everybody needs to understand that. When it comes to the casinos on the cruise ships, this is almost as interesting as that last bill that I just spoke about.
1 minute.
Because, I want to point this out, really. The bill, the chapter that well, let me go to the bill itself. This bill starts out by saying whereas the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission has general responsibility to hear and promptly decide on all license, registration, certificate, etc., right? Gaming, suspension. And then
30 seconds.
It goes to a bill that says notwithstanding that same casino commission. Who wrote this? Really? How do we do this in the Virgin Islands? We can't. We have to remember if we're going to pass laws in here, we have to make them make sense. So we have a bill that says the Casino Control Commission has jurisdiction over all these different things, but yet we're removing it from them by sticking this particular bill, by the way, in Title 25 of the Virgin Islands Code that deals with navigation.
Time.
Chapter 16 is more, sorry, may I? Chapter 16 is mooring and anchoring of vessels, and chapter 17 is cruise ships, section 501. What section 501 is? That one section that allowed for cruise ships on St. Thomas to operate after 5 p.m. their casinos. I mean, we can't be sneaky when we're making laws. We need to be transparent. So my concern really is not that we shouldn't have casinos on St. Croix after 5 o'clock. My concern is we need to rewrite this entire law again, this, and put it in the right section. We need to stop doing this. So this is in the wrong section of the code. So that's my problem with it. So just like the governor returned ours because it was in the wrong section of the code, well, I can't vote for this because it's in the wrong section of the code. Same reason. So when it comes to WAPA, WAPA belongs to us. That's all I'm going to say, which means that I have to vote to save WAPA every single time it comes in front of us because WAPA is us. We have to stop thinking WAPA is not us. It's us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice C. James. Next, we'll recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good evening, and we give thanks and praises to the Most High. Blessings. Colleagues, Bill number 350289. I stand in support of all of the bills in this block. This is an act amending Title 27 of the Virgin Islands Code by raising the legal age to purchase tobacco. Tobacco, that's right, you know the young folks, they call it blend. That's right, they call it blend. Some they call it Fanta, you know. Some of the young people don't even know that the blend and the Fanta is tobacco. That's right, so this will raise the age to purchase it from 18 to 21. My son, no. So I know some of them, he's one of them. You know, research and national data are clear. Nearly 95% of adult smokers begin smoking before the age of 21. You know, tobacco, Fanta, and blend, yes, sir, Papa, is linked to several forms of cancer due to the harmful chemicals they introduce into the body. Smoking alone is responsible for 80 to 90% of lung cancer cases, and it contributes to cancers in various parts of the body, the mouth, the throat, the pancreas, the bladder, and smokers are 15 times more likely to develop lung cancer than non-smokers. So by raising the legal age to purchase tobacco and Fanta and blend to 21, we have an opportunity to reduce early exposure to tobacco and Fanta and blend and to prevent long-term nicotine addiction amongst our youth. Bill number 35-0285. Colleagues, this act honors and commends Benny Demos Bolai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries, and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands. You know, Benny D sports a personality as vibrant as his native Virgin Islands. Benny D is globally known as an entertainer extraordinaire, internationally known as the DJ for Akon. Nobody wants to see us together, but it don't matter, no, 'cause I got you. That's the Monday. Benny D has stamped his own ticket to success. He has thousands of fans in over 180 countries. Flamboyant, energetic. You know, he's sold out worldwide stages in Brazil, Germany, LA, New York, France, Uganda, Liberia, Senegal, Austria, New Zealand, Hong Kong, Korea, Saudi Arabia. Awesome. Congratulations to Benny D. Also, bill number 35-02H6. This man is a hero. Judge Verne Antonio Hodge. We're going to name the courthouse in the Superior Court the Judge Verne Antonio Hodge. He fill up this room here, this whole room, Papa, will fill up, standing room only. I'm so proud to join my colleagues to honor the Honorable Virgin Islands hero, Verne Antonio Hodge. You know, I want to go quickly. How much time I got? Okay, good.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. If you wanted to finish up, you could have finished up, you know.
Let's say this. Oh, thank you so kindly. You know, bill number 35-0390, the money transmission revolving fund at 3% fee. You know, right now, the Virgin Islands is supporting the whole Caribbean. Every Friday, whoosh, the money gone out, and I'm serious. We need to have some of that money staying back because the government is expensive to operate. We need to provide more elderly senior housing, and the funds are tight. This is a priority. So thank you very much. I'm support. Yes. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes. And you know, I got to mention this. This 35th legislature, all are we. When we took office, there was 209 patients on kidney dialysis, and 104 of them we could not treat. Well, today, that's right, today, we dedicated the dialysis wing in the 5th floor at Roy Lester Snyder Hospital. So now nobody in St. Thomas that has kidney dialysis need to go off island. St. Croix coming in 2 months. So blessings. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll come to the Chair of Rules and Judiciary, Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues, people of the Virgin Islands. The bills that we have before us have already been vetted in rules, except for the last few on this agenda. And I just want to take time to say, as it relates to Bill 35-0257, first I want to thank my colleagues for your collaborative efforts. I want to thank Department of Tourism, Chamber of Commerce, the local distilleries and breweries for their contribution to this legislation. Colleagues, I did listen to you on that day, and there was an amendment. The contractor, and it states that the contractor, in conjunction with the Department of Tourism, Division of Festivals, shall no later than December 25th hold an inaugural U.S. Virgin Islands Beer, Wine, and Spirits Festival and may incorporate the inaugural event as part of any festival activity. So the Commissioner of Tourism has the right to determine when this festival would happen and who it would partner with. I just want to say that distilling, happening mostly on St. Croix, is one of the largest revenue generators in this territory. It makes sense to capitalize on that industry to enhance growth. I have several more pieces of revenue generators that I will work diligently to help to pass in this 35th, like the Harbor Night. And I want to say the Cruise and Rum, Diageo, Mutiny, Leatherback, Raisin Cane, these are the distillers in our backyard. And I just want to say anything for St. Croix. St. Croix now, a vote no today is a vote no for St. Croix. So I ask you colleagues to support this. I am prepared to vote for most of, and if not all, of these legislation in this block. I say thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next, we'll come to the Majority Leader. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening to all. A lot of work being done here. I want to say thank you to all my colleagues who supported the override of the governor's veto on the Epstein monies. I ask that this is actually, there was a double lock on this gate. So only one lock was unlocked, and that was the override of the governor's veto. Now I ask us to put our heads together so that after we can amend this measure and put these monies to good use. So that will unlock the second lock on the gate. I stand in support, excuse me, please. I stand in support of most of the bills before us in this block. However, I have serious reservations about extending the state of emergency for WAPA. They have consistently failed the legislature over and over in providing the necessary information that we've requested from them so that we can make responsible and informed decisions. I cannot see myself voting in support of this again today. Also, I'm asking for your support on 3 amendments which were circulated to you earlier, 2 of which are for the honoring and commending and the naming of our Superior Courthouse here in Charlotte Amalie after the Honorable Verne Antonio Hodge. It is fitting. There were 2 simple amendments to add in his creation of the Rising Star Steel Orchestra and information on his military term with the U.S. service. And also there was another amendment circulated regarding the appropriation of an additional $200,000 to WAPA to bring restoration power to those individuals who have been without power on St. Croix in the Bugby Hole, Spring Garden, and Spring Gut area for the last 113 days today, to be exact. Hopefully, after this, we will see action, we will see movement in that area so that we can have power restored to those persons in that area. I want to also, at this time, with the remaining time, wish Mrs. Olivia Hines Henry of Frederickstead, St. Croix, LaGrange matriarch. I want to wish her a blessed 100th birthday today. Your remarkable life and enduring spirit, of course, inspires all of us. And I want to also say a belated birthday to before I go there, Mrs. Hines Henry's 100th birthday was yesterday. And also belated birthday to Miss Lucinda Theodora Benjamin,
1 minute.
who made 100 years old on August 30th. So both of them was born in 1924. And we celebrate both of you and the countless memories you've created over the years. Hopefully, many of us in here would live to see close to their age. Again, thank you, Mr. President and colleagues, and at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote on the measures before us in this block. Also, congratulations to the hospital board and specifically to the Schneider Regional leadership over there that have now cut the ribbon and actually opening the dialysis unit tomorrow. Again, I wrote to the hospital board asking them to address this situation territory-wide. So St. Thomas has been done, and I'm looking forward to us completing that on St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. Madam Secretary, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of most of these pieces of legislations that we have before us. Bill number 35-0031, an act amending and creating the Child Victim and Child Witness Rights Act. I really want to commend the sponsor. I had a couple of questions for that bill, but the sponsor was able to address them, specifically dealing with those victims of child abuse being able to have a recording testimony submitted to the court and accepted. So the proponent of the measure was able to clarify that, and I believe also it was clarified with some of the amendments that was made in the Rules Committee. Bill number 35-0283, I have no issues with that relative to the Cannabis Use Act. It cleans up that measure. 35-0285, Brian Benny Demas Boulay, I really want to commend him for all the hard work he's done in the music industry. He really transformed himself. He was a high school dropout. He was able to turn himself around, and he's doing well. He's a married family man. So I really want to commend that young Virgin Islander. Then 35-0286, an act amending and commending a great litigant, the Honorable Verne Antonio Hodge, and to know that he was able to actually be the father of our current judicial branch. I don't think that is really understood, all of the work that went into updating our judicial branch, so it could now be the Superior and Supreme Court, and he was at the forefront leading that charge. So I have no objection to that. In fact, I really want to commend the sponsor for that bill. And also raising the age from 18 to 21 for the use of tobacco products. I think that's a good thing. We want to make sure our young people ability to develop mentally is not hampered by certain substances. And then we have bill number 35-0340. This is with the state of emergency. I have some challenges with that. Based on the short title, I understand there is a bill in the nature of a substitute. So I really want us to have a good discussion on that. I have some concerns. The amendment in the nature of a substitute indicates a plan of action, but we have no date on that. So I think it's something that we could just insert. And then we have an act to amend various sections of Title V. I remember that was vetted in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. And we have, of course, one of the bills I signed on to was bill number 35-0390, an act amending Title IX, subchapter 2 to establish the money transfer. I have no objection to that. And
30
also
seconds.
the real estate broker bill, which was special ordered. I have no objection to that, to eliminate the property manager component of that. And then finally, bill number 35-0257, regarding the Beer, Wine, and Spirit Festival. Anything that we could do to help promote the Virgin Islands, anything that we can do to bring revenues legitimately into the Virgin Islands that doesn't cause an adverse effect to our people, I definitely will be in support of. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Next we'll come to the Vice President of the Legislature, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I rise in support of most of the bills in this block. But I'm going to speak specifically to bill number 35-0375, because although I was an original sponsor of bill number 35-0390, which is now bill number 35-0375, I have removed my name as bill sponsor, and I will be voting against the legislation before us today, because I believe that as written and amended, it is both discriminatory and constitutionally flawed. As referred in the governor's veto, the language of this bill potentially violates the interstate commerce law, which reserves Congress the right to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. The bill also violates the 14th Amendment, which provides that no state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction equal protection under the laws. Under this bill, two persons with the same citizenship and tax status will be taxed differently, partially based on national origin. If one legally employed person who pays taxes on her income sends money to her mother, say in Virginia or what have you, she will not be taxed. However, if someone with the same legal status who also pays taxes on her income sends money, say for instance, Tatola, the BVI, she will be taxed. Why? What is the Virgin Islands government's rational state interest for placing a tax on transaction, but none the other? Too much talking. It was stated that this won't impact legal status in terms of residents who pays taxes, because the bill provides an income tax credit for the amount they paid in a wire transfer fee. But this is similar to the language that was done in Oklahoma. But there is one key difference. Oklahoma provides reference to individuals who basically gets credit when they file a tax return. And for the record, the Virgin Islands doesn't have a local income tax. And the Virgin Islands government cannot create a credit against federal income tax. Further, this bill will not fix the budget. I understand and know we passed this bill to help balance the budget, and that's very important. But I must say that first, the revenue projections based on the bill will not suffice because of the ways it is written. Because it basically taxed all money transfers, not those just going to a foreign destination. And secondly, because of its unconstitutional issue, the bill will be an easy target for individuals to challenge in court. So I must say that there is a great likelihood that we will not see the funds that we so most desperately need. But my pitch, colleagues, is honestly, we need the funds.
30 seconds.
But the bill should go through committee so we can hear from all sides. I know my colleague said she spoke with individuals and banks in respect to the bill, but we need to have basically, we need to have individuals from all areas to come and have it go through committee so we can basically see the benefit and analysis of the bill, because it's important. And that's why I cannot support it in its current form. But nonetheless, I digress. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. If the timekeeper could put 5 minutes on the clock for me, 4 minutes on the clock for me, please. I'll appreciate it. First of all, I want to start off with the bill honoring and commending the Verne Antonio Hodge for his dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands. It's long overdue. Again, I believe that Judge Hodge has made his mark in history and in this community. Individuals that fought for us to be able to get gasoline excise tax back in the days. Again, a powerful individual. He had been known to be the part of the kitchen cabinet of most of the governors that have gone through this territory. They always seek him out for advice and consultation. So we truly appreciate having this young man still around to enjoy his flowers while he's still alive. So I stand in full support of this commendation and recognition for Judge Hodge. Bill number 35-0391, which is a real estate bill. I thank my colleagues for their support. There was a lot of countless hours that has been put forth in regards to getting this bill to this point. Certainly, there was a veto of the original bill as a result of the property manager. We have eliminated the property manager from the discussion. This bill has been in place since 1967, almost as old as me. And, it's time for us to really create the real estate reform on that. So I'm happy to support that moving forward. In respect to the WAPA conversation, before I go to WAPA, I just want to say that the cruise ship opening with the casino after 5 p.m. is something that I intend to support. It's nothing that's going to happen overnight. It's going to take 18 to 24 months to get us to that level. And I believe that we have a good opportunity to certainly provide some support, legislative assistance, as well as funding that to help to secure and prepare Frederiksted and St. Croix for the implementation of having the cruise ship opening after 5 p.m. if we see the need or the possibility where there could be some fees leverage as a result of that. Being mindful that there's always some repercussions in trying to do that, we will make sure that we're able to put that in place. And of course, we have 18 to 24 months in which to make that happen. WAPA. I stand in support of the extension. Of course, WAPA has continued to be a hindrance for this community and really have us over a barrel. And when we look at WAPA over the last year or so, we have spent $100 million in ARPA funds, $145 million in HUD funds. We have spent $32.9 million in ARPA, stabilization, and general fund money, a total of $277 million, which has severely impacted our hospitals,
1 minute,
our schools, our vendors, our retirement system, our Meals on Wheels, our Medicaid, our elderly population, our roads. WAPA is a conversation that continues to present some challenges for us. All of the initiative that we have put forth under the ARPA funding has now gone away, been obliterated as a result of this WAPA expenditure of the funding that have gone to WAPA. However, to do nothing is definitely a challenge for us. WAPA is a government entity.
30
it's
seconds.
owned by us, and we have to do everything possible to really right-fit this issue. And most importantly, we have to continue to offset and support the WAPA situation that we're experiencing. Is no doubt that WAPA is in a financial crisis, and after spending $277 million, if we don't see that, something is wrong. But certainly we can't afford to have this cost levied against our consumers as a result of not supporting us or supplementing it from the government's level.
Time.
We saw what happened in terms of the discussion where we support our insurance, our Cigna insurance renewal. Recently, where the governor again lambasted us for the fact that he was disappointed that we're not sharing this cost, but to move this responsibility solely on to our government employees who's already being strained with inflation and high food prices and everything else that we're seeing in this community, to include the WAPA costs, will be counterproductive. So we have to do everything to safeguard and again shelter our constituency from additional financial burden. So I'll be supporting most of the bills in this particular block. And at this time, Madam Clerk, I'll ask that you start to call up each of the bills for a vote.
Bill number 35-0031, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by adding a new Chapter 301A, creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act, and repealing Chapter 301, Subchapter 4, Section 3510.
Roll call on bill number 35-0031.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Frank Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0031, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by adding a new Chapter 301A, creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act, and repealing Chapter 301, Subchapter 4, Section 3510, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0283, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 34, the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act.
Roll call on bill number 35-0283.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yes. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Yes. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 1 nay, 1 not voting.
Please record Senator Francis Heiliger's vote as yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you very much. Bill number 35-0283, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 34, the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0285, an act honoring and commending Brian Benedimus Boulay for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0285.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0285, an act honoring and commending Brian Benedimus Boulay for his outstanding achievement in the music and entertainment industry and for his contribution to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0286, an act honoring and commending Verne Antonio Hodge for his years of dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands and its jurisprudence by naming the courthouse of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in the St. Thomas St. John District, the Judge Verne A. Hodge Superior Courthouse.
Amendment. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 35-1010, an amendment to bill number 35-0286, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0286 is amended by adding the following whereas clause after whereas clause number 7. Open quote, whereas in the summer of 1981, presiding Judge Verne Antonio Hodge created the Rising Stars Steel Orchestra with the goal of preventing school dropout and juvenile delinquency among our youth. Close quote. I so move.
Motion probably made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph, Senator Javan James Sr., Senator DeGraff, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, and Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Amendment.
Amendment. Senator Gittins, you recognize for amendment.
Mr. President and colleagues, again, I rise to offer another amendment, amendment number 35-1031, an amendment to bill number 35-0286, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0286 is amended in the following instances. A, on page 1, insert the following whereas clause after the first whereas clause. Open quote, whereas in 1952, he graduated from Charlotte Amalia High School as a salutatorian of his class, close quote. 2, in the second whereas clause, insert, open quote, School of Law, close quote, after, open quote, Howard University, close quote. 3, insert the following whereas clause after the second whereas clause, open quote, whereas from 1956 to 1958, he served as a U.S. Army Infantry First Lieutenant and received an award of merit for the 9th Infantry Division, close quote. B, on page 2, strike the 8th whereas clause. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Joseph, Senator DeGraff, Senator James Sr., Senator Carrion, Senator Heiliger, and Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. And Senator Fonseca as well. Roll call on bill number 35-0286 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Judge Verne E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0286, an act honoring and commending Verne Antonio Hodge for his years of dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands and his jurisprudence by renaming the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, the St. Thomas St. John, the Judge Verne A. Hodge Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, as amended, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0289, an act amending Title 27 of the Virgin Islands Code by raising the legal age to purchase tobacco products from 18 to 21 years of age.
Roll call on bill number 35-0289.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Judge Verne E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., not voting. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0289, an act amending Title 27 of the Virgin Islands Code by raising the legal age to purchase tobacco products from 18 to 21 years of age have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0340, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the power and energy crisis for an additional 60 days from September 28, 2024 through November 19, 2024.
Amendment. Senator James, James Sr., recognized for amendment.
Mr. President and colleagues, I move to offer amendment number 35-1053 to bill number 35-0340. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 35-0340. Bill number 35-340 is amended in the following instances. A, by striking the preamble and inserting a new preamble to read as follows. Whereas Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Section 1005A, vests in the Governor of the Virgin Islands the responsibility for meeting the dangers to the territory and its people presented by emergencies or major disasters. And whereas for months leading up to April 2024, the inability of independent government agencies to timely pay the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for its services impacted WAPA's ability to pay its critical vendors, resulting in curtailing of power generation. And
please,
whereas on
one second, motion has been called. Please recognize the mic of Senator Bolkes for his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to waive the reading of amendment number 35-0153. I would like to move to waive the amendment of the reading of amendment number 35-1053. I so move.
Objection.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolkes, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, objected to by Senator Franklin Johnson. Roll call. Well, yeah. A 2-minute debate time. And the waiving of reading, I'm sorry, and the waiving of the reading, roll call, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion.
No.
Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
No.
Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Judge Verne A. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. No. Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 8 yeas, 6 nays, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
I so move.
The motion to waive the reading has passed.
I so move.
So moved by Senator James Sr., seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden. Roll call. No objection, no objection? Objection. Senator Senator Johnson, 2 minutes debate time.
Mr. Chair, I wait to hear what my colleagues that move in this amendment have to say why we should support this amendment.
How much time remains for Senator Franklin Johnson?
1 minute, 55 seconds.
Thank you. Senator James, you recognize you got two minutes.
Mr. President, even though I have the utmost respect for my colleague, I don't know what I should say because I'm not objecting, so I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Javon James Jr.?
1 minute, 50 seconds.
Senior? 1 minute. 1 minute 50.
1 minute, 50 seconds.
1 minute 50 seconds. Senator Johnson, you recognize you have a 1 minute 55 seconds.
Mr. President, in this whereas clause, on June 14, 2024, the governor requests an additional 90 days. 90, not 60. So I want to understand why we're giving him 90 days now versus 60. I hold the remainder of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Johnson?
1 minute, 40 seconds.
Thank you, Senator James. Senior, you recognize you have 1 minute, 50 seconds.
Mr. President, I will continue to listen and reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator James Senior?
Mr. Chair, we continue just
1
giving-
second, Senator. How much time remains for Senator James Senior?
1 minute, 48 seconds.
Senator Johnson, you recognize you have 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Mr. Chair, we continue giving this governor open doors to just go into our budget, take money, spend it without even reporting to us. I hold and remain of my time and give it to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
How much time remains for Senator Johnson?
1 minute, 20 seconds.
Senator Javon James Sr., you recognize you have 1 minute, 48 seconds.
Mr. President, I will wait to hear what the good minority senator has to say. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Javon James Sr.?
1 minute, 40 seconds.
Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, your 1 minute, 20 seconds.
As a member of this institution, I'm very leery of us coming before this body and offering this governor a state of emergency. We are fully aware that we have been in a state of emergency when it comes to WAPA, but the problem that when we give him an open door policy as it relates to these types of things, you also give him a blank check to be shifting monies around in this territory unchecked. And for me, that is a very dangerous situation. The original laws on the books specifically stated that these state of emergencies are supposed to be turned over for 30 days. You guys, in your wisdom, have decided to give him 90, 60, and all of these crazy numbers without any type of reporting to this institution so we could fully understand what this governor is doing.
30 seconds.
During his entire first term, he had carte blanche state of emergencies, and we all saw where that got us. Okay? So I don't want to be in a situation where you have all of this information and you don't even want to put it on the record so we could fully understand what you're attempting to amend as it relates to the state of emergency. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heidegger?
5 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Javon James Sr., you have 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Mr. President, I'm not carrying the water for the governor, so I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Javon James Sr.?
1 minute, 35 seconds.
You have 5 seconds left for remaining. Senator Francis Heidegger.
This is a perfect example of why we don't get anything done.
Time.
We don't have information, and you don't even want me or the public to
Your time
fully
has
know.
expired, Senator. Thank you. Senator James, you have 1 minute, 35 seconds.
Colleagues, I'm just asking if you really intend to come back here every 30 days or 60 days, whatever it is, be my guest. I am just here to offer the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Very well. All time has expired or relinquished. At this time, roll call on the amendment.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 9 yeas, 5 nays, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. The amendment carries. Roll call on bill number 35-340 as amended. 340 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 9 yeas, 5 nays, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0340, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the power and energy crisis for an additional 60 days from September 20th, 2024 through November 19th, 2024, as amended, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, next item.
Bill number 35-0388, an act to amend various sections of Title V Virgin Islands Code.
Amendment. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for, you have an amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Use the mic.
Mr. Chair, I offer amendment number, Mr. President, I offer amendment number 35-1050 to Bill number 35-0388. It reads as, Bill number 35-0388 is amended as follows, if I could find it. Bill number 35-0388 is amended as follows. Section A in subsection L, strike 1432 and insert 1423. B in subsection S, strike apartment wherever it appears and insert dwelling. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Capehart, seconded by Senator Fonseca, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Javan James Sr. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Roll call on bill number 35-0388 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Judge Verne E. James Sr., Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35-0389, an act to 388, an act to amend various sections of Title V Virgin Islands Code as amended, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Again, that's Bill number 35-0388 as amended. Madam Clerk, roll call on the next measure.
Bill number 35-0389, an act to allow the operation of casinos and cruise ships while docked in St. Croix, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0389.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, not voting. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Judge Verne E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 12 yeas, 2 nays, 1 not voting.
Very well. What is your vote, Senator? Please record Senator Gittins' vote as yes, and tally, please.
Senator Gittins, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0389, an act to allow the operation of casinos and cruise ship while docked in St. Croix, Virgin Islands, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0390, an act.
Point of order, Senator Fred Gregory. It was 13 years, 2 nays. Senator, you could put back up the previous votes on the screen for bill number 35-0389. It was 2 nays. The 2 nays was Senator Franklin Johnson and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're welcome. Roll call on bill number 30. Next bill, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0390, an act amending Title IX Virgin Islands Code, Subchapter 2, to establish the Money Transmission Revolving Fund.
Roll call on bill number 35-0390.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.,
Yeah, please be
Senator-
quiet so that the votes could be properly accounted for.
Senator Bolquez Jr., nay.
Madam Clerk, let's start over, please.
Okay. Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Nay. Senator Blyden? Nay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.? Senator Bolquez Jr.? Nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart? Yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion? Nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff? Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca? Yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr.? Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger? Yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory? Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Senator Gittens? Nay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James? Yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr.? Yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson? Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph? Yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter? Yay. Mr. President, we have 11 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35-0390, an act amending Title 9 Virgin Code, Subchapter 2, to establish the money transmission revolving fund, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0391, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to real estate brokers and sales associates.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0391.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden? Yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.? Senator Bolquez Jr.? Yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart? Yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion? Yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff? Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca? Yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr.? Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger? Yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory? Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Senator Gittens? Yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James? Yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr.? Yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson? Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph? Yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter? Yay. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35-0391, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to the real estate brokers and sales associates, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Thank you. Amendment, Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for amendment? Well, let me call up the bill first. Let me get the bill called up first. Madam Clerk, next item.
Bill number 35-0257, an act to develop and produce an annual U.S. Virgin Islands Beer, Wine, and Spirits Festival to allow for non-germane amendments.
Very well, thank you. Senator Fred Gregory, amendment.
I move to amend
wish to offer?
What bill am I amending? I can't remember. 35025. I move amendment number 35, that's 1034, to, as a non-germane amendment to bill number 35, that's 0257. Bill number 35, that's 0257, is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads, section blank, Act number 6531 is repealed. I so move. Good.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Biden and Senator DeGraff, objected to by Senator James Sr. 2-minute debate time.
Mr. President and colleagues, I don't plan to keep us here all night. It's just for transparency, just to let the people of the Virgin Islands know what's happening.
Thank
I
you.
reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The Economic Development Committee, chaired by Senator Judge James Sr., recently met, I want to say it's last Thursday, to discuss the status of agriculture in the Virgin Islands. We actually passed an agriculture state plan, and this bill allows the Department of Agriculture, this amendment, and the Department of Property and Procurement to set the amounts associated with the leases and to avoid the continued impact with the insurance of the leases in the territory tied to agricultural property. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Fred Gregory?
1 minute, 25 seconds.
Senator James Sr., you have 2 minutes.
Mr. President, I have no further comments. I don't need any time. I withdraw my objection. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. That's it. You recognize you have, how much time remains for Senator Fred Gregory?
1 minute, 25 seconds.
You have 1 minute, 25 seconds. Senator.
Thank you, Senator my millennial senator, for bringing this to the forefront. That is important for us to, as we keep meetings, it's important that we have outcomes. And this is one of the outcomes of the meeting that was held by your committee last Thursday. Mr. President, I return the balance of my time.
So move. So move.
I so move.
Motion properly made. As all time expired, so move, and seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Carrion. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Next.
He's a piece with her. It's okay.
Senator Gittins, you recognize your amendment?
Walk with me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 35-1020, amendment to bill number 35-0257, offered by yours truly, and along with Novalee Francis Jr. and Franklin D. Johnson. Bill number 35-0257 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section as follows. Section blank A, the sum of $200,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for the restoration of the electrical services to the residents of the Bugby Hole and Spring Garden, Spring Gut communities and for no other purpose. B, the funds appropriated in subsection A remain available until expended. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by DeGraff, Johnson, Francis Heidegger, Carrion, Ray Fonseca, Capart, hearing, and Senator Marie C. James, hearing no objection. So ordered. Amendment, Senator Donald Gregory.
I move amendment number 35, that's 1044, as an amendment to bill number 35, as a non-germane amendment to bill number 35, that's 0257. Bill number 35-0257 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, Act number 8917, Section 1, page 9 is amended as follows. In subsection AC, after the line item subtotal general fund, strike $650,948,748,000 and insert $651,398,748,000. And B, in subsection AD, after the line item grand total general fund, strike $701,355,186 and insert $701,785,186. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Fred Gregory.
I move Amendment 35-0287. Okay, let me restate that. I move Amendment number 35-1041 to Bill number 35-0257. Bill number 35-0257 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads, Section blank, Act number 8902, which is Bill number 35-0353, is amended by striking all the language in Section 28 and inserting the following language. The sum of $300,000 is appropriated in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the University of the Virgin Islands for UVICEL to provide training to the instructors of the Emergency Medical Services Education Program established pursuant to 17 VIC Section 41I and for the UVI Medical School Simulation Center to provide hands-on training and continuing education credits toward a general education degree in a related field. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Potter, Senator James Sr., Senator DeGraff, Senator Carrion. Hearing no, second by Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 35-997 to Bill number 35-0257, offered by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Bill number 35-0257 is amended by inserting a new section to read as follows. Section blank, Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 21, Section 205, Subsection C, is amended by adding a sentence at the end of subsection that reads as follows. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the governor may enter into easement on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands without approval of the legislature. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by who seconded? Second by Fonseca, Senator Potter, Senator James Sr., objected to by Senator DeGraff. 2-minute debate time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the governor may enter into easements on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands without the approval of the legislature. And are you second? Out your mind. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator DeGraff?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you.
Senator Blyden, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This basically what it means is it relates to the sale, lease, or other disposition of government property and remove the barriers that require easement to be approved by the legislature, which helps to support a more user-friendly process and remove delays in processing. That's all it does. And it was recommended by legal counsel. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Blyden?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
How much time for Senator DeGraff?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Senator DeGraff, you have 1 minute, 45 seconds.
I don't care who it is. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the governor may enter into easements on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands without the approval of the legislature. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remaining for Senator DeGraff?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Wait.
Senator Blyden, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
As I stated, it removes barriers that require easement to be approved by the legislature, which helps to support a more user-friendly process and remove delays in processing. That's what it basically does. I reserve the balance of my time.
1 minute, 10 seconds to Senator Blyden.
1 minute, 10 seconds. Senator DeGraff, you recognize you have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Barriers. So the legislature have become a barrier now. You know, so again, notwithstanding the foregoing, the governor may enter into easement on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands without the approval of the legislature. Barriers, we become barriers now? Colleagues, the governor got to be out in mind. I reserve the balance of my time, and I give the balance of my time to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
1 minute
DeGraff.
remaining for Senator DeGraff.
Senator Blyden, you recognize you have 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill was recommended by the Department of Property and Procurement, and they worked in conjunction with legal counsel. So I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Blyden?
55 seconds.
55 seconds. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you have 1 minute.
I don't know if we live in La La Land or we are not fully aware of how this governor has been functioning. We seem to keep relinquishing power in this institution and handing it over to a person that don't tell us he don't care about the legacy. He gonna do what he want for the rest of the term. And I just do not trust this individual to be relinquishing any power that I have that could potentially protect the people of this territory. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to do this, why don't we relinquish all our power on leasing and zoning? Let property and procurement do what they want.
30 seconds.
I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heidegger?
25 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Marvin Blyden, you have 55 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. As my colleague said earlier, I'm just moving the amendment along. So I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Blyden?
45 seconds.
Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you got 25 seconds.
I don't know what to do in this place. All I'm going to say, at the end of the day, I think as an institution, we need to be very cautious. If you understand what easements are, that means any property that this governor wants to just impose upon, he could do it without our knowledge, without our consent. And then all of a sudden, the people we represent will be coming down on us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Your time has expired. Senator Marvin Blyden, you have 45 seconds.
Again, in closing, it was recommended by Property and Procurement in conjunction with our legal counsel, so I reserve the balance of my time. I return the balance of my time. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before we go to the vote, legal counsel, will you care to opine on this amendment?
Mr. President, the current statute in Title 31 right now does not specifically give this body the authority to approve easements. What you have is the authority to approve conveyances, which is the transfer of land or property from one party to another. You have the authority to approve leases, but specifically, easements are not in the statute. An easement is not a conveyance, it is not a lease, it is not a transfer of property. It is simply a right of way that the legislature at this point does not have that authority. What this amendment does is simply clarifies it to say the governor would be the one to enter into easements without legislative approval. That's it. It clarifies the statute because the statute right now does not give this body the authority to enter into, to approve easements. That's what it does.
So, point of inquiry, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm trying to understand the legal counsel. So if the statute does not grant this body any legislative authority towards easement, who does the law grant this authority to specifically?
Through the chair to Senator Gittins. At this point, the law implies that the authority is to the governor. What this section, what this statute or this amendment would do is to make it clear that is the governor. That's all it does. It clarifies an ambiguous statute because the statute does not refer to easements at all. It refers to conveyances. It refers to leases. Any sort of property that is being exchanged, that is within the province of this body. Easements are not an exchange of property. It is simply a right of way. So it clarifies the statute that easements can be are entered into by the governor without legislative approval.
Thank you.
Legal counsel, can you also speak to the issue, in fact, that that this leaves the government in a loop at times where there's funding and individuals that's willing to pay for leases, however, unable to because there's no clarity in terms of who is responsible for collecting the funds associated with these lease requirements?
Mr. President, that's why this amendment came up in the first place. There was an issue in which there was an easement in which essentially the government would have realized revenues from the transaction. But what ended up happening, because it was unclear that the legislature had to approve it, our office opined that the section in the statute does not require legislative approval. But the time it took for that to be clarified and now this language to come down, it essentially would have hampered what would have been a transaction for the government. Ultimately, I understand that transaction may have been effectuated. But this allows, when you do have a rare instance of an easement and there is a potential for revenue, it allows it to be done in a quick fashion because, again, and I repeat, the statute right now does not give the legislature the clear authority to approve easements. This cleans it up.
Thank you very much, Senator Chief Counsel. A point of inquiry, Senator Francis Heidegger.
To the chair to legal counsel.
You have to stand.
Oh Lord, I think in we point of inquiry to the chair to legal counsel. So the fact that the legislature already deals with leases and zoning and all these things, wouldn't it have been more appropriate that if there's anything accompanying these things that potentially need to be done, that it would be best vested into the legislature versus it being done separately with the governor, since all those things already come here?
Through the chair to Senator Francis Heidegger, you have to understand the concept that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
What you refer to with respect to leases is essentially permission for one party to use property for a specific period of time for a specific purpose. That is a use. An easement is not a use. It is a right of way to allow one person to access the property of another. There is no ownership that is being exchanged. There's no use that's being exchanged. It is simply a right of way. And this body, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And this body, to the extent that there's any exchange of property ownership, it must be approved by this body. To the extent that there is a lease of property, it must be approved by this body. Any sort of conveyance, ownership change, or anything of that nature must be approved by this body, and the statute is clear. However, an easement is simply a right of way. There's nothing that's being exchanged. That's why it's treated differently as everything else.
And I'm fully aware of what an easement is. My concern is to give authority to access property, because the legislature gives the authority to utilize property through leases. But when you also do an easement, you're doing access to property. So my concern is that when you put that in the power of one person's hand, I am asking you, can the legislature and the laws be amended to give that power to this body that fully represent the people of this territory to make an overall decision versus just putting it into the hands of one individual, which is the governor? Can the law stipulate that?
Through the chair to Senator Francis Heiliger, the law can be amended to give this body the authority to approve easements. The point is that the way the law is structured and in the construct of the law is that this body approves anything having to do with leasing of property, conveyances of property, anything having to do with change of ownerships and so forth. That's what this body is responsible and has authority to approve.
And we can also have the authority.
Please let him finish.
Because an easement does not fall within that category, and the law does not in any way speak to that. That's why this amendment was drafted. Now, to the extent that this body may want to also approve easements, you may do that. Okay. But again, the reason why it's done like this, there is a distinction between a conveyance and an easement. There's a total distinction. That's why it's done the way it is.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the time. And again, this is the body that passes laws. And every law that is in the VI Code was created by senators, and we could alter them just like how we created them. And it is my concern, once again, that I think if we're going to be doing easements and giving access to people's property as well, it should be conveyed within this institution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Senator Maurice James, you had a point of information?
Well,
you have to stand.
I have all this on my... Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
An easement is an interest in property. It is an interest in property. So how do you then interpret that, knowing that it is an interest in property? It's not just a right to access, but it's an interest in property that I'm giving to someone else, an interest in my property to use it, right? The right of access. So I'm just adding that so that everybody understands that, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Legal counsel,
Sure.
Please respond.
The interest in property is strictly limited to access. It has nothing to do with ownership.
I know that.
It has something to do with conveyance. The statute is crafted around conveyance. It's crafted around leasing. It's crafting around uses. You're correct in the sense, Senator James, that an easement can be interpreted as an interest. But in reality, and as you well know as a lawyer, in reality, the black law definition of an easement is a right of way. And that's how it's treated by the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, and so forth.
Just point of information? Okay. If I gave you a 25-foot easement across my property, that means that you have use. I cannot stop you from using it because I've given you that use forever sometimes. So I can't then, unless I go to the court to terminate it and give a reason, I cannot, for example, block you after I have given you that easement. I just wanted to explain because there are a number of people who give 25-foot easements so that the person who is blocked has access to their property if it's behind, right? But it has to now be maintained, and the parties have to agree to the maintenance of the easement, to the cost of maintaining the easement, whether or not I'm paying you, I can also pay you.
The question is whether or not it's your position or you wanted to opine on the fact whether it's to be responsibility for the governor or for the legislature to act on those
right.
issues.
I just figured that we need to be clear when we understand what we're giving away. When we give somebody an easement, we're giving them an interest in property to use that part of the property that we are designating as an easement. That's it. So do you want to give it to the governor or the legislature?
Yeah.
That's the question that is before us.
Correct.
That's it.
Point of information, and then we'll call. I'll allow you to weigh in, and then we'll call, and then we'll take a vote on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I can recall very clearly when this body here, when Sandcastle came to us, the road that runs adjacent to Sandcastle property in Frederickstead is owned by the government, and their fence was already encroaching on the government property. They came right here to this body for us to vote to give them authorization for that same piece of property, for they could go ahead to get a loan for improvement, because they didn't own the land that they had their fence encroaching on. The government owned that land. It's a road. So we did that in this body. So I'm a little puzzled here today when we are saying that we don't have that right, but yet we're doing a waiver to give the government a right that we don't have. But right in this body, we voted on giving Sandcastle that easement on that property so that they could continue with their business and do what they needed to do. So I need some clarification here with that. I'm very confused right now.
You may respond, Chief Counsel.
Through the chair to Senator Johnson, I'm not familiar specifically with the instance you're talking about. But what I can say, historically, it was presumed that this legislature had the authority to approve easements, that the statute was broad enough to extend to easements. That was the presumption, and historically this body operated as such. But when we looked at it carefully, and we looked at the statute, we realized that an easement doesn't fall within the four corners of the statute. We can only read what the statute says. So what may have done before, you may be correct, that previous legislatures may have approved an easement. It's possible. But in reality, when you look at the statute, and you can pull it up, Title 31, Section, I think 231 it is, it does not speak to easements in terms of what this body approves. Now, if this body ultimately decides you want to have the authority to approve easements, that is your call. What this amendment does, it simply says the governor may do it. If a majority of this body objects, then so be it.
Sure. You had thank you, Chief Counsel. You had a point of information, Senator, and then we'll call this question, and we'll go to a vote. Please recognize the mic of Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Through the chair to legal counsel, would easement be labeled under our statute as other disposition of government real estate?
Through the chair to Senator Joseph, I do not interpret it as a disposition. When you're disposing of property, a property disposition implies a change of ownership or some other change of the property designation. In this case, an easement wouldn't fall within that designation of disposition.
Conveyances, leases, and I'm thinking that it is included in that under that statute that we listed. So I do have a concern regarding giving the governor all of this authorization, especially knowing that funding could be associated with it, and then we wouldn't be able to account for that money coming into our coffers. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. You care to respond, or there's no question?
The only comment
no real question. Yeah.
If you recognize me, I could speak.
Yes. Yeah, well, you're recognized.
The only thing I'd say to Senator Joseph, we don't read the statute that broadly to say conveyances, leasing, and other disposition of government property involves easements. We don't. But again, the statute is clear. We know what a conveyance is. We know what a lease is. If the legislature clearly intended to say easements, the legislature would have said that. It's not there. So we don't read it that broadly. So we do not read it that broadly. And the fact of the matter is when a court looks at it, we have to look at what a court will interpret. And when a court looks at it, they look at the plain reading of a statute. They do not go behind the words of what is the statute. They look at what is plainly in the statute. And that's how statutes are interpreted.
Thank you for that. At this time, we'll go to a vote on the amendment that has been offered. We'll take a vote.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, not voting. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Yeah. Senator Bolkes Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, nay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yes, yes.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, nay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, nay. Mr. President, we have 3 yeas. 10.
Please record Senator Fred Gregory's vote as not voting.
Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Mr. President, we have 3 yeas, 10 nays, 2 not voting.
Very well, the amendment fails. Any other amendments? Motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 35-998 to bill number 35-027. Bill number 35-0257 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads, Section blank title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 86A, Subsection A, is amended by inserting a Head Start program or after whose children attend, and strike kindergarten and insert pre-kindergarten. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Carrion, Senator Javan James Sr., Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Any other amendment? Senator Capehart, you recognize the amendment?
Mr. President, I offer amendment number 35-1051 to bill number 35-0257, and it reads as follows. Bill number 35-0257 is amended in section 1 by striking 60 and inserting 90. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Capehart, seconded by Senator Joseph, Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objection, so ordered. That rounds out the amendments. Amendments, Senator Carrion.
I rise to offer amendment number 35-830 to bill 35-0257. Offer myself, Senator Carrion. Bill number 35-257 is amended as followed. Section blank, Title 17 of Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Section 19(0)DD is amended in the following instances. In subsection D3, by inserting high before school, and in 2, by inserting or who has attended a Virgin Islands public, private, or parochial school for not less than 5 years. After years. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Carrion, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator James Sr. Hearing no objection, so ordered. I guess that completes the amendments, non-germane amendments. At this time, Madam Clerk, roll call on bill number 35-0257 as amended, as heavily amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0257, an act amending. Oh, I don't have that. 1 second. Somebody have an agenda? Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0257, an act to develop and produce an annual U.S. Virgin Islands Beer, Wine, and Spirits Festival, as amended, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. I want to thank everyone, my colleagues and everyone, for today's session. Point of personal privilege, Senator Marie C. James.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I spent the last 2 weeks working very hard on trying to correct a seriously flawed bill that we all voted on that got so much reaction from the real estate, banking, and insurance. It was, first of all, fatal because it dealt with Title 11, which was commerce and trade. I do want to say that this bill will not fail under the equal protection scrutiny because it does not make a classification. Any person in the Virgin Islands seeking to make a money transfer through a non-bank money transmitter will have to pay the fee. Those who file a tax return can count the fee against their taxes so that it functions as withholding rather than a tax. And it actually captures untaxed income and drug payments. I want to make that clear because interstate commerce cannot apply because it's not between the Virgin Islands and any state.
Domestic.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify that.
Thank you very much, Senator. Point of personal privilege, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to thank my colleagues for the work that's been done today and to advise that our request from the Department of Tourism for that information to be given to us by close of business today. The time is now 8:01 p.m. and we have not received that information. It is for reasons like these that I had to not support the extension of the state of emergency for the Water and Power Authority because when we request information, we don't receive the information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Donald Gregory, you recognize for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to share that usually I do not abstain. However, I strongly believe that the state of emergency bill that was before us is damn if you do, damn if you don't. We needed to ensure that we put in the necessary guardrails in this particular measure. And at some point, I believe it's important that we amend it. It does not have any reporting requirements included in this measure. Today we spoke with the folks from WAPA and the Incident Command, and we had an extensive conversation about the reporting component, but today we moved legislation that does not require them to provide any reports. In addition to that, we spoke specifically about a plan. The legislation that we move has a plan. It says a plan. It doesn't give any specific timelines. There's no information in there for us to make an informed decision. Hence the reason for my abstention. I believe at the appropriate time, I will bring the necessary amendments to ensure that we are able to ensure that there are guardrails included in this state of emergency. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. While there may be an instance for additional guardrails, in fact, there is still reporting requirements by this measure. Those weren't removed. There was established in Act 8839 requiring the Incident Command to submit to this body a report, such as we received on 3 occasions, that provide some information in regards to the plan forward in respect to this. If we want additional guardrails, then certainly we could make every effort to put them forward. At this time, again, I want to thank staff and central staff, everyone involved in this process today. I want to thank my colleagues for their thoughtful comments, and as well as your inquiries during the Committee of the Whole hearing and the session of October 16th, 2024 is hereby adjourned. God bless.